Listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only thing that has been
And Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the he is talking points. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. I literally said they need to understand.
Like this. If they want to be with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
Just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
This was in the process of happening way back when the first thing they came after was intersectionality or critical race theory or the 1619 Project. There was too much of a sense that give them that, we can still do what we're going to do. We know what justice is. We know what's required. And my sense was that this is just the opening salvo. They're not just going after some words or some letters. They're going after the entire civil rights infrastructure, all the concepts framing that is necessary to establish it. And now we're in a period of time where we can see that, in fact, that was always what they were going after.
It's Monday, May 11th. I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, the show congratulating President Donald Trump on the 22-foot-tall golden statue of himself at Trump National Doral Golf Club in Florida. The statue was dedicated by televangelist and Trump ally, Pastor Mark Burns, who posted an important clarification on Twitter. Quote, "Let me be clear, this is not a golden calf." You know, like pastors normally say about golden statues of presidents they're dedicating at golf courses. On today's show, Virginia Democrats are mulling over a plan that would replace all of the judges on its state Supreme Court. And President Trump finds Iran's response to a ceasefire proposal, quote, "totally unacceptable." But let's start with words. Over the last year and a half, the Trump administration has made a big effort to limit which words are used in federal documents. In government memos and official and unofficial agency guidance, hundreds of terms and ideas have been explicitly or implicitly forbidden from use, or at best, heavily discouraged. These terms include words like accessible, activism, anti-racist, inclusive, and injustice. Another example, intersectionality. But unlike many of the words on the government's list, the term intersectionality has an origin story and an originator. Columbia University professor Kimberly Crenshaw. It's been nearly 40 years since Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality, and in that time she's seen it grow into popular culture, turn into a divisive idea, and become a target of the federal government. Now she's put it all into a book, Backtalker, an American memoir. I spoke to Crenshaw about her new book, her work, and how her past has given her the strength to keep talking back. Kimberly, welcome to What a Day.
So happy to join you. Great to see you again.
It's wonderful to see you again. And we'll talk about how it's been a couple of years since we've spoken. But actually, it's been now more than 30 years since you first coined the term intersectionality. What does that word mean?
The word simply means that patterns of discrimination sometimes are not singular. You're not discriminated against just because you're a person of color or just because you're a woman or you may be queer. But often discrimination is compounded. It happens to you because of more than one thing. And as a consequence of that compounding of discrimination or exclusion, some of the interventions that imagine discrimination just to be singular based on one thing or another don't actually work for people who are looking at compounded forms of exclusion. That really is all it is. It's a metaphor for the idea that power can be overlapping, not singular.
Right. It's interesting.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Good Monday afternoon, if there is such a thing. We are going to talk a little bit about what Kimberly Crenshaw and Jane Coaston are talking about here. It is very curious that some of the underpinnings of things like the Voting Rights Act and affirmative action and things like that are basically, we as Black Americans are being told that hey, we've come a long way, baby. We no longer need these laws. And I would think the best arbiter of that would not be the majority population. You know, when you get a bunch of Black people, you know, saying, "Oh, hey, everything's cool now," you know, that might be the indicator. But it's funny, they want to get rid of the laws that actually made things like equal voting rights happen. And as soon as they uh, weaken Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, there is a spree of state governments uh, all over the place, but especially in the South. All of a sudden, Black representation is going away practically a little bit every day. And the people don't see the irony of that. We are things have gotten better according to Samuel Alito, but they're going to get even better if Blacks lose what little representation they have in Congress currently. Um, I don't know how people so smart like Samuel Alito don't see the irony in that. But in any case, everyone make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to the channel, please subscribe to it. Check us out. We may be where you want to be. We may not be. Only time will tell. Support the show by supporting the host. I do have PayPal now. Please avail yourself of it. We might even open the Sovereign Beer Fund early this week. I don't have any pressing business, so it's just going to be me and this live stream. Also, you can support the show by contributing show ideas. My email address is in the crawl at the bottom of the screen. So if you got a good idea, do send it to me. And by the way, Dirty Dude, if you catch this on a replay, I did get the link that you dropped yesterday. I was going to do a show and I was just kind of tired and didn't feel like messing with it. So, but I did get your link. So let's continue with this fascinating conversation. And by the way, Kimberly Crenshaw is an incredibly important figure. She's kind of a second order civil rights leader, but she was a student of Derek Bell. Derek Bell is credited with being the father of critical race theory, though he didn't call it that. The name Kimberly Crenshaw might have been the one who used that term. But in any case, let's see what she has to say.
It's a very simple concept, but for the last decade and a half or so, it's become a part of a larger political zeitgeist conversation. In that time, has the meaning changed for you?
No, I mean, the basic observation that discrimination and exclusion can be compounded is not a new thing. It wasn't even new when I articulated it. I was articulating it to help judges interpret and understand claims that were made by Black women, for example, that they were discriminated against, not just as women and not just as Black people, but as Black women. What has changed is the extent to which the idea has been used by multiple other communities and constituencies and in places and spaces outside of courtrooms. So that part has grown. It's sort of skipped out of law into other disciplines and then into the popular culture and frankly, into
Yeah, and that has been something that I've commented on in the past. When it escaped, or as she said, skipped out of the legal academy, kind of went downhill from there. You know, it often happens with ideas that, you know, something that starts out really good and useful in the hands of the wrong people winds up being diluted, polluted, or excluded at this point. So for better or for worse, it's everywhere out in the wild.
internationally in human rights spaces, and other contexts. But what has happened that is somewhat new is the use of the term to advance myths, to advance a defamatory way of framing social justice as woke. It's basically become kind of the poster child of identity politics on steroids. So it's been misinterpreted. I use the word sometimes gentrified. It's space that we created for ourselves to be able to express and communicate about some of the conditions of our lives. Now it's been utilized by people who are not supportive of the overall agenda to create greater forms of equity and inclusion.
Right. And I want to talk about that backlash in just a little bit. But we first spoke in 2019. And it was in the midst of this giant burst of conversation around the word intersectionality, where it did skip out of the courtroom. What was your reaction when you first started seeing intersectionality be at the center of political debate?
Well, at first I wasn't shocked by it. There were ways that I was gratified by it, because some of the issues that have happened since intersectionality was framed did not have the benefit of that kind of framing. And that is caused disasters. Like you think about Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill, when the whole world, it seemed, was watching a story unfold that was about sexual harassment between two African Americans. I call that an intersectional failure. So when intersectionality started to be more readily utilized to talk about issues, I thought, okay, that's a good thing, because intersectionality is not just a legal concept. It's the way that people's lives are actually being structured. But what became a moment of deep distress is when intersectionality was framed as one of those ideas that didn't have a meaning that could be firmly identified and agreed upon. And instead, it was being used to generate resentment, confusion, expressions of replacement anxieties. A lot of people talk about intersectionality as basically trying to create a new pariah class out of straight white men. That's a quote. So it is the misappropriation and the intentional distortion around intersectionality is problematic. I just got a report 2 weeks ago from some obscure foundation saying that intersectionality was a dangerous ideology that needed to be, contained and destroyed. That's kind of distressing.
Yeah, that is distressing. But I'm really glad that you brought up the Clarence Thomas case, because you talk about it in your memoir, which is excellent, by the way.
Thank you.
In the book, you write about another incident a little earlier. Is you endured serious domestic violence, and a friend told you to drop the charges against this person to avoid, quote, letting the systems lock our brothers up. And that struck me as an intersectional failure.
Yeah.
You mention that in the context of wanting to backtalk to the people you love most. Was that a part of why you decided to write this memoir and share these stories, to backtalk even to the people who agreed with you in the midst of an intersectional failure?
Well, that's clearly why I use the term backtalking, right? It's not just speaking truth to power, which is real, but backtalking also implies that you are having contested conversations within spaces in which respect and quietude are often expected. So backtalking against external parties that have always oppressed you, that's not that hard of a concept. But backtalking at home, backtalking to fellow members of your community, or of your political party, or in your church, and in spaces that are meant to be home to you, but in other ways are not treating you like you fully belong. That's the kind of backtalking that is often the most difficult, the most consequential to your connection to those places and spaces.
You mentioned the ways in which you've seen intersectionality be used as a cudgel, someone talking about how it's a dangerous ideology. We're in this moment where we're seeing the erasure, the purposeful erasure, in my view, of a lot of progress that has been made for women, for people of color, for queer people, for people who are even queer women of color. It can be done. They'll let you do it now. And the Trump administration has even removed terms like intersectionality from school curriculums, from government websites. What do we lose when these concepts, these words, disappear from public conversation?
Yeah, this has been the bane of my existence for the last several years. It's not just that we have to contend with the Trump administration that has identified these ideas, the histories associated with these ideas, the artifacts in museums that prove the realities that these ideas represent. This has been officially called improper ideology, which of course begs the question, what's improper about it? And what is proper ideology? And I would just, submit that we know all we need to know about that when we look at which books have been purged. For example, from the Navy Military Academy, they've taken out Maya Angelou, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, or How Racism Takes Place. What do they leave on the shelf? Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf, Charles Murray, the bell curve. So we know that what's improper is things that challenge the existing status quo, things that give us the history for why we have to pay attention to equity and inclusion. We know what they consider to be proper are the things that say everything is the way it needs to be. So we know the end game. I think what was most frustrating for me is how difficult it's been to persuade some of our allies, some of our social justice groups, some of the civil rights groups, that this was in the process of happening way back when the first thing they came after was intersectionality or critical race theory or the 1619 Project. There was too much of a sense that give them that, we can still do what we're going to do. We know what justice is. We know what's required. And my sense was that this is just the opening salvo. They're not just going after some words or some letters. They're going after the entire civil rights infrastructure, all the concepts framing that is necessary to establish it. And now we're in a period of time where we can see that, in fact, that was always what they were going after.
Yeah, and I think that goes with how we've seen some voices in the Democratic Party saying that concepts like intersectionality are the problem, because that means Democrats can't get elected because they're too focused on wokeness. And I want it to be very clear, I am using air quotes.
Yes.
So even as the Trump administration is trying to erase your work, do you think that the Democratic Party is trying to distract away from your work? Or do you think that Democrats are doing a good job of defending its importance?
It's hard to say, with some kind of totality, but I would say that there is, let's say, an asymmetry in modern politics. And here's how I would explain it. What's left of the Republican Party is completely aligned with the idea that their fortunes turn on being able to suppress and repress as much as possible the constituencies, the language, the history that has contributed to greater levels of representation around people of color, women, queer people. I would say on the Democrat side, there is not alignment. There is not consistency. There's not even the effort to continue to protect the contributions of the constituencies.
What's up, 12, man?
Hey, Stanley, I hope you're not as much of a prick as you were the other day.
As much as what?
A prick.
Oh, I'm still me. Any comments on the video so far?
Well, I hope you all know that Hitler was a socialist, right?
Who cares? Why is that important to know?
Do you know why NATO is formed?
How is that relevant to this video?
Well, you should know, right?
Okay, listen to what I just asked you. Don't, I need an answer to my question, or we can just continue with the video. How is
Continue
NATO?
with the video, Stanley. We'll discuss
Gotcha.
it later.
We'll discuss it if the topic comes up. This video is dealing with the gutting of, civil rights infrastructure. We can cover NATO another day.
That allow the Democratic Party to actually compete for political power. So for this to be such an important part, of the Democratic Party, and for the messaging around the importance to be so muddled, so skewed, for them not to turn up at every point along this pathway that they should have turned up in order to say, no, we're not going to permit the erasure of these ideas, the disempowerment of these communities, the irrelevance of this history. For them not to have done that until this moment, one has to look at that failure as a condition of this moment's possibility. So, pivoting away from a fight when people are trying to destroy you, that's not the best way to go about actually, engaging in serious conflict about the future of the party and the future of the democracy.
Kimberly, thank you so much for joining me.
It is such a pleasure to be in conversation with you again. Thanks.
That was my conversation with Kimberly Crenshaw. She's a pioneering legal scholar, executive director of the African American Policy Forum, and the author of Backtalker, an American memoir. We'll link to it in the show notes. Here at What a Day, there are no forbidden terms, except for more.
All right, so we'll just go ahead and stop it here. I am inclined to go ahead and listen to the rest of it, but the Kimberly Crenshaw part was what I wanted to show and or talk about. Pretty much the loose theme of today will be the gutting of the laws and infrastructure that were underpinning what's going on currently in the United States. These people like Samuel Alito basically are basically saying that Black people in America no longer need a safety net of civil rights laws. And, I don't even, of course, in 61 years, you're going to come across some times, especially growing up in Savannah and going to, pretty much from sixth grade on, pretty much like vastly majority white private schools. It was sometimes a daily basis, especially in high school. High school was especially bad. First through eighth grade, it wasn't really something, kids that age aren't really that interested, at least not back in my day, about much else outside of, the playground. But once you get into high school, that's when it started for me. And then outside of my high school, it's happened, but not that often. But Black people kind of have, at least people my age, kind of have a radar for, this sort of, racist behaviors and stuff like that. You also build up somewhat of a tolerance. But the bottom line is, I think it is egregious for someone like Samuel Alito, who is an elite white male, and the Supreme Court tends to be insulated from, from just about everything. For him to basically say that America has come a long way, I'm wondering what he's basing that on. No more lynchings or no more fire hosing kids or, sicking dogs on kids. No more Emmett Tills. Is that what he's basing it on? No more firebombing or bombing churches. And by the way, that still does happen occasionally. These people are just totally out of touch. And, I'm normally kind of an institutionalist, especially when it comes to like the legal, the legal system. But I'm wondering if we don't need to do a little bit of overhauling of that Supreme Court. I'm not against imposing term limits. There's nothing in the Constitution. Well, I don't know. I have to go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure Congress can impose term limits. But yeah, having
They're
some
never
70,
gonna do that
having
on
some
them. So
having some 70 some year old uh elite lawyer telling me even that we don't need civil rights laws. We have come a long way. We may have come a long way, but we haven't. We're not there yet. We have not come all the way. And having someone like Samuel Alito, um, you know, write an opinion like that, I find it almost insulting. And then Clarence Thomas, I don't, Clarence Thomas, he's scarred, in my opinion, very scarred. And
he's a,
maybe rightly so. I don't need you to interrupt me. I'll give you your chance. I'm not sure that Clarence Thomas is is the right messenger either. But he has basically given, he and Thomas Sowell have given people like Samuel Alito a hall pass on this systemic racism stuff. But what comes around goes around. What do you have to say, 12th man?
well, no, you pretty much covered it. I guess all these black guys are trying to take black guys' rights and everything, right?
Okay, I'm not sure. Black guys taking black guys' rights. I lost you.
Well, what are they doing exactly? I mean,
Which they?
you're-
Who is the they you're talking about?
well, it's the Supreme Court says that black people are individuals, like they have individual rights.
Okay,
That's
well,
basically what they said.
technically, the Supreme Court doesn't say anything like that. They interpret the law. Now, there are laws like the 14th Amendment that say that. Supreme Court just translates and interprets. They don't say anything.
So, why is it you think that black folks need a special law or like a special? They need a special something just because they were a part of
Okay,
slavery and
black
all that.
people, well, number one, black people aren't getting anything special. What they're getting is what the 14th Amendment provides for. If you're familiar with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, Congress has the authority to ensure that the laws are followed. The laws are there. What black people are getting is laws that force states to follow the law. And I don't consider that special. I consider that enforcement of the law. And the example I'm going to give is New Orleans. The perfect example is what just happened in New Orleans. There are two majority black voting districts, and it just so happens they have black representation.
I heard
And
about
as soon as the Supreme Court, passed its Calais decision, New Orleans stopped like primary voting. They stopped it to come up with a new election map where they are more than likely going to get rid of one of the two black voting districts. Another good example, Tennessee, their only Democratic district was right around your hometown, Memphis. Well, guess what? They just got rid of that voting district. They carved it up and gave it to other districts. So now there is no longer even a Democratic voting district. It's going to be all Republican, 9 of them. And
Even in
there is no,
Memphis?
okay, I'm
That's
not done
crazy.
yet. I'm not done yet. There will be no more black representation in the U.S. Congress, more than likely. And better than that, what people don't seem to understand is these voting districts, they double as state voting districts as well. So if there are no more, there's no way to get black representation in Tennessee, or if the district, where these people come from goes away, there could very well not be any black representation in the Tennessee legislature as well. So we're losing 2 tiers of representation with what the Supreme Court did, or potentially 2 tiers of representation. So if we are losing representation, in my opinion, that is a loss. Maybe not of rights. You can still vote, but you may not be able to vote someone who would be more aligned with your interests. Any other questions? Okay. Well,
I
let's
find
move on
that's
to some.
wild. I definitely like to hear the other side of this perspective, Stanley.
Well, good.
Like,
Go read. No, we're not going to listen to the other side, because the other side is represented in Samuel Alito's Supreme Court, his Supreme
the
Court
ruling,
results.
right?
So go read Alito, and you'll get the other side. So
Well, I heard a lot of black people agree with that ruling.
no, I don't think a lot of black people do, but there are always some.
The BFA, the Black Foundational Americans, and all them,
Okay,
they're
well,
agreeing with it.
If you didn't know, they don't represent most black Americans.
Foundational black
Americans,
Americans, I meant.
black Americans are as diverse as any other demographic group. So, but I don't think FBA or ADOS or any of those groups represent any majority. So, let's talk about that decision. It says here, after Calais and Virginia, Republicans are ahead in Trump's gerrymandering war. Yeah, but it's still going to be close. Unfortunately, or fortunately, if you happen to be a Trump fan, Trump knows that he's unpopular. That's why he pushed Texas and Florida to begin, these dominoes. Now, the interesting thing is going to be if that even does any good. Even with his own voters, Trump isn't anywhere near as popular as he used to be. So it's telling that precedent has to be broken in doing this gerrymandering during a off year. These things are usually done every 10 years after the census, but Trump decided that, hey, you know what, let's get a jump on on 2026. Let's see if we can't squeeze some more congressional districts out of these Republican states. So let's see, what else do we have here?
Stanley, that's not that much different than Democrats bringing millions of illegal immigrants into the country.
To do what?
All at once, right before an election.
How is that the same?
They're giving them driver's licenses and everything else so they can vote.
Are you saying that those millions of illegals were voting?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Okay, well then let's stop right there. You need to prove that statement, because I don't believe it to be true. Don't even talk about it unless you can back it up. Your opinion or what you heard on Fox News. Okay, dude, I literally said we're not going to even litigate this. You need to give me proof that millions of illegals were voting, and then we can have a discussion. Otherwise, I don't even want to talk about it.
That's
All
why I
right.
said
So,
skip it.
okay, dude. So this is Jennifer Rubin, who happens to be a lawyer who writes a kind of a legal Substack newsletter. She's saying Calais is not the last word. I don't know about that, but let's hear what she has to say. She is a lawyer. Maybe she knows something I don't.
Calais is not the last word. What democracy defenders must do now and in the long term. By Jennifer Rubin. In a span of less than 2 weeks, the U.S. Supreme Court, contravening the text and intent of the post-Civil War amendments and decades of court precedent, and the Virginia State Supreme Court, overturning the will of Virginia voters and inventing a new definition of election, have bulldozed through the electoral landscape to slant the 2026 midterm playing field in Republicans' favor. In Louisiana versus Calais, the U.S. Supreme Court demolished 60 years of progress in voting rights, robbed Black and Hispanic communities of the power to elect representatives of their own choosing, and aimed to decimate the ranks of non-white U.S. House members, state legislators, and local officials. This is nothing short of an attempt to reimpose white supremacy.
By the way, I just got a news alert. Virginia is asking the Supreme Court to use their new election map. So they're gonna try and overturn the Virginia Supreme Court's decision.
Voting rights legal guru Rick Hasen wrote, "This decision will bleach the halls of Congress, state legislatures, and local bodies like city councils by ending the protections of Section 2 of the Act, which had provided a pathway to assure that voters of color would have some rudimentary fair representation. It's the culmination of the life's work of Chief Justice John Roberts and Samuel Alito, who have shown persistent resistance to the idea of the United States as a multiracial democracy and a brazen willingness to reject Congress's judgment that fair representation for minority."
Yeah, I'm glad that she said that. Here's the deal. John Roberts has been working to gut the Voting Rights Act or weaken it ever since he was in the Solicitor General's office in the Reagan administration, both he and Alito. So this isn't like a spur of the moment, oh hey, we're gonna pull this and make a decision out of the blue. This has been a project. And one thing I can say about the American right, they play the long game really well. And Democrats, I've read a story, and maybe I'll talk about it in a little bit. Democrats are just like babes in the woods when it comes to dealing with what the Republicans are doing. They will wait for decades for their chance. And you gotta admire the persistence.
Well,
Voters
Stanley,
sometimes
can I
requires
ask you a
race-conscious
question
legislation.
What's that?
real quick?
What's the question?
Quick, Stanley.
What's the question?
How do you overturn the Virginia Supreme Court? That's got to be a good one. I want to hear that one.
You take it to the U.S. Supreme Court. I literally just said they're asking I meant the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn the Virginia Supreme Court. Do you understand that now?
I don't think they're gonna do that.
Okay, who cares what they think? I just reported the story.
It protects Alito's core constituency, aggrieved white Republican voters. As infuriating, partisan, and legally unsound as these rulings are, they are not the final word on either the midterms or the future of our multiracial democracy. The midterms. Even with the loss in Virginia, Democrats' 5-seat pickup in California should more than counteract the original Texas redistricting. where 2 of the 5 seats Republicans sought to steal may well go to Democrats. And despite the Virginia decision, Democrats may still pick up 1 to 2 more seats under Virginia's old map. The net pickup for Republicans currently is less than 10 before Democrats pursue their own redistricting in New York, Illinois, Colorado, and Maryland. However, even with the advantage of, say, a dozen rigged seats, Republicans are unlikely to keep the House majority. Since 2024, Democrats have swung the electorate substantially in their direction, overperforming in comparison to Kamala Harris in 193 of 226 state legislative races, by 20 points in some cases. On average, Democrats are doing more than 10 points better than they did in 2024. Brookings' William A. Galston wrote, "In the 6 special elections for the House conducted in 2025 to 2026, the swing toward Democratic candidates averaged about 15 points, while the swing toward Democratic gubernatorial candidates in New Jersey and Virginia averaged 14 points. More than 20 Republican House seats were won by less than 10 points in 2024. 43 Republicans won by less than 15%. Given the electoral shift, Democrats' list of targeted seats expands each week." The New York Times reported that gerrymandering tells only part of the story about the midterms. While Democrats could end up losing at least half a dozen safe seats, and possibly more. Depending on new maps drawn in southern states, Republicans face gale force headwinds, thanks to Donald Trump's atrocious approval numbers, his reviled Iran war, soaring gas and other consumer prices, snatching away healthcare coverage from millions, disaffection of Hispanic voters, and rampant corruption. In short, gerrymandering, however outrageous, will not be enough to save Republicans if Democrats generate huge turnout, especially among those voters enraged that they have been stripped of voting power. As Hungary demonstrated, a determined opposition can overcome a raft of unfair impediments imposed by a corrupt, unpopular regime. Democrats, independents, and disaffected Republicans know that the MAGA cult has no message, which is why MAGA lawmakers and courts must rig the election to cement white supremacy. That's all they've got. Democrats have their targets. The enormity of reversing 60 years of progress on voting rights necessitates a new era of intense organizing and public education. A new civil rights movement to counter MAGA's court-imposed Jim Crow. That effort kicks off with a grassroots National Day of Action on Saturday, May 16th, in Alabama. Organizers declared, "The dismantling of the Voting Rights Act is a reminder that we have unfinished business. The fight is ours, and we are going to finish it." Scores of democracy groups, faith-based organizations, and civil rights organizations will rally to oppose Jim Crow redistricting and to support multiracial democracy. The goal: Democrats must win, and win big in 2026 and 2028. Senate seats, governorships, and other statewide offices cannot be gerrymandered. A massive registration and turnout the vote operation must expand deep into Republican areas, appealing to disgruntled independents and Republicans.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop it there. It is interesting. I'll see if I can't get more information on what they're doing next door in Alabama. Let's see here. What else do we have? We're gonna shift gears to Trump's war. Trump says ceasefire with Tehran on massive life support. No doubt he is correct on that. Iran just doesn't seem to care that much about the ceasefire agreement. So I think it's been on life support ever since he came up with the idea. So Trump says ceasefire with Iran on massive life support after he rejects Tehran's proposal. Tehran, they're just not cooperating. I cannot I cannot figure out why they won't cooperate with Mr. Trump. But let's see what CNN has to say. Why is my
We're
internet
joined now
slow?
by Josh Rogan. He's the lead global security analyst for Washington Post Intelligence. He's also the author of Chaos Under Heaven, Trump, Xi, the Battle for the 21st Century. Josh, a good person to talk to as we prepare for this meeting with those two leaders. I do want to start first, though, with this response, the president's response to Iran's response to the U.S. proposal. What does it say to you that that's what we're hearing from the president? Totally unacceptable. He does not like it.
Right. Well, although we don't have every detail of Iran's response, what's clear from the president's reaction is that the two sides are still very far apart. And what that means is that despite the fact President Trump has said previously that Iran has, quote, agreed to everything or almost everything, that's not true. The Iranians are still not giving in on some of the key issues, including Trump's demand that they hand over their nuclear enrichment capability and their nuclear enriched stockpiles. And what that translates to, the stalemate and the blockade and the war is going to go on for a long time. And no one anticipates that President Trump will start major combat operations this week because he's about to head to Beijing, and that would be awkward to say the least. After that, he faces a choice. He can either resume bombing in order to put more pressure on the Iranians, or he can play a waiting game and hope his blockade pressures the Iranians by itself. Either way, it doesn't look like Iran is feeling pressured, and so I would say we're in this for the long haul.
And you use that word stalemate. Is that where we are at this point?
Yes, make no mistake that a blockade is an act of war. So we are still at war, but without major combat operations, without any concessions, what we've got is a push. Now, the Iranians are not yielding on their control of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is not about to back off of his blockade. So that means we have rising energy prices, rising economic pain, not just for the United States, but for every single country in the world, including Iran. That's true. And that means that neither side believes that time is that they're on the clock. And, you know, President Trump thinks he can wait out the Iranians, and the Iranians think he can wait out President Trump. One of them is wrong. We just don't know which one yet. And meanwhile, your gas prices, everyone's gas prices around the world are going to continue to rise, and all of our economies are going to continue to suffer. That seems clear.
And so while
speaking
all
of
of this is
which,
happening and kind of in its
speaking of which, it just so happens that Trump says he aims to suspend gas tax for a period of time. So Trump is aware of the problems. So I don't know how much help that'll be, but it's like 18 cents or something like that. President Trump is caught. Oh, wait, hold it. No, I'm reading the wrong one. Yeah. Well, let's see what this says.
The gas tax at the federal level is 18 cents a gallon. And I asked the president whether he was thinking about pursuing a pause to the gas tax. He said, yes, he is. And he really seemed to warm up to the idea as we continued our conversation. He said, we're going to take off the gas tax for a period of time. And when gas goes down, we'll let it phase back in. Yes, we're going to be doing something on that. Now, pausing the federal gas tax would take an act of Congress. There are Democratic lawmakers who have introduced legislation to either pause or reduce the federal gas tax. It does come with repercussions because this is money that goes to fund highway repairs, highway construction, other transit projects. And so you're looking at a significant hit to the funding for those projects for as long as this gas tax were to be paused. But with gasoline now topping $4.50 a gallon, it does appear that there is growing recognition that something may need to be done to ease pain at the pump.
You cite Congress needing to get involved, and of course, Congress has other big fish to fry as well this week. Do you have a sense of timing as to how long this could take if the American public is to feel that little bit of an ease at the pump?
Well, if you've got the president of the United States,
can you pause that, Stanley?
Democrats in the House and Senate who have already introduced legislation to do it. It is the kind.
Yes, sir.
Because if Congress were to pause that gas tax, then wouldn't that be a way of saying they approve of the war? At least a
No.
little bit. 'Cause
Nope. Not in my opinion. It would be in response to Trump mishandling the war and letting gas prices spiral out. You know, they got to react somehow. Because what's going to happen if gas prices spiral out of control like that and Congress is not seen to be doing anything about it? That's just another campaign issue for the Democrats. So I see this as something that is not only, well, it's not only a good thing to do, it is necessary to do because it's always the economy, stupid. And most of these Republicans understand that.
Well, I just thank God I have solar and I don't need a lot of gas.
Yeah, well, it's not all about you.
Yeah, well,
So,
kinda is, if you're me.
right. Speaking of mishandling the war, this is our sometimes buddy John Bolton talking about Trump stuck in an Iran trap.
Oh, that loser.
This is Trump's former, was he a national security advisor? Or he was something in the national security infrastructure. So let's hear what John Bolton has to say.
Lincoln Tech provides career training EDU for details or to schedule a campus.
Bolton, and read by Brian, an AI-generated voice. John R. Bolton was ambassador to the United Nations under President George W. Bush and national security advisor under President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump is caught in an Iran war trap of his own making. He has for weeks been all too visibly eager for a deal, allowing him to declare victory for something. Conversely, he seems to deeply fear making a Barack Obama-like nuclear deal and the inevitable and justifiable criticism. Good answers seem scarce, reinforcing his frustration. That was evident on Sunday when, posting online, he denounced as totally unacceptable Iran's response to a U.S. framework to end the war. He must feel like George H.W. Bush, who once described himself as one lonely little guy down here at the White House. Much of the trap's construction depended on what Trump didn't do. Before launching U.S.-Israeli strikes against Iran, he never explained to Americans why military force was justified to help achieve regime change, eliminate Tehran's nuclear weapons and terrorist threats, or eviscerate its military capabilities. He apparently did not brief members of Congress. He seemingly did not consult U.S. allies, neither in NATO nor the Persian Gulf, nor America's Indo-Pacific friends who depend heavily on Middle Eastern oil. George H.W. Bush did all these things before launching Operation Desert Storm in 1991. Moreover, if regime change were ever a goal, Trump apparently did little or nothing to coordinate with dissidents inside Iran. Long-standing economic hardships across the country engendered enormous opposition, embodied in the nationwide demonstrations murderously crushed in January. Half of Iran's population is under age 30, and these young people largely reject the Ayatollah's radical ideology. Ever since Mahsa Amini was killed in the custody of Iran's morality police in 2022, many Iranian women have openly defied the regime's fundamental claim to legitimacy. Iran's ethnic groups, particularly Kurds and Baloch, have reached new levels of discontent. Without any such preparation, Trump launched what has nonetheless been a punishingly successful military campaign. Not yet successful enough, but certainly not one to deride, including the now suspended Project Freedom to open the Strait of Hormuz to Arab oil exports. Trump's problem is not that he launched the attacks, but that he has not finished the job. As Winston Churchill said of British Prime Minister Anthony Eden's failed 1956 Suez Canal strategy, which ended when the United States forced a halt to the British, French, Israeli effort to seize the canal. I don't know whether
Fred,
I would have dared to start.
to your
I would never
point,
have dared to stop.
Somewhat to your point, Fred, Bolton literally he just wrote, or it was read that Trump's problem isn't starting the war, it's finishing it. So there you go. You know, Bolton might have an idea of how to finish it, though I don't recall Iraq or Afghanistan being a particularly smooth end.
Stop. But Trump did stop, and he now seems lost, in effect hoping Iran's Revolutionary Guard gives him a diplomatic exit, which it has so far declined to do. Instead, the regime's remnants seek time to emerge from Iran's rubble, reconsolidate their rule, and rebuild their military capabilities, including their nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs and their terrorist networks and proxies. They see correctly that Trump's domestic political troubles vex him far more than the distant threat of a reconstituted Iranian militarized theocracy. Thus, even if Tehran appears to accept Trump's proposed ceasefire as a basis for future negotiations, the regime will take its time doing anything substantial, including opening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump has only two options consistent with U.S. national security. The first is declaring the much violated ceasefire over and resuming destruction of Iran's instruments of state power. U.S. critics of the U.S.-Israeli attacks, perhaps even Trump's own CIA, believe much work remains before Iran's military has been destroyed. Fine, let's get on with it, while the already assembled U.S. forces remain in the region. If he can't bring himself to take the big step, Trump's other option is the smaller step of militarily opening the Strait of Hormuz to commerce with the Gulf Arabs, while still blockading Iran. At stake here is freedom of the seas, a foundation of U.S. foreign policy for 250 years, and with enormous implications in other contested regions, such as the South China Sea. Moreover, enabling Gulf oil's return to international markets would substantially relieve the current economic troubles. Maintaining the U.S. blockade and expanding it by air where possible to Iran's Caspian seaports would further torque up economic pressure. Most important, military action is necessary to restore deterrence. Tehran must learn with certainty it would suffer severe consequences for later trying to close the strait. Allowing merely a diplomatic end to this crisis, particularly under the gradual process apparently contemplated by Trump's latest offer, would set a ruinous precedent. Emboldened as it now is, Iran's regime would probably conclude it would face only diplomatic, not military, consequences for again closing the strait. Entirely predictably, Tehran could then open and close it like flipping a switch, raising or lowering the pressure as it saw fit. The opening hours of Project Freedom, with the U.S. military escorting merchant ships through the strait, showed great promise. But it is obvious that much more must be done than this more limited option. Opening both the Gulf and the strait cannot be a purely defensive operation. It requires active efforts to destroy Iran's fast boats, its anti-ship missiles, and its drone capabilities against maritime commerce. If Tehran ups the ante in response, that would simply prove the regime never intended to release its grip on the strait. Iranian hegemony in the region is entirely unacceptable to Gulf Arab states and should be unacceptable in Washington. Trump's way out of his self-constructed trap is very clear. He himself will decide whether he wants to be remembered as America's Anthony Eden.
Good journalism is even better when it's shared. With a premium
I honestly don't get why I think it was Kuwait and Saudi Arabia didn't let the U.S. use their airspace. Fred, do you happen to know, or anybody? I couldn't figure that part out. And it's not like I've done heavy research, but it was a curious development. So apparently Donald Trump will be leaving tomorrow for China. And as it turns out, his billionaire buddies are going to be going with him. Elon Musk is going with him. Tim Cook going with him. So he's he and his oligarchical crew are going to China, and apparently China. This comment here in this article is China is locked and loaded for a fight. So we'll listen to a couple minutes of this, but I think, as I've said several times, China is the only country on earth that can look the U.S. in its eye and go, yeah, I don't think we're going to do that. So peace and stability will be the public message when President Trump and China's leader Xi Jinping meet in Beijing this week. But behind the diplomatic platitudes, both governments are quietly preparing for something harsher, a prolonged economic war. Speaking of conservatives being good at long games, China's even better. Mapping vulnerabilities and sharpening tools to inflict pain on the other. In recent weeks, China has made clear that it no longer fears another escalation. It reached for a new legal mechanism to counter U.S. sanctions. It blocked Meta's acquisition of a promising AI startup founded in China, and it codified rules aimed at punishing foreign businesses that comply with Western efforts to pull back from China. The moves are a part of Beijing's broader campaign to push back against what it sees as Washington's intensifying efforts to constrain its economy and technological rise. Over the past year, the two countries have ratcheted up their economic offensives, whacking each other with steep tariffs, restricting the flow of rare earths and critical technologies, and imposing sanctions on major industrial companies. So we will see. We will see what the results of that encounter will be. They're already begging China to help with the Strait of Hormuz. We'll see how that works out. So let's turn back to another foreign policy issue in the MAGA movement at large, and that is how the fight over Israel is playing out inside MAGA. So you've got people like Tucker Carlson and others of his ilk, basically, wanting to take a harder line with Israel. And then you've got people like what's her name? Laura. What is it? Laura Loomer, who are just like, nope, we gotta stick it out. So it says here the war in Iran has added a tectonic shift in public opinion, a bipartisan swing away from Israel. Some of the far right are fighting to keep President Trump's movement aligned with the Jewish state. I don't think Donald Trump is that wedded, especially not at this point. Though Israel I saw an article where they killed like 80 people or something in southern Lebanon. So Israel's just kind of doing what the hell it wants to do. And I don't think Trump, I don't know what to think about Donald Trump. I wouldn't imagine he'd be that wedded to Israel. But I don't think it matters. They're just going to do what the hell they want to do. And he's stuck now. He doesn't have a choice. So Laura Loomer says it's like a psychosis. It's literally a psychosis. She's talking about, I guess, people like Tucker Carlson. She is pushing Mr. Trump to fire White House officials she deemed disloyal. Wow. Ms. Loomer refers to Israel as our greatest ally and discloses purported personal details about prominent critics of Israel in Mr. Trump. Yeah, she's got she's got a newsletter called the Loomer Rumor. Which she said was meant to showcase her opposition research while targeting right-wing figures critical of Israel. a group that she calls the Woke Reich, R-E-I-C-H. Nice. Its best known voice is Tucker Carlson, who has broken with Mr. Trump over the war in Iran. Mr. Carlson has accused Israel of pushing Mr. Trump into war, which he says makes the president a slave to foreign interests. You know what? I don't think Laura Loomer wins against Tucker Carlson. So I look forward to the sparks flying. So let's see, what else have we got here? Oh, you know what? This essay's out of place, but this was an interesting thing, and I have not read it, but it's Paul Krugman asking, will our hyper gilded age usher in genuine populism? My answer is no. But his premise here is that today's set of billionaires are way worse than even the robber barons back in the 19th century. So let's see what Nobel Prize winning economist Paul Krugman has to say.
Will our hyper-gilded age usher in genuine populism? The tech bros are worse than the robber barons ever were, and voters are catching on. By Paul Krugman. Elon Musk is no Andrew Carnegie. America used to be a middle-class society, but income and wealth disparities began rising rapidly during the Reagan years, and by the late 80s many observers began drawing parallels between the new era of inequality and the Gilded Age. At this point, however, it's clear that we are not experiencing a mere replay of the reign of the robber barons. We are living through something much worse. The tech bros make the malefactors of great wealth, called out by Theodore Roosevelt, look benign by comparison. Some widely used measures of inequality suggest that income disparities, which soared in the 1980s and 1990s, have plateaued since then. But the concentration of wealth at the top is continuing to soar. Today's oligarchs control a huge share of America's wealth, much larger than their share even at the end of the 1980s. The growth in wealth concentration is even more extreme if we look at the very, very top. Gabriel Zuckman, one of the world's leading experts on wealth and income inequality, argues that the concentration of wealth is now much higher than it was at the peak of the Gilded Age. Source. Tellingly, unlike the robber barons of yore, many modern plutocrats show little sense of gratitude for their good fortune, little inclination to give back to society by devoting a significant part of their wealth to good works. Forbes reports that Elon Musk and Peter Thiel have devoted almost none of their wealth to philanthropy, while Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos are only slightly better. More important than the stinginess of the super-rich, however, is the fact that their wealth has brought great political power, arguably more than the robber barons ever possessed, power that they abuse on an epic scale. Thanks to the Roberts Supreme Court's Citizens United ruling, plutocrats are able to pump vast amounts of money into elections. Here's a recent headline from the New York Times. One example of many. Peter Thiel bankrolled J.D. Vance's Ohio Senate campaign, burying his Democratic populist rival under a flood of PAC money. Without Thiel's big bucks, J.D. Vance would not now be a heartbeat away from the presidency. And Elon Musk actually controlled a significant part of U.S. government operations in 2025, control that he used, among other things, to eviscerate foreign aid. Those aid cuts have already led to hundreds of thousands of preventable deaths, mostly children, with millions more deaths likely to come. The big political question going forward is whether there will be a significant backlash against the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a small number of mean-spirited men. I believe that there will be such a backlash, indeed that it is already starting, and that there is a political opening for some genuine populism if politicians have the courage to take a stand. Polling suggests that an overwhelming majority of Americans, roughly speaking, almost everyone except MAGA Republicans, now consider the gap between rich and poor a major problem. Source YouGov. And anger over the Trump administration's corruption, which isn't the same as anger over the power of the super-rich but overlaps with it, is clearly on the rise, becoming a major issue for the midterms. What we need to push back against 21st century oligarchy are political figures who won't let themselves be intimidated by the hysteria the wealthy always exhibit at any hint of an effort to limit their privileges. That hysteria is on full display right now in New York City, where some of the wealthy are crying persecution over a planned tax on expensive piazza terra, apartments owned by non-residents. It's even more extreme in California, where a proposal for a one-time wealth tax has led Google's Sergey Brin to compare the state to Soviet Russia. What politicians and pundits need to understand is that while the ultra-wealthy would like us to believe that concern about their excessive power and privileges is a radical, left-wing, anti-centrist position, it isn't. It is, in fact, a view shared by a large majority of Americans. And in any case, as G. Elliott Morris has shown, few voters, even those who describe themselves as moderate, really support what pundits call centrism. It's true that any politician who proposes a pushback against modern American oligarchy will face a tidal wave of lavishly funded venom. But given the realities of who today's plutocrats are and what they do, there are big opportunities for leaders willing to pull an FDR and declare, "I welcome their hatred." Musical coda.
Let's see here. Fred has asked me if the mayor of Savannah is a Republican. Oh, he went to Savannah State. That's interesting. He was a police officer. That's interesting. Chatham County police officer. Let's see here. It doesn't say whether he's a Republican or not. Let's look deeper. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe he's an independent. I'm gonna guess he's a Democrat if he got congratulations from Stacey Abrams and Cory Booker. I imagine if he was a Republican, he would have had a bunch of Republicans calling in and saying congratulations. Oh, wow. So Otis Johnson's still alive. Wow, he's got to be deep in his 80s. I think he's roughly he's probably almost mid 80s now. Interesting. So I'm guessing he's a Republican, but I'm still not 100% sure. But I know if a black Republican had won Savannah, he'd have gotten congratulations from everybody from probably Donald Trump on down to Brian Kemp. All right, so let's see. Vance or Rubio? Trump muses on successor as the kids fill bigger roles. Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio are boosting their profiles, generating speculation about who's lining up for the 2028 presidential election. I'm guessing Rubio gets the nomination. He has a lot more of a dark prince persona about him than J.D. Vance does. I'm sorry. It's just my very personal opinion. It's just hard for me to take J.D. Vance seriously. Marco Rubio looks like he could bash some heads. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
Vance or Rubio? Trump muses on successor as the kids fill bigger roles. This article is by Katie Rogers and read by an automated voice. Every now and then, while talking to officials in the Oval Office, with friends over dinner, or on the patio at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump pauses and muses aloud about a subject quietly captivating the Republican Party. What do you think, JD or Marco? According to multiple people close to the president, Mr. Trump asks advisors who they prefer, before frequently musing that he should just have Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio run together on the same presidential ticket in 2028. Mr. Trump's advisors say he is simply having fun polling people, and that 2028 is not at the top of his mind at all. Still, it would be hard for Mr. Trump to ignore that lately, the two men he refers to as kids are taking on bigger profiles as the midterm elections approach. This week, Mr. Rubio appeared in the White House briefing room, affably fielding questions on the Iran war, which his team later produced into a campaign-worthy video. Then he traveled to Italy, popping up alongside Pope Leo XIV and bearing a crystal football as a gift. Wow, okay, Leo, an Augustinian who has taken a vow of poverty, said to Mr. Rubio, a fellow Catholic. Mr. Rubio also met with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy, who, like Leo, has faced diatribes from Mr. Trump over opposition to the war. Next, Mr. Rubio will travel to China with the president. As Mr. Rubio did his best to charm reporters back in Washington, the White House political operation sent Mr. Vance to a factory in Des Moines to help support a vulnerable House Republican, Representative Zach Nunn. While on stage, Mr. Vance launched into a well-honed attack against Democratic Party policies and traced his dislike of those policies to his own past shifts in political identity. It's heartbreaking for a kid who came from a Union Democrat family to realize that Democrats these days, they seem to care more about gender transition than they do about you keeping more of your hard-earned money, Mr. Vance told the crowd. Their dueling appearances, freighted with viral commentary, have generated new speculation about whether Mr. Rubio might eventually challenge Mr. Vance, the presumed frontrunner, in a race for the Republican presidential nomination. According to several people close to both men, Mr. Vance and Mr. Rubio, who are friends, do not want to be seen as competing against each other for the 2028 presidential nomination. Others said that it was too early to know how the race would shape up before seeing how the Republican Party fares in this year's midterm elections. They both appreciate the moment, right? Senator Eric Schmidt, Republican of Missouri, said in an interview earlier this year about the relationship between Mr. Vance and Mr. Rubio. This is a historic comeback by a president who was out of office, who came back, and a unique coalition that, brought that to be. He added, I think that drives them to work together in addition to their kind of personal friendship. The White House did not comment for this article. By several accounts, the two actually do get along. It is not uncommon to see them laughing together at White House events. They talk about sports and family when they are together. They are also both very aware of the chatter about their reputations and respective futures. Mr. Rubio, who serves as National Security Advisor and acted as Chief Archivist for nearly a year, in addition to his role as the country's top diplomat, likes to hold up his phone to show friends and colleagues the memes that have been made about him, particularly the ones that comment on the fact that he holds several jobs, according to a person who has seen him do it. The memes are plentiful, and they have imagined Mr. Rubio in various new roles, depending on the outcome of Mr. Trump's decisions. He has been cast in the internet's imagination as Kristi Noem, the former Homeland Security Secretary, the president of Venezuela, and, because Mr. Trump has ordered the Pentagon to release its UFO files, Elliot in the movie E.T. According to his allies, Mr. Rubio's ubiquity is a sign that he might be able to broaden the MAGA tent beyond Mr. Trump's red meat base at a time when the Republican Party is facing serious political headwinds over the economy, the war, and aggressive tactics to curb immigration. He is a politician who could appeal to a whole lot of Republicans who went along with Trump but weren't overly enthusiastic about him, said Whit Ayers, a Republican pollster who worked on Mr. Rubio's 2010 Senate campaign. He is very good, not only with English, but with the Spanish language, at framing an argument and making a persuasive case to voters. Mr. Rubio has also said that he would stand down if Mr. Vance decided to run. If J.D. Vance runs for president, he's going to be our nominee, and I'll be one of the first people to support him, he told Vanity Fair in an interview last year. Either way, the nomination remains Mr. Vance's to lose. He is unpopular, with an approval rating sitting at 35% in the most recent Washington Post ABC News/Ipsos poll. But according to a Pew survey taken earlier this year, Mr. Vance is a far more recognizable figure to American voters than most other Trump administration figures. Only Mr. Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary, are better known.
Well, that's enough of that. We get the gist. I still think Rubio, he just strikes me as a little bit, oddly enough, a little bit more presidential, I guess. So we'll see how that goes. Speaking of not presidential, Ted Cruz says the quiet part out loud. Trump accounts are Social Security personal accounts as GOP senator reveals dirty little secret. Maybe, maybe not. There's a whole legal infrastructure that's got to be dealt with, and I somehow don't think that that's actually true. Republican Senator Ted Cruz suggested the so-called Trump accounts for American children are a part of an effort to revamp Social Security, a sensitive political subject long regarded as the third rail in U.S. politics. That is an interesting idea. For 50 years, U.S. conservatives have been trying to mimic Australia's superannuation program, which requires employers to pay into an employee's investment fund to be accessed upon retirement as a way to reduce reliance on public pensions. Cruz described a U.S. version as Social Security personal accounts. Well, here's the deal. That is perfectly fine, but people are not going to go for, this sort of thing given 2008 and 2009, where, people literally who had 401ks and, decent sized retirement funds, basically, I read a lot of stories about, people retirement age having to go back to work. So, now there is a whole thing about, as you get older, you want less volatile investments. You want to go, like, by the time you're actually retiring, you want as little exposure to the stock market or, things that are a little bit more riskier. You want to just lessen that exposure, for stability purposes. But most people aren't even that savvy. So who's going to manage all those personal accounts, by the way? So interesting idea, though. So let's go and look at what the Trump administration is doing that's interesting. Pentagon will review Senator Mark Kelly's comments about U.S. weapon stockpiles, Hegseth says. In my opinion, this is just he is a senator on the Armed Services Committee, I believe. Why are they going and looking at this sort of stuff? Um, it's really talk about weaponizing the Justice Department. So, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth announced that the Pentagon's legal counsel will review whether Senator Mark Kelly violated his oath by disclosing purportedly classified information regarding U.S. weapons stockpiles. The dispute was triggered by Senator Kelly's Sunday appearance on Face the Nation, where he warned that American inventories of critical munitions, including Tomahawk missiles, SM-3 interceptors, and Patriot missiles, have been severely depleted by the ongoing conflict in Iran. If that's all he said, then good luck with that. So I think it's probably fairly obvious that we've been using a lot of missiles. Let's see. This legal referral marks an escalation in a long-standing feud between the two, Hegseth and Mark Kelly, which includes an ongoing attempt by Hegseth to reduce Kelly's retired Navy rank and pension over a video the senator made regarding the right of service members to refuse illegal orders. Well, that reduction in rate and all that stuff, a reduction in rank and all that stuff, that hit a legal roadblock. So I don't think that's going to happen. Let's see what else. Trump plans to fire FDA Commissioner Marty Makary. I think that's how you pronounce it. Dr. Makary has been a supporter of the Make American Healthy Again movement, but made some enemies in the administration over vaping. Wow. The abortion pill and rejections of new drugs. That's interesting. President Trump has signed off on a plan to fire Marty Makary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, after a series of clashes over vaping, oversight of the abortion pill, and a series of new drug application denials that rattled biotech companies, according to a person briefed on the matter who was not authorized to discuss it publicly. Dr. Makary, had a high profile for an FDA commissioner, appearing frequently on television and podcasts to sell the work he was doing at the agency on improving the food supply, speeding up some drug approvals, and trying to restore agency morale after thousands of staff members left. He tried to walk the tightrope between the business-friendly Make America Great Again movement, pledging to get rid of regulations and slow down innovation, and to attract more drug trials to the United States. He was an ally of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Make American Healthy Again supporters, voicing the skepticism of the pharmaceutical industry in authorizing natural food dyes. Ultimately, Dr. Makary's efforts were not enough to overcome the grievances of a growing band of enemies focused on selling tobacco, opposing abortion, and seeing biotech therapies authorized. Mr. Trump's decision to dismiss him was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Yeah. You can't be doing science in the Trump administration. That'll get you in hot water. What's up, CKJ3? Not cooking anything right now, but I am gonna bake some bread tonight. I don't know. It'll be something. I'm not exactly sure what yet, Bobby. So let's go from the FDA to press dinner gunman pleads not guilty to attempting to assassinate Trump. And we probably all know how that's going to go. So he has pled not guilty, folks. So there will be a trial, apparently. That could be interesting. Hopefully they put cameras in the courtroom. Extremely scary. There is a specter of an all GOP governor's race in California, and apparently people are kind of spazzing out over that. Let's listen to it. It's only 3 minutes.
Extremely scary.
Specter of an all-GOP governor's race spurs push to remake open primary, by Dakota Smith. This article is read by an automated voice. Voters in California may get a chance to remake the state's open primary system in 2 years. Political consultant Steve Mavilio filed an application Friday with state officials that seeks to alter California's voting system by reverting to a traditional primary. Under the proposal, the top candidates from each party would advance to the general election in November. The current system allows the top 2 candidates, regardless of party, to move on to the runoff. That has led to instances in which 2 Democrats or 2 Republicans have faced off in the general election. The state's gubernatorial election, for example, has prompted concern that 2 Republicans could shut out the Democratic candidates. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco and former Fox News commentator Steve Hilton have polled high in various surveys and are facing a large field of Democrats. Democratic voters vastly outnumber Republicans in California, yet some political consultants said they feared there were so many Democrats running that voters wouldn't coalesce around one candidate, and the field would be split. Those fears have eased somewhat in recent months as some Democratic candidates advance from the pack. The state's top 2 primary system has been in place since California voters passed Proposition 14 in 2010. The state's major political parties opposed the initiative, while then-Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger supported it. The goal was to help end partisan gridlock in Sacramento and force candidates in primaries to appeal to a wider range of voters, rather than just those in their own party. Proposition 14, as well as the state's once-a-decade redistricting process, has led to some dramatic races, including the 2012 face-off between Democratic Representatives Brad Sherman and Howard Berman for a congressional seat in Los Angeles' San Fernando Valley. Amid aspersions and attack ads, the pair nearly came to blows at a community debate. Mavillo described the ballot measure as a simple repeal of Proposition 14, and said he was inspired by the governor's race. It was extremely scary to envision the November ballot for governor with Republicans on it, Mavillo said. The New York Times first reported on the ballot measure proposal. A news release from Mavillo states that the proposed repeal of Prop. 14 is fueled by concerns that California's primaries are disenfranchising a majority of California voters by limiting choice to candidates from one party. A website for the effort includes criticisms of the current primary system by Democratic Party Chair Rusty Hicks and Ron Naring, former chairman of the California Republican Party. Mavillo's ballot initiative proposes to appear on the 2028 ballot and take effect in 2030.
Yeah, probably should have stopped it earlier than that. I don't know. It'd be interesting because I know their legislature won't go Republican. So that might not be the worst thing to ever happen to California. This was interesting given Ted Turner's death last week. Home on the range no more. Trump wants bison gone. The Trump administration is evicting bison herds from federal grasslands in Montana, siding with ranchers and Republican leaders over environmentalists and tribal leaders. Wow. So let's listen to a little bit of this.
Home
Nice
on the
photographs.
range no more. Trump wants bison gone. This article is by Jack Healy and read by an automated voice. Crazy Alice, a half-ton bison, likes to feast on grass and roll in the dirt, but her deepest attachment might be to a certain corner of the Montana prairie. When her handlers once moved her herd to a different pasture, she tried to break out and go back. Now the Trump administration wants to evict Crazy Alice and hundreds of other bison from that home on the range and replace them with cattle. The resulting clash on the prairie has pitted ranchers and Republican leaders against a furry, snorting symbol of the American West. This is a part of our country's heritage, said Allison Fox, executive director of American Prairie, a deep-pocketed nonprofit that has spent 2 decades buying ranches and grazing leases on public land in northern Montana to create the newly embattled home for bison. The conflict centers on 900 bison owned by the group, which was allowed by multiple administrations, including President Trump's first, to graze on federal lands. much to the consternation of politically conservative ranchers who wanted the land for cattle. This winter, the U.S. Bureau of Land Management reversed course and canceled the bison grazing permits. Citing the Taylor Grazing Act of 1934, the agency said the federal grasslands where the animals grazed should go to livestock being raised for food, not bison largely enjoying their right to roam. The agency deemed the bison to be wildlife, not production livestock. Conservation groups condemned the decision, as did Native American tribes, who say the anti-bison effort threatens their own herds as they try to revive bison populations that were hunted to near extinction by 19th century settlers. But Montana ranchers like Perry Jacobs celebrated. She said the federal government, a perennial boogeyman for Western conservatives, finally seemed to be on her side. "These lands are here for food," said Ms. Jacobs, whose family has raised
What on earth happened here?
cows in northern
Oh, there we
Montana
go.
for nearly 110 years.
Huh.
We have to understand that progress and time march forward. Bison just don't fit on the landscape anymore. Ranchers like Ms. Jacobs could give the Trump administration some sorely needed support in farm country.
I can't believe that they said bison don't belong on the prairies. The only thing I can think of is, I wonder if, turning all this into cattle grazing land will lower steak prices. I bet it won't. So to be honest, they don't get my sympathy. I'm paying too damn much for my ribeyes. All right. So we are going to switch gears into the part of the show that I know is going to drive some folks away. So we're going to start with I didn't realize Kevin Roberts, who is the principal dude involved with the he's president of the Heritage Foundation, and I guess you could say the principal architect or something like that of Project 2025. Well, apparently he has a PhD in American history. I think I knew that part, but he also, his master's thesis and his PhD, master's thesis, PhD dissertation was on couple African American history themed projects. So the running notion here is that he went and basically became a specialist in African American history. So he was better equipped to go and screw up or screw with civil rights. I would need more details on that, but I thought it was very interesting that his background. Who got wait, hold it. Who got who banned from CT's channel? CK. I can't imagine John Galt would ever be banned. So anyway, there was some interesting stuff that I wanted to read here. As a matter of fact, I'll just read a few paragraphs of this. So again, a white nationalist with a PhD in African American history question mark. Well, no, he does not have a PhD in African American history. But this is from Latasha Levy, who is a history professor too, I think, somewhere. I can't even remember where. Recently, we've seen a gazillion posts, videos, and commentary calling out the diabolical playbook of the president of the right wing Heritage Foundation, who supposedly has a PhD in African American history. People are stunned by what seems to be a glaring contradiction. There are two critical points to make about this man, his work, and the work we are called to do. For one, this man has degrees in history and American studies. He does not have a PhD in African American history. He does not. Too many people are conflating slavery with African American history and confusing a PhD in African American history with a PhD in African American studies. These things are not the same. And really, there is no such thing as a PhD in African American history. I actually agree with that. Although some folks may claim the concentration in a history department to make it plain, and still a degree in history and American studies is not the same as African American studies. Please come correct on this. To repeat that lie, that one of the leaders of Project 2025 holds a PhD in African American history is a distortion that blurs the reality that there is no contradiction in this man's political commitments. Which brings me to point number 2. Transatlantic slavery is not Black history. It is not African history. Transatlantic slavery is European history and American history too. It's not just African American. It's not just African American history. It is the history of the making of whiteness and the creation of race. It is the history of the West and modernity. Totally agree with that. The idea that a white would write a dissertation about African culture and family structures that survived the brutality and dehumanization of transatlantic slavery is not new, nor is it out of step with political conservatism or even anti-Black racism. White scholars have always studied Black folk and actively opposed equal rights. White scholarship on Black folks as objects of study is why W.E.B. Du Bois and Carter G. Woodson waged crusades against history as propaganda in the first place. But here's the thing. There is a long-standing tradition between abolition and white supremacy. She's going to talk about Abraham Lincoln being an abolitionist who was forced to issue the Emancipation Proclamation out of fear of losing the Civil War. That's actually one thing that I still hear even today about Abraham Lincoln, being the great emancipator. Well, I think he maybe came to that, but it was a slow progress. And again, what he told Stephen Douglas about, well, let me read what he told Stephen Douglas. While I was at a hotel today, an elderly gentleman called upon me to know whether I was in favor of producing a perfect equality between the Negroes and white people. I will say then that I am not, nor ever have been in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and Black races. That I am not, nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor intermarry with white people. And I will say in addition to this that there is a physical difference between white and Black races, which I believe will forever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. So there's your party of Lincoln, folks. I say upon this occasion, I do not perceive that because the white man is to have the superior position, the Negro should be denied everything. I do not understand that because I do not want a Negro woman for a slave, I must necessarily want her for because I do not want a Negro woman for a slave, I must necessarily want her for a wife. My understanding is that I can just let her alone. I am now in my 50th year, and I've certainly never had a black woman for either a slave or a wife, but it seems to me quite possible for us to get along without making either slaves or wives of Negroes. I will add to this that I've never seen, to my knowledge, a man, woman, or child who is in favor of producing a perfect equality, social and political, between Negroes and white men. So there's your Lincoln, folks. So two things can be true at once, though. Bob told JG. Oh wow, how does that happen? What's up, Lawrence? Wow. uh, wow, that's some drama, but I don't imagine that'll be a permanent situation though. As a matter of fact, I was just up on CT's panel. Was it last Friday or Saturday or something? And John Galt was up there. I guess it was Saturday. No, was it Saturday? Um, Maybe it was Friday. Anyway, because I didn't do a show one of those days. Maybe it was Thursday. So anyway, we're going to stick with this theme of basically the Heritage Foundation and other entities out there, Supreme Court, the Trump administration in general, and MAGA as a political movement wanting to basically um, interrupt, if not outright, get rid of civil rights legislation. Let's see. Bob wanted John to get into the. Oh wow. Oh well. Uh, having a big fight among anti-black blacks, and Bob, I consider an anti-black black as well. Um, it does. I mean, it's interesting, but so are circus acts. All right, so we're gonna move on, and let's see. We're gonna listen to this. Actually, I want to listen to this. I don't know if I ever showed this. This is Richard Rothstein talking about a book he wrote years ago called The Color of Law that deals specifically with redlining in the North. And there was, of course, redlining in the South, but, places like Chicago are kind of famous for that. And since we're talking about civil rights and, more or less the need for civil rights, voting rights we talked about earlier, this is worth hearing. It's about what, 7 years old.
Thank you, Stephanie, so much. And thank you all for coming. As Stephanie said, my name is Robert Self, and I'm the chair of the History Department. And I'm really pleased to have joined this semester with CSREA and the American Studies Department to sponsor this series called Segregated: Structural Racism in the Shaping of American Cities. And Stacy mentioned wealth, opportunity, and safety. And the way that this series will work is each of those concepts, wealth, opportunity, and safety, will be visited by particular speakers. So today we have, of course, Richard Rothstein. We'll talk about a big overall national story about the role of the federal government in segregating American cities. And our final two speakers, Nathan Connolly and Elizabeth Hinton, will address more specific questions of opportunity, safety, policing, the ways in which urban spaces are constructed, imagined, policed, regulated, and so on. Cities in North America, and in particular the regions that became the United States, have been shaped by forms of racial segregation and racial inequities since the colonial era, when slave markets were an indelible feature of the urban landscape, both North and South. But after the Second World War, a specific set of forces, institutional actors, and public policy came together to create intensified and lasting forms of segregation and stark racial preferences for whites at the expense of people of color. This produced what the historian Arnie Hirsch once called, quote, the second ghetto, using the language of an earlier era, a space of racialization and disadvantage created by public policy. The federal government itself, in one of the most honest, if schizophrenic, reports it has ever delivered, the 1968 Kerner Commission report, wrote of this, quote, second ghetto, white institutions created it, white institutions maintain it, and white society condones it. This a mere 30 years after that same federal government had put in place many of the very policies that made the ghetto itself. It is the specific set of forces, actors, and policies that came together after World War II to create the modern urban racial landscape that are the subject of this speaker series this semester. And so with that brief introduction to the series, I want to turn to our speaker today, Richard Rothstein. Mr. Rothstein is a distinguished fellow of the Economic Policy Institute and a senior fellow emeritus at the Thurgood Marshall Institute of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and of the Haas Institute of the University of California, Berkeley. He is the author most recently, drawing on that today, of The Color of Law, A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America, which was long listed for the National Book Award and recently won the 2018 Sidney Hillman Prize. It's from this work that he'll draw today. Rothstein has been, for much of his career, a scholar and a policy analyst of education. In this vein, he is the author of such books as Grading Education, Getting Accountability Right, Class and Schools, Using Social, Economic, Educational Reform to Close the Black-White Achievement Gap, and The Way We Were, Myths and Realities of American Student Achievement, among a number of other books. The Color of Law draws on his own work and, importantly, on the scholarship of a generation of sociologists and historians whose documentation of the federal role in urban segregation, including government-sanctioned redlining, has been so central to our understanding of the recent urban past. And with that, let me say how delighted I am to welcome Richard Rothstein to Brown.
Thank you, Robert. I tried out that table. It's sturdy enough for someone to sit on. So someone, and probably this one is too, although I didn't try that one out. And there's another seat there. And so come on, somebody. Well, thank you, Robert. As I always have to say, I also want to thank Robert for his important research in Oakland, which I drew on so heavily in doing this work myself. As you all know, in the 20th century, we made a decision nationally to abolish segregation in this country. We had a civil rights movement. It began by challenging segregation in law schools. Civil rights lawyers sued to desegregate law schools because they figured that if judges couldn't understand anything else, they might be able to figure out that you couldn't get a good legal education in a segregated law school. That was the first case. And then that precedent was used to challenge segregation in colleges and universities. And then that precedent was used as a basis for the Brown versus Board of Education decision that you're all familiar with in 1954, that abolished legal segregation in elementary and secondary schools. And then the Brown decision gave new impetus, inspiration to a growing civil rights movement that over the course of the next 15 years challenged segregation in everything from water fountains to buses. You're all familiar with the Rosa Parks story, to lunch counters, to public accommodations of all kinds, interstate transportation. And then at the end of the 1960s, the civil rights movement folded up its tent and left untouched the biggest segregation of all, which is that every metropolitan area in this country is residentially segregated. We came to understand in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s that segregation was wrong, that it was immoral, that it was harmful to both African Americans and to whites, even that it was unconstitutional. And yet we left untouched the biggest segregation of all. And that's always been a puzzle to me. How is it that we accept the fact that we have residentially segregated metropolitan areas? I've lived in many. Every one of them that I've lived in has had clearly defined areas that were black or almost all black, white or almost all white. How is it that we've ignored this? We don't think it's a great thing. Most of us think it's a bad thing, but we don't feel any obligation to do anything about it as we did about all the other forms of segregation that we challenged in the 20th century. I guess in one sense, it's not that hard to understand. It's a lot harder to challenge segregation in neighborhoods than to challenge segregation in water fountains. If you abolish segregation in water fountains, the next day you can drink from any water fountain. The colored and white signs come down, and we no longer have segregated water fountains. But if we abolish segregation in neighborhoods, the next day things wouldn't look much different. It's a harder thing to do. And so what we've done, all of us, and I mean all of us, myself included, whites and blacks, Democrats and Republicans, liberals and conservatives, Northerners and Southerners, is we've adopted a national rationalization to excuse ourselves from doing something that's very hard, desegregating neighborhoods. And that rationalization goes something like this. The forms of segregation that we abolished in the 20th century, well, those were all created by government. There were ordinances and laws and regulations, public policies that separated blacks and whites in schools, in colleges, in restaurants, in buses, in all of the other institutions that we challenged. And because this was required, this kind of segregation was required by government policy, well, it violated the Constitution. It was a civil rights violation. In the case of the federal government, it violated, where the federal government was involved, it violated the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. In the case of state and local policy, it was a violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. And as we came to recognize that this was a civil rights violation, we understood that as a constitutional democracy, all of us had an obligation to remedy it as citizens of this democracy. Residential segregation, though, we tell ourselves is something very different. Residential segregation was not the creation of government. Residential segregation was the creation of private people. It's private activity. Bigoted white homeowners wouldn't sell homes to African Americans in white neighborhoods. Or real estate agents and banks operating in the private economy discriminated in the way in which they showed homes or rented apartments or issued mortgages. Or maybe it's just that blacks and whites like to live with each other of the same race. We all feel more comfortable living with people who have the same skin color that we do. Or maybe we tell ourselves it's really just a product of income differences. On average, of course, there are distributions, but on average, African-American incomes are lower than the average African and white incomes, and many African-Americans just can't afford to move to middle-class white neighborhoods. All of these individual, personal, economic, private, bigoted decisions is what created residential segregation. And if it happened by accident, it's not our responsibility to do anything about it. It can only unhappen by accident. And therefore, we've absolved ourselves of the obligation to address it. Well, as Robert said in introducing me, I was a student of education policy. I knew nothing about housing before I started working on this topic, and I still know very little about it, but I'm learning fast. But I was an education policy analyst, and in much of the 1990s and 2000s, I was writing denunciations of federal education policy, which assumed that the only reason we had an achievement gap between black students and white students is because teachers had low expectations. The schools weren't held accountable for higher achievement by black students. And if only we made tougher accountability policies, tested students more, publicized the test results, the black-white gap would disappear. And I wrote many columns arguing that this was nonsense, that the reason we have an achievement gap is primarily because of the social and economic conditions that children from lower socioeconomic groups, particularly minorities, come to school with that impedes their learning. And I gave many, many examples of this in articles that I wrote, and books that I wrote. Robert mentioned a couple of them, but I'll just give one example. We know that African American children in urban areas have asthma at 4 times the rate of middle class children. If a child has asthma, that child is likely to be up at night, drowsy the next day, wheezing, sometimes sleepless, less frequently coming to school. Asthma is the biggest cause of chronic school absenteeism. And I tried to explain that if you had 2 groups of children who are equal in every respect, 2 identical groups of children, same race, same socioeconomic distribution, same family background, equal in every respect except one group had a higher rate of asthma and therefore was going to come to school more drowsy and less often and more sleepless, that group is going to have lower average achievement. It seemed to me a simple matter of logic. It's not to say that some children with asthma don't have higher achievement than typical children without, because there's a distribution of outcome for every human characteristic. But on average, if school means anything, a child who comes to school paying less attention because they haven't gotten any sleep the night before is going to do less well, typically. And there are so many of these conditions, asthma, lead poisoning from living in more polluted neighborhoods and less but well-maintained homes, or stress from parental economic insecurity, or homelessness. And you add them all up, and they explain most of the achievement gap. But then I began to think, took me a while, I'm a slow learner, I began to think that if you take children with these conditions and you concentrate them in single schools so that every child has either asthma or lead poisoning or stress or homelessness or some combination of these and other socioeconomic disadvantages, it's inconceivable that that school, no matter how high teacher expectations were, that that school can achieve at the same level of schools where children come to school well rested and without the cognitive deficiencies created by lead absorption and unstressed and in good health and so forth. So that's how I came to this topic. I began to worry about the concentration of disadvantage in schools. And we call those kinds of schools, obviously, segregated schools. And I knew that schools were segregated in this country, racially homogenous in large part, because they're located in segregated neighborhoods. In fact, schools are more segregated today in this country than any time in the last 45 years because our neighborhoods are so segregated. So this was my concern. And then in 2007, the Supreme Court issued a decision in the field of education that, as an education policy analyst, I had to read and analyze. And this was a case that involved the school districts of Seattle, Washington, and Louisville, Kentucky. Both of those school districts had very, very modest token desegregation plans. The leaders of those school districts understood the conditions I was just talking about, and they wanted to desegregate their schools to some extent. So they adopted a very trivial plan in which parents had a choice of which school to send their child to within the district. But if the choice was going to further exacerbate the racial concentration of a school, that choice would not be honored in favor of the choice of a child that would ameliorate the racial concentration. So if you had an all-white or mostly white school and there was one place left, and both a black and a white child applied for that place, the black child would be given some preference and vice versa. How could you imagine a more trivial plan? How many times do you have one place left and you have to choose between a black and a white applicant? It almost never happens, but that was the plan. The Supreme Court denounced the plan. They said it was unconstitutional. It was a violation of the Fourth Amendment to take race into account in pupil assignment. And the reason the Supreme Court said, John Roberts wrote the opinion, he said, well, the schools in Seattle are segregated because the neighborhoods in which they're located are segregated. Well, I thought that was a pretty wise observation on the Chief Justice's part. That's, in fact, why the schools in Louisville and Seattle are segregated. And then he went on to say that the neighborhoods are segregated de facto for all the reasons that I just described. And if they were segregated because of private bigotry and actors in the private economy, and people's self-choices and income differences, it wasn't a creation of government, and therefore it's not a violation of the Constitution. It's just an accident of demography. And if it doesn't violate the Constitution, it's not permitted to remedy it. Well, as you can see, I've been around for a few years. And I read this decision, and suddenly something struck me about a case I'd read about many years before in Louisville, Kentucky, one of the districts that was the subject of this case. In Louisville, there was a white homeowner in a suburb of Louisville called Shively, a single-family home suburb on the outskirts of Louisville, who had an African-American friend who was living in the central city of Louisville, renting an apartment. The African-American friend was a decorated Navy veteran. He had a wife and a daughter, a good job. He wanted to move to a single-family home, but as de facto segregation tells us, nobody would sell one to him. So the white family, the white homeowner, bought a second home in this suburb of Shively and resold it to his African-American friend. In those days, that was about the only way that African-Americans ever moved into white neighborhoods, as if a white family bought a home and then resold it to an African-American. And when the African-American family moved in to this single-family home in Shively, an angry mob of white neighbors surrounded the home, protected by the police. They threw rocks through the windows. They dynamited and firebombed the home. Despite the fact the police were present, they couldn't identify a single perpetrator. And when the riot was all over, the state of Kentucky arrested, tried, convicted, and jailed with a 15-year sentence the white homeowner for sedition, for having sold a home to an African-American family. And I said to myself, this doesn't sound to me much like de facto segregation. Maybe there's something that Chief Justice John Roberts doesn't know about the history of how this happened that's worth investigating. And so I began the investigation that led to the book, The Color of Law, that Robert mentioned. And what I concluded was that not only were there thousands of cases like this, and I am not exaggerating, I use the word deliberately, thousands of cases of mob violence protected by the police to drive African Americans out of white neighborhoods. But there were many, many other federal, state, and local policies, racially explicit policies, that were designed to ensure that African Americans and whites could not live near one another in urban areas. It's not to say that there wasn't bigotry involved. Of course there was private bigotry. But there were so many public policies that were equally as powerful as the policies of segregated restaurants and lunch counters and buses and schools, that we have, that de facto segregation is an utter myth. We have a de jure system, to use the court's term, of residential segregation. The residential segregation of every metropolitan area, the racial boundaries that we see, are a violation of the Constitution as much as the segregation of water fountains was. And if that's the case, and I'm convinced it is the case, and if that's the case, then it's a civil rights violation. And we have an obligation, all of us as American citizens, to remedy it if we want to call ourselves a constitutional democracy. We can no longer use the excuse that, oh, well, this happened by private activity. It's not our responsibility. So let me describe, in addition to the use of the courts and the police and the criminal justice system to enforce racial boundaries, some of the other chief policies that the federal government used. There were many at the state and local level as well, to enforce segregation. I want to emphasize it's not to say that there wasn't private bigotry involved. All the things that I mentioned before certainly took place. But our Constitution says that no matter how much private bigotry there is, no matter how much private activity to create segregation there is, if the government embraces it, then it becomes a constitutional violation. The Bill of Rights exists to require government to resist private discrimination, not to embrace it. So let me describe some of the chief policies that were followed by the federal government to create this civil rights violation, which is residential segregation. First one I'll mention is public housing. Now I think all of you think you know what public housing is. I did before I did this research, before I began reading about this stuff. Public housing is a place we think where poor people live. Single mothers with children, lots of them. Lots of young men without jobs in the formal economy. Lots of deteriorated buildings. Lots of interactions with the police. public slums. That's our image of public housing. But that's not how public housing began in this country. Public housing began in this country during the New Deal, during the Depression, by the Roosevelt administration, and it was housing for middle-class, working-class families who had jobs, good jobs, who could afford to pay for housing, could afford to pay rent for apartments. It wasn't for poor people. Poor people were not allowed into public housing in those days when the public housing first began. The Depression, of course, had a lot of unemployment. 25% of the workforce was unemployed, enormous unemployment. But public housing was for the 75% who had jobs, but who had no housing because no housing was being built in the Depression. There was a big housing shortage. So the Public Works Administration, one of the first New Deal agencies, built public housing across much of the country, certainly east of the Mississippi River. Government wasn't much involved west of the Mississippi in those days. Built public housing, and everywhere it built it for, again, working class, white, middle class families on a segregated basis. Separate projects for whites and for African Americans. Frequently creating segregation where it hadn't previously existed. Now that also may surprise you. Certainly we had a lot of segregation, informal segregation in the country in many eastern cities after World War I and the great migration of African Americans into eastern cities, but there were also many integrated neighborhoods, working class neighborhoods in particular, near downtown areas because factory districts, factories, warehouses, service industries serving them, all had to be located in a central area near either a railroad terminal or a deep water port, because that's where they got their parts and shipped their final products. And workers who didn't have automobiles had to walk to work or take short streetcar rides. So if you had a factory district that was had employed workers who were African American and Irish and Italian and Jewish and rural migrants, and they all had to live in broadly the same neighborhoods. Not to suggest that every other home was a different race, but broadly integrated neighborhoods. The great African American poet, novelist, playwright, Langston Hughes, I hope many of you are familiar with, wrote in his autobiography that he grew up in a downtown integrated Cleveland neighborhood. We don't think of downtown Cleveland as being an integrated place today. But he said in high school his best friend was Polish. He dated a Jewish girl. This was not the norm, but it wasn't unique either in those times. Much more commonplace than it is today for high school students. And the Public Works Administration, the first New Deal agency, demolished housing in that downtown area of Cleveland to build two separate projects, one for African Americans and one for whites, creating a pattern of segregation with that and other projects elsewhere in Cleveland that were also segregated, creating a pattern of segregation or reinforcing a pattern of segregation that otherwise would never have developed with such strength. In my book, I like to talk about self-satisfied smug places. I don't know if Providence qualifies, but Cambridge, Massachusetts is one that I talk about. The area between Harvard and MIT, the Central Square neighborhood, was about half black and half white in the 1930s. It was an integrated neighborhood. The Public Works Administration demolished housing there to build two separate projects, one for whites, one for African Americans, creating a pattern of segregation and that and other projects also segregated in the Boston area that otherwise would never have developed with such strength. During World War II, hundreds of thousands of workers flocked to centers of war production to take jobs in the war industries. Jobs had been scarce during the Depression. The war industries absorbed a lot of the unemployment. Workers flocked from all over the rural areas of the South and the Midwest, the Western states, the Southwest, to take jobs in war industries. And they overwhelmed the communities where they were located, where these plants were located. And if the government wanted the ships and the planes and the tanks and the jeeps to continue to be produced, it had to produce housing for these workers. So it did. It produced separate housing, segregated housing for African Americans and whites. Frequently, they were working in the same plants, but separate housing for African American white war workers, creating a pattern of segregation in some places and reinforcing the pattern in others that otherwise would never have existed with such strength. And in my book, again, I pick on a place, the San Francisco Bay Area, a community called Richmond, a small suburb of Berkeley, was the center of shipbuilding on the West Coast, had very few African Americans living there. There was some some domestic workers who were typically related to Pullman car porters, who were living in an integrated West Oakland area, who were living in Richmond before that, but very few African Americans. It was a community of 20,000, and by the end of the war, the shipyards in Richmond were employing 100,000 workers, and if you add in the families that they brought with them, it was probably an influx of 300,000 people or so into Richmond, and no community like that can absorb 300,000 people in a period of 4 years. If the government wanted the shipyards to continue, it had to build housing for those workers, and it did. To build segregated housing. Segregated housing, frequently for the African American workers, was mostly located along the railroad tracks in the industrial area. It was shabby housing. The city of Richmond announced that any African Americans who came to Richmond to work in the shipyards during the war would have to leave at the end of the war. And it built housing for the white shipyard workers closer to the more residential areas and close to shopping and other amenities, and frequently more stable housing. And this was done all over the country, wherever there were war plants, segregated housing. After World War II, there was still an enormous housing shortage. Not only was no housing built during the Depression, except for the few public projects that I mentioned. And during World War II, it was prohibited to use construction materials for civilian purposes, except for housing for war workers. So there was an enormous housing shortage, and then millions of returning war veterans were coming home needing housing. So we had an enormous housing shortage. People were doubled and tripled up, living with relatives, both African Americans and whites, living in open fields and Quonset huts. President Truman, who succeeded Roosevelt as president after World War II, had to address this housing crisis, and so he proposed a vast expansion of the National Public Housing Program. And remember, public housing was still at this time mostly for people who could afford to pay rent. This was not a program for poor people. These were returning war veterans who had jobs in the post-war boom, employment boom, but there was no housing for them. And so he proposed a vast expansion of the public housing program for returning war veterans. And conservatives in Congress wanted to defeat Truman's 1949 Housing Act, not because they didn't want to serve poor people. There weren't poor people to speak of, a few, but not too many living in public housing. Not for racial reasons, because it was always segregated. They didn't object to that. They wanted to defeat it because they thought that public housing was socialistic, that the private market should take care of the housing needs of returning war veterans, even though the private market wasn't doing so. And so they came up with a strategy that we call, it's a term maybe some of you heard, a poison pill strategy. A poison pill strategy is a strategy where opponents of a bill in Congress put forward an amendment which can garner a majority and pass. But then when the amendment is attached to the bill and the full bill, as amended, comes before the two houses of Congress, a different majority, because of that amendment, then votes against the bill and sends it down to defeat. So conservatives in Congress, led by then Senator from Ohio, Robert Taft, he was called Mr. Conservative, proposed an amendment to the National Housing Act of 1949 that said that from now on, no more racial discrimination in public housing. Couldn't segregate public housing anymore. Had to be a non-discriminatory program. Of course, it was a cynical amendment he proposed. He didn't want public housing at all. But he planned that he and his fellow conservatives would vote for this amendment. They would be joined by Northern liberals who would also vote for the amendment. That would create a majority, a combination of Northern liberals and conservative Republicans in favor of integration. And then when the full bill came up before the full houses of Congress, requiring an integrated public housing program, the conservatives would flip and vote against the final bill. They would be joined now by Southern Democrats who were all in favor of segregated public housing, but unintegrated public housing. So the entire bill would go down to defeat. So that was their poison pill strategy. Liberals had to decide what to do. Were they going to support the integration amendment, as many of them wanted, not all, but many of them wanted to, understanding that if they did, there would be no public housing built because the full public housing program would go down to defeat? Or would they oppose the integration amendment to guarantee the continuation and vast expansion of public housing? It was a difficult, difficult decision. There was an enormous housing crisis, just as we have today. To solve the housing crisis, they were going to have to sacrifice integration. And which way were they going to go? Well,
Here, let's this was an interesting point here. Let's see. I'm assuming so. So King Pick says he's never going to be considered serious due to the people on his channel. He should embrace that instead of trying to be a news channel. Is that what CT's trying to be? Or are you talking about me? So King Pix, tell me who you're talking about, because I mean that argument could be made about me. Sorry about that, folks. I was talking to my son. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I've never thought of CT's channel as a news channel. And I think plenty of people take him seriously. Anyway, so this I don't know. I know some people in this space have heard of Richard Rothstein. Okay. I was going to say Richard Rothstein. These one or two books that he wrote on redlining, and this is more like The Color of Law specifically. These books are seminal, and I often wonder how people can talk about anything like the sociology or philosophy or cultural aspects of American culture without knowing this stuff. I don't, to be honest, if I wanted to be perfectly snooty, I would have like a reading list, and maybe I ought to come up with a reading list. Like, don't come up here and talk to me about stuff if you have not read these books. But that sounds more snooty than than it probably should be.
they debated for a while, and eventually they decided, Northern liberals decided to vote against the integration amendment. The leading liberal at the time in Congress was Paul Douglas, a senator from Illinois. He was joined by, as the leader of this faction, Mr. Civil Rights in the United States Senate, Hubert Humphrey, who had made a name for himself by insisting on a civil rights platform in the Democratic Party, a civil rights plank in the Democratic Party platform in the previous presidential election. Douglas got up on the floor of the Senate and made a speech along the following lines. He said, "I want to say to my Negro friends that you'll be better off with segregated housing if this amendment is defeated than you will be with no housing at all if the amendment is passed." It was a difficult decision. In retrospect, although I'm not minimizing the difficulty of this decision, I'm not sure that we were better off, that anyone was better off by the vast reinforcement of racial segregation that took place as a result of the vast expansion of the Public Housing Act in 1949. As a result of that act, much of the public housing that was built in this country that we're all familiar with took place. Giant towers in many cities of the country. Some of you may recall the Pruitt-Igoe projects in St. Louis that became quite famous for their deteriorated state. It was actually not the Pruitt-Igoe projects. There was no such thing. There were two projects. Pruitt was for African Americans. Igoe was for whites. And very soon after all of these projects were built, a development occurred that was quite surprising to most observers and to housing officials, and that was that all the white projects suddenly developed large numbers of vacancies. The Igoe project, virtually empty. The black designated projects had long waiting lists. Even the most bigoted local public housing officials couldn't justify and sustain a situation where in the same city, some projects were virtually empty and others had long waiting lists. So in the beginning of the 1950s, late 1940s, all of the projects were opened up to African Americans. Soon public housing became, in most cities, a predominantly African American institution. At about the same time, another development occurred. Industry, remember, it had to be located near deep water ports on the river or near railroad stations. Industry left the cities. No longer did it need to be located near rail terminals or ports. Highways were being built, could get its parts and ship its final products by truck. So industry moved out of cities into rural areas and suburban areas. The result was that the people who are now living in the cities, public housing residents as well as others, increasingly African American, no longer had access to good industrial jobs. They became poorer. Incomes declined. They could no longer pay the rent in public housing that they had been paying before. Public housing came to be subsidized. Once it came to be subsidized, government stopped investing in it, stopped maintaining it. The projects deteriorated. The housing crisis for poor people became so great that public housing officials decided that any middle-class people who were remaining in public housing should be evicted to make place for the poor. And so we wound up concentrating poor people in public housing, and that's how we got the deteriorated concentrations of poverty in public housing that we know today. But that's not how public housing began, and it's not how it needs to be if we think about its origins. Well, the question I wanted to address now is, why did all the vacancies occur in the white projects and not in the black projects? And that was because of another federal program that was perhaps even more powerful in creating racial segregation than the segregated public housing program. And that was a program of the Federal Housing Administration that was explicitly, on a racially explicit basis, designed to move white families out of urban areas into single-family homes in the suburbs. It was a racially explicit program. And this is how the entire suburbanization of the country took place in 40s and 50s and early 60s. And you're familiar with this. All of the suburbs were built at this time. The most famous of them, the one I talk about a lot in the book, is Levittown, east of New York City. You've all heard of that, I assume, but maybe some of you remember hearing a song that Pete Seeger used to sing about the little boxes on a hillside made of ticky-tacky, and they all look the same. That was another development that was just as large as Levittown. That was south of San Francisco. Los Angeles became the symbol of suburbanization in the country. Communities like Panorama City or Lakewood or Westchester, west of Los Angeles. So all of these giant developments, as well as many smaller ones, thousands of them in between, were created by the Federal Housing Administration for whites only on a racially explicit basis during this period. Take Levittown, for example, or Westlake, which is the name of the little boxes on the hillside, or any of the others I mentioned, William Levitt, who was the builder of Levittown, or Henry Dolger, who was the builder of Westlake, could never have assembled the capital to build 15,000 homes, 17,000 homes in one place for which they had no buyers. No bank would be crazy enough to lend Levitt the money for that kind of a speculative venture. The only way that Levitt and Dolger and any of the other builders could have developed the capital to build these giant suburbs, as well as smaller developers who built smaller subdivisions. The only way they could get the capital to do this was by getting the federal government to guarantee their bank loans. And they had to go to the Federal Housing Administration. Levitt did. The other developers did. Submit their plans for the development. Make a commitment to the Federal Housing Administration never to sell a home to an African American. This was a condition of the federal guarantee. The Federal Housing Administration even required Levitt and these other builders to place a clause in the deed of every home prohibiting resale to African Americans or rental to African Americans. On that basis, Levitt got the bank guarantee he needed. He built 17,000 homes in one place, had buyers. He eventually got buyers and sold the homes who had FHA mortgages or VA mortgages if they were returning war veterans. The mortgages were so favorable on a 30-year amortization basis that these families could pay less in their monthly housing charges than they had been paying for rent in public housing before they were subsidized to move into these developments. And this is how the suburbanization of the country occurred on an all-white basis. There were many returning war veterans, African Americans, who could have afforded those homes. They were modest, inexpensive homes. Levittown, for example, and these other developments I've been talking about were typically 750, 800 square feet. They sold at the time for $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a piece. In today's inflation-adjusted dollars, that's about $100,000. Any working-class family can afford to buy a home for $100,000. It's less than twice national median income, with a 30-year amortized mortgage, and for returning war veterans, no down payment. But only whites were permitted to do so. African Americans were required to continue living in urban areas, renting apartments, either in public housing or in the private sector. These homes that were purchased by white families with federal subsidy over the next couple of generations gained in value, as you all know. You can't buy a home in these suburbs today for $100,000. They now sell for $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, frequently much more. Unaffordable to working class families of any race, of either race. 6, 7 times national median income now. The white families who were subsidized by the federal government on an explicitly racial basis to buy these homes gained, as these houses gained in value, equity.
Well, it's kind of funny there, Gabriel. I actually wasn't thinking of some of these passport bro or what do they call black men who prefer white women? I was actually thinking of the actual movie. What's it called? This is what happens when you get old. The movie this particular still picture is from. Damn it, what is it called? Imitation of Life. That's what it's called. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that movie. Now the title came from Aries, and I don't even remember what we were talking about. But then I've been hanging on to it, and sometimes I try and match up at least as close as I can get a title to the show I'm gonna do. It's the titles never come from the show I want to do. It's sometimes a coincidence or serendipity that a title happens to line up with what I want to talk about. But anyway, I was actually thinking about young white males dating like this woman here who was passing as white. He's never going to marry, you as, a black woman passing as white. He's always going to go for an actual, at least a socially accepted white girl. So, but it's still a good title. It still works.
Wealth from the appreciation of the value of their homes. They use that wealth to send their children to college, to weather medical or emergencies or maybe temporary unemployment bouts. They used it to subsidize their own retirements, and they used it to bequeath wealth to their children and grandchildren, who then had down payments for their own homes that were otherwise would have been unaffordable to them. African Americans, who are prohibited from participating in this racially explicit wealth-generating program, continue to live in urban areas, as I say, in rented apartments. The result is that
Exactly. So when we're talking about wealth gaps and stuff like that, racial wealth gaps, yep. There's decades of home ownership that could have been generating wealth, land and home ownership. I've talked about Bruce's Beach, which is a slightly different issue, but it involved land that was taken by eminent domain from a black family, beachfront property in Manhattan Beach, California. Who knows how many millions a resort on beachfront property could have generated for that particular family. That's like damn near 100 years of lost wealth.
today, African American incomes, on average, are about 60% of white incomes. There's a whole other story about government policy that created that income gap. I won't keep you here for another few hours telling you that story. It's a different lecture. African American incomes are 60% of white incomes. African American wealth is only 10% of white wealth. And whatever the reasons for the 60% ratio is, that enormous disparity between a 60% income ratio and a 10% wealth ratio is entirely attributable to unconstitutional federal housing policy that was practiced in the mid-20th century, that we, all of us as American citizens, have an obligation to remedy and that we've never even attempted to remedy. It's not that we've tried to remedy racial segregation in neighborhoods and failed. We've never even tried. As I said, the civil rights movement abandoned the effort of desegregation at the end of the 1960s. Well, there were many, many other policies besides the three that I focused on. One is the use of police-protected violence to drive African Americans out of white neighborhoods, the use of public housing to create patterns of segregation, the Federal Housing Administration subsidization of white home ownership in suburban areas, many other policies in addition to those three that federal, state, and local governments utilized to create segregation, or sometimes to reinforce informal segregation that already existed. It would have been so easy to have a different history. This is not, it would not have been difficult. Take the example of Levittown that I gave. What if the Federal Housing Administration had followed its constitutional responsibilities and said to Levitt, okay, we'll only guarantee your bank loans if you sell homes on a non-discriminatory basis. There were African Americans who could have afforded to move into Levittown. I told one story in my book about an African American family that owned a trucking business that delivered materials, sheetrock, to Levittown when it was being built, but they were prohibited from buying homes in the suburb that they were building. What if the federal government had said that? You can only sell homes. You can only have this bank guarantee if you sell on a non-discriminatory basis. There would have been some bigoted white families who said, I don't want to live in an integrated development. I won't buy a home. That was Levitt's. Levitt said if he had followed a non-discriminatory policy, if he had been allowed to, he said no white families would have moved. That was crazy. That was nonsense. The reality is there was such an enormous housing shortage that for any white family who declined to move into an integrated development because it didn't want to have black neighbors, there were 10 waiting online to take its place. And the same thing was true with the public housing that was built that I described earlier. If that had been done on an integrated basis, I don't think there would have been many families who would have refused to move into them. Remember, they were living in integrated neighborhoods before that in many cases. But if they had, there would have been many wanting to take its place because there was such an enormous housing shortage. So it would have been so easy to avoid the segregation we have today. And the segregation we have today has enormous consequences. It's the underlying cause of so many of the social problems that we face in this country today. I began this talk by talking about the achievement gap in schools and why racial segregation is a major contributor to that achievement gap. It's an important contributor to the health disparities between African Americans and whites, that African Americans live in less healthy neighborhoods, have shorter life expectancies as a result, of higher rates of heart disease. It's certainly a big cause of the violent confrontations between police and young men, which could not exist if we weren't concentrating the most disadvantaged young men in single neighborhoods without access to good jobs or even transportation to get to those jobs. And I think it also...
Uh-oh. Boy, did I hit the wrong button. My bad.
As a result, of higher rates of heart disease. It's certainly a big cause of the violent confrontations between police and young men, which could not exist if we weren't concentrating the most disadvantaged young men in single neighborhoods without access to good jobs or even transportation to get to those jobs. And I think it also is the cause of the very dangerous political polarization that is threatening our very existence as a democracy in this country. The political polarization is not entirely racial, but it tracks racial lines, as you all know. And how can we ever develop a common national identity if so many African Americans and whites live so far distant from one another that they have no ability to empathize with each other, to understand each other's life experiences? So the price that we pay for this devil's bargain that we made, that Paul Douglas made, he may have had no choice, but the price we pay is enormous. Today, of course, as I began by saying, it's much more difficult to remedy this than it was to remedy the other forms of segregation that we addressed in the 20th century. The structures that we created, the segregated structures that we created, you can pile on top of those race-neutral policies that simply reinforce it. For example, we have a big program in this country to develop low-income housing, affordable housing. We have another enormous housing crisis today, just like Paul Douglas faced. It's much easier to build affordable housing, even if it's race-neutral, on its face, in low-income segregated neighborhoods. And so that's what we do. We reinforce segregation by building low-income affordable housing, primarily where it's easiest to build, where developers don't have to hold 100 community meetings explaining to neighbors why they're bringing Black and brown people into your neighborhood. Land is cheaper there. It's easier to rent apartments in segregated neighborhoods because there are lots of low-income people who can walk by and see a sign in the window. You put those developments in a middle-class neighborhood, it's harder to rent. You have to advertise them. So it's much easier to take the shortcut and reinforce segregation by continuing policies that, while today race neutral, reinforce the segregation of the past. There are many, many other policies that we could follow if we were intent on creating desegregation. For example, we should be, as a remedy to the wealth gap that we created as a result of these explicit racial policies, we should be subsidizing qualified African Americans to buy homes that are otherwise unaffordable to them in higher opportunity neighborhoods. That would be a narrowly crafted remedy to a specific constitutional violation. And in light of the history I've described, would have to be upheld by the courts. So the policies to remedy this are easy. What's not easy is developing the political will, the new civil rights movement that's necessary to address it. And the reason that my advanced years on running around the country talking about this is I want to encourage you to think about a new civil rights movement in which you can participate, that will begin to raise awareness of this issue and address the remedy that we, all of us as American citizens, have an obligation to embrace. So I think we have time for questions, do we? And thank you.
Yeah, so we'll go from a reasonable person who is knowledgeable on the topic to this guy. So let's hear This will be an hour and a half of Thomas Sowell talking about preferential policies, which fits in with kind of the theme of the show. You know, Voting Rights Act, pretty much neutralized. We just talked about housing policy failures over the decades. And now we have Thomas Sowell to tell Black people or tell white people why Black people should not have any sort of preferential policies or remedies for historical oppression.
Sowell, author of Preferential Policies and International Perspective. Why do you need a book like this right now?
Well, some of the issues that have been fought over are now coming to a head, especially with the Civil Rights Act of 1990, so-called, up before Congress, and especially in the light of Supreme Court decisions of last year, which have been called a cutback in civil rights, but which in fact I think are a corrective to many of the things that have been going on. I'm really worried about the attempt to reverse the Ward's Cove decision, because I think that's the first case where a company was being prosecuted, not because of any act of discrimination against any individual, not even because their numbers of employees were less than the numbers of the group in the population, but because they had a larger proportion of non-whites in the lower levels than they had in the upper levels. And if that decision is reversed, that will mean that employers will have an incentive not to hire as many working class minority people and to try to hire more elite position minority people.
What's the Ward's Cove decision?
Well, Ward's Cove was a Ward's Cove packing company in Seattle, ran a cannery up in, still does, in Alaska. They hired the permanent and higher level people in around where their headquarters are in Seattle, Pacific Northwest. And up in Alaska, since there was only seasonal work during the salmon season, they would hire local people for that. It makes sense. And they happen to be located where there are a number of Eskimos, and there was a union that had a lot of Filipinos in it. And the net result was they had a predominantly white permanent staff and a predominantly non-white set of cannery workers. And there were there are always subsidiary issues involved. But by the time the case got to the Supreme Court, all those other issues had been shut down, so that there was no question of anybody being discriminated against in hiring, no individual being discriminated against in treatment on the job. All that had been shut down in the lower courts. Now all that was before the Supreme Court was that the statistics looked bad, that they had all these non-white cannery workers and all these, not all white, but predominantly white upper level workers. And the idea was they were supposed to be convicted of discrimination on that basis. And the Supreme Court wouldn't buy it. And they voted 5-4, but they wouldn't. And now the act before Congress is going to make it possible to convict a company on that basis. Even before the Ward's Cove decision, I had heard from people who are knowledgeable about civil rights that attorneys were advising their employer clients, if you can't find black engineers or black accountants, then at least don't hire so many black janitors or assembly line workers, because it looks bad. And if they succeed, that means that it will hurt the people who most need a job, and it will benefit, if anyone, only a handful of people in elite positions.
You put or try to pop the balloon of a lot of what you've studied, where going out and actively pursuing and preferring one group over the other that's helped that group.
Oh, I suppose Sri Lanka, perhaps. The question is, how much did it help them? And in what ways? In Sri Lanka, the Tamils are the minority and the Sinhalese are the majority. And the preferences in that country are for the majority, the Sinhalese, because the Tamils had done quite well. And after a number of years, the Sinhalese were able to overtake the Tamils in income. But along the way, they had such violence in the street that people were burning each other alive in the street. The army, which is predominantly Sinhalese, when attacked in Tamil territory, has been known simply to stop a bus and take people off the bus and shoot a few of them at random because they're Tamils. And so if you say that's been a success, then it's been a success. But I'm not sure we want that kind of success.
You break your book up in several sections around some of your travels, and you focus on Sri Lanka and India and Nigeria and Malaysia and the United States. Did you go to all those places?
I went to not Sri Lanka and Nigeria, but to the India, Malaysia, also to other places that I mentioned.
Number one, I really don't like comparative government, comparative policies, comparative culture. None of those places have anything to do with what's happening as far as American preferential policies. Different history, different dynamics, but this is what people like Thomas Sowell do. Okay, they draw parallels or create parallels, dream up parallels. Like this bullshit about everywhere had slavery. That's a manufactured parallel.
In passing, Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, Israel also has some preferential policies. You can't, in school, you can't leave back a disproportionate number of Sephardic Jews as compared to Ashkenazic Jews. Otherwise, that's considered bad.
Are there differences with people and races, differences in talent, and intelligence, and all those things? Since you've been studying, have you noticed differences around the world?
Well, there are differences in skills, if that's what you mean. That is, Germans have been prominent in piano manufacturing around the world, in Tsarist Russia or Australia or the United States and so on. Underlying differences, those I've argued against, the genetic differences, and those I've argued against, but that's another whole issue that I really don't get into in the book.
Why do then the different parts of the society do better than others?
I would look at it differently. I would say, and especially in the United States, I would say, why would we expect different groups to do the same? I say especially the United States because there are very few indigenous Americans. Americans that come here from all over the world. And why would you ever expect that countries that had entirely different histories, located in entirely different climates, different geography, why would you expect those countries to develop exactly the same mix of skills to exactly the same degree so that their people would arrive on these shores in such a way that they would be represented evenly across the board? Especially since even in countries where most of the population is indigenous, you don't find it there. The Germans arrived here with piano making skills, and therefore you shouldn't expect to find the Irish equally represented with Germans in the piano industry. So when you find Steinways and other German named pianos, you shouldn't expect to find O'Houlihan pianos to the same extent, and so on. Nowhere in the world do you find this evenness that people use as a norm. And I find it fascinating that they will hold up as a norm something that has never been seen on this planet and regard as an anomaly something that is seen in country after country.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up, I guess, in Harlem. I was born in North Carolina.
And your parents moved to Harlem?
Yes.
Where'd you go to school?
And right in the middle of Harlem, PS5.
And college?
I went to Howard University in Washington for a year and a half, and then I transferred to Harvard.
Who most influenced you in your early life to become a student and then now a professor at Stanley?
Oh, good heavens. There'd be so many people. I think my family itself would be the biggest influence. When they came out of the South, their thought was that I would have opportunities which they had never had, and that they wanted me to take advantage of it. And more than that, they realized that there was no way that they, either in terms of money or in terms of education, would be able to do that. And so they looked around for people for me to meet that would help me in some way. And there was a kid named Eddie Mapp that they had picked out for me to meet before I ever got off the train. And Eddie Mapp was from the West Indies, and his mother was much more educated than members of my family. And Eddie Mapp began to tell me various things, such as that one school was better than another, which would not have occurred to me until it was too late. And that one could transfer so that one could get into a better school. And of course I didn't, he was about a year older than me. And so I was in effect able to follow in his footsteps. And I learned about Stuyvesant High School in New York and took a test and got into there and so on. So I got a very good foundation, largely because of him. He introduced me to my first public library. I remember standing in this room with these tremendous numbers of books and asking, why are we here? Because I don't have any money to buy books. And then he had to tell me what a public library was, and I was about 9 years old. And then once tried it out, I'm like, sounds like a good idea.
When did you write your first book? And by the way, did I count 16 books? No.
Oh, a lot depends on how you count them. If you count collections of old stuff, then you get a bigger number than if you count books that are real books from scratch.
This in the front of your book here, they've listed a whole bunch of them.
I think that's maybe the 14th if I've counted correctly.
And when did you write your first book?
Oh, I started writing it in 1970. It was published. No, I started writing it in 1970. It was published in 71.
And what was it?
It was Economics, Analysis and Issues, Introductory Economics textbook.
So it is a textbook today.
No, it sank without a trace.
Sank without a trace.
Yes.
What did you learn from that first experience? What didn't work?
Oh, almost everything didn't work. One thing I never published with that publisher again. That's what started. They brought it out at the wrong time. They changed what I had done. One of the features I had was that when I teach, I used to use different colors of chalk. And I found that the students were able to follow complicated graphs better if I had each line in a different color. And I can say, the gross national product, which is in green, and then they could follow that along and so on. So I'd done this whole book the same way, and it came out in black and white. And that was one of the many little things. But
what's your favorite book out of the 14?
Oh, A Conflict of Visions.
Why?
I think it's what is more mine than anything else, in the sense that it doesn't build upon any theory that anyone else has or anything that's already out there in the literature. And it's an attempt to explain why people reach different ideological positions from one another. How two people similarly informed, similarly well-meaning, will reach opposite conclusions, not just on a given issue, but on the whole range of issues. That if you were to take a resolution about military spending and take it to a pro-choice meeting and to a pro-life meeting, you would probably get a very different reading on it. Or if you took all sorts of other things wholly unrelated to the abortion question to those same two meetings, you would probably get entirely different readings on those other unrelated questions because their positions grow out of a certain vision of the world. And if you have that vision of the world, then certain things make perfect sense and certain other things make no sense at all.
How long have you been at Stanford?
10 years.
What do you teach?
Absolutely nothing. I'm not a professor at Stanford. I'm a senior fellow, which means that I don't do any teaching. In fact, I have no hours and no duties. Once I was an expert witness in a case, and the opposing attorney said to me, "It says here that you're a senior fellow. Now, just what does a senior fellow do?" I said, "Well, actually, a senior fellow has no hours and no duties." And the judge said, "I wouldn't mind having a job like that." So it's really the ideal kind of job.
So what do you do?
I write. I read.
You lecture.
Occasionally, but that's not required of me.
You have much association with students today?
None. Occasionally a student will stop me on the campus and chit chat, but aside from that, that will happen in the streets of Washington. So I have no connection whatever with the teaching at Stanford University.
You write a newspaper column?
Yes.
How often?
Once a week.
What's the impact of that?
I have no idea, except when I get letters from people. I don't even know in what papers it appears. I send it to the syndicate, and that's the syndicate's problem from there on. And they pay me a fixed amount, so there's no need for them to give me an accounting.
Over the last 10 years of our call-in shows, I'll bet you we've had 25 people call up and say, "Why don't you get Thomas Sowell on to talk about this issue?" I've seen you once on television in my life on Meet the Press a couple years ago. This is the first time we've met, and it just leads me to the question of, why have we not seen more of you? Have you avoided television? And if you have, for what reason?
Well, I guess it's a question of where your advantages lie. My advantages lie in writing the books. And in order to do the amount of work that I do, there are many other things I don't do. And unfortunately, there are very few people who take positions similar to mine. And if that viewpoint is to be heard at all, I'm going to have to be the one that does a lot of it. And therefore, I can't do a lot of other things. As regards television, there are many problems with television. Not the least of which are those shows where they tape you for an hour and a half and put you on for 5 minutes with other people interspliced to say what they have to say. And I don't go for that format at all, because it will end up proving whatever the people wanted to prove at the beginning.
Have you consciously avoided television for that reason?
Those kinds of television shows, yes.
And when you say you write books, and we obviously have this list here, do you have a plan over a period of your life of what kind of things you want to write about?
Not really. It's what really just appeals to me at the time. The first time I was contacted by the Hoover Institution, they asked me what did I wanted to do research on if I came there, and I said I wanted to write about Marxian economics. And some years later, and that didn't come to fruition at the time. And some years later, they came to me again, and then they asked what would I like to do, and I said Marxian economics. And so I made an appointment, and I started studying Marxian economics. And in my spare time, I was reading a book called The Chinese in Southeast Asia. And I got so fascinated that 2 months into this, I put Marxian economics to one side, and I began to learn more about the Chinese in Southeast Asia and so forth. And then the book, The Economics and Politics of Race, came out of that. And then I decided to go back. But then now I saw that the anniversary of the Civil Rights Act was coming up in 1984. And I thought someone ought to present some of the things they're not likely to hear in this discussion. And so I then did the Civil Rights Rhetoric or Reality. And finally, I got back to the Marxism, and that came out some years later.
You've mentioned a couple of times how you say things and think differently than others. And it'll take me just a minute here to read this paragraph and ask you to explain it further. This is deep in the book. And when I read it, it kind of popped out, and I wanted to ask you what you meant by all this. Say any fundamental re-examination of the assumptions behind preferential policies. That's the name of the book. And still more so, any resulting change of policies can expect to encounter their vocal, bitter, and determined opposition, including inevitable charges of racism against outsiders, labels of traitor put on any members of their own group who disagree with them, who disagree publicly with them, and whatever other claims or charges seem likely to be politically effective. When you said labels of traitor put on any members of their own group who disagree publicly with them, were you talking about yourself?
Only as one among many. Randall Kennedy up at Harvard did a very fine article in the Harvard Law Review last June, for which he was denounced as an academic minstrel and other things because he was out of step. I mean, people who raise their heads will set off a search and destroy mission because people have a lot at stake and they're sitting on a house of cards. They have many assumptions which simply cannot be examined carefully because those assumptions will collapse and they'll fall from a very high position to a very low position. And they are not about to tolerate people questioning what they're saying.
Is there a way for you to put it in a nutshell about what people of, say, your own race say about you that they don't like what you say about
wait. I think one of the ways that the organized noisemakers have succeeded is saying that what they're saying is what their race is saying. My race is not saying that about me. Those particular individuals who are a small minority themselves within the Black community, who have a vested interest in many of these programs, they are saying that. But when I checked out of my hotel this morning, the Black security guard came over and said, "Are you Soul?" And I said, "Yes." And he shook my hand warmly, and he walked me the length of the corridor and talked about this and about that. And that's not at all an uncommon experience for me. So it's not Soul versus Blacks, it's the Black intellectuals. And the Black intellectuals are no more typical of the Black population than white intellectuals are of the white population. But they have a very large vested interest in certain beliefs which underlie various programs from which they benefit enormously. And as I point out in the book, this is common around the world, that the elites benefit from preferential programs, even when those programs are in the name of the masses. The masses do not benefit. In the case of the current so-called Civil Rights Act, the masses are going to lose big if that law goes into effect.
Why?
Because employers will not want to hire as many Blacks in the jobs for which most Blacks will be applying, because those will not be jobs as rocket scientists or as doctors or any of those things. And therefore, they'll want to hold down percentages down there to what they can do in the higher ranks, which is going to be much less. And so you're sacrificing the working class Blacks for the benefit of the professional elite.
How do the intellectual elite, both white and Black, get to the position that they do in this country that you disagree with?
I mean, how do they have the influence they have?
Well, no, but what's their from what your discussions over the years, what's their thought process that gets them there? Is it emotion or is it fact?
emotion largely, but also a large amount of self-interest, increasingly self-interest. I think that if you went back, into the 60s, you'd find people with different views like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. But I think that both those men believed in what they said. Whereas today, you have people who are simply professional hustlers. And again, this is not peculiar to blacks or peculiar to the United States or even peculiar to racial issues. That organizations, typically, many movements are set off by idealistic people who want to promote some good for mankind or for some group. But as time goes by and as they succeed, they will be followed by people who can use these things for their own self-interest. And that's been the history of regulatory agencies in the government. It's been the history of, I think, of religions, that the first Christians who were being persecuted by the Roman Empire were not in it, for what they could get, because all they were going to get is trouble. But once Christianity became the state religion, this became a very lucrative career for some people. And then you get an entirely different kind of person coming in at that point, and we have an entirely different kind of movement.
I've got it marked off here, and I know that I can find it. I know you're going to know the stuff right off the top of your head, but when you got to education in the United States, you talked about affirmative action, and you came up with some statistics, and I wanted to ask you about. Well, I look for, here it is. You said that at the University of California at Berkeley, for example, where the entering freshman class has been described as, quote, wonderfully diverse, unquote, because the, quote, class closely reflects the actual ethnic distribution of California high school students. These are your words. More than 70% of black students fail to graduate.
Yes.
Why?
Because they're mismatched with Berkeley. That is, these students, the average black student at Berkeley is above the national average on test scores. It's just that the average white student is further above the national average, and the average Asian student further above than the white students. And so in that atmosphere, these students who have every qualification to succeed are artificially turned into failures. And the only beneficiary of that is the University of California at Berkeley. Because what they've effectively done is rented these bodies for window dressing for a few years. And then when they're through with them, they're put aside. A new bunch of bodies are brought in.
Have you told them that?
Oh, yes.
And what do they say to you?
Oh, different things. I remember one fellow saying, "Oh, Tom, I'm just a little guy. I can't do anything about this," which, wonderful. But the people who really have the influence are not the people I've talked with. Those people know exactly what they're doing. There's another group, I guess, that benefits from this. You have an establishment there, a Black Studies establishment, who needs students to be in their classrooms, and these students serve those purposes. People who have political movements have people they can mobilize for those movements while those students are there. It's very much like what happens in athletics, that you have students who come in, as long as they can score touchdowns, the coach is happy. The fact that these students don't graduate is not the coach's problem. His problem is how to hold on to his six-figure salary and his job. And the students have to be sacrificed, then they are sacrificed.
Let's take it first from the student standpoint. Of 312 black students entering Berkeley in 1987, all were admitted under affirmative action. You say that 70% of those failed to graduate. What would you tell those students to do under the circumstances, knowing that statistic?
I would tell them what I've told students in general of all races to do, which is to go to schools that match your educational capabilities at the time. Because you need to be matched with a school. You shouldn't try to go to where the glitzy name is or what have you. Now, unfortunately, many of the minority students have such low income that they must go to wherever the money is. And the money is disproportionately at the kinds of schools that they will find very, very difficult to graduate from.
All right, let's take it from the standpoint of the school. You're at the school and you want to do good. You say it doesn't work. What would you tell the school to do?
To admit students on the basis of their qualifications.
But what happens if they come up and statistically they have nothing close to the population?
Well, they won't have anything at the top level. But we have more than 3,000 colleges and universities in this country. Every human being that's not severely mentally retarded is perfectly qualified to be at one of those institutions. I mean, there are institutions where if you can fill out the application form, you're qualified to do the work. And there are others where if you're not in the top 1 or 2%, your chances of making it are extremely slim. And it's precisely these second places that they want to send black students, that they don't send white students of the same level of ability. And it's not at all surprising that they had to run into the academic problems they do. Let me give you another example. It's not in the book. At MIT, the average black student is at the top 10% nationwide in mathematics, and in the bottom 10% at MIT. And 1/4 of them don't make it. Now, when you realize how few black students at that level, to lose 1/4 of them, you can't afford that. I think there's another larger loss that you have. You have the kid who goes to a top level school, and he wants to be a chemist or whatever. And now he gets there and he finds he cannot learn chemistry as it's taught at that school. Does not mean he can't learn chemistry. It means that if they have very high pressure students, they can teach this stuff at a very fast rate, skipping on explanations, skipping over steps in the mathematics, and these students will all pick that up as they go along. He may find that he can't keep up with that. And so in order to survive, he switches into some easy subject, which may be some ethnic studies program or what have you. And so someone who could have gotten a first-rate education at a good college ends up getting a third-rate education at a top college, or ends up flunking out altogether.
You know, when you read your books that you've published, Economics and Politics of Race, Ethnic America, Markets and Minorities, Pink and Brown People, they have all have, not all of them, but a lot of them have race as the basis for what you're studying. Mm-hmm. When you think about and write about race, are you doing so approaching it intellectually, or because you feel you have this as a mission personally to better your race?
Well, I think both. A book like Civil Rights Rhetoric and Reality, I would never have written except for some practical purpose. That is, I had been through the subject before. I resisted throughout the 1960s all sorts of efforts to get me to write on race, because I said, I'm not an expert on that. There are people who study this for all their lives, and let them do it. And then I began to read some of the stuff they were writing, and I realized what nonsense it was. And I said, if this is what the professionals are doing, then we should try an amateur to do this. And once I got into it, I realized there were so many terrible things that the general public is simply unaware of. And there's so many bills of goods being sold to the public by people who personally gain from this stuff. I mean, when you sell a program, you become the program director, you become the consultant, you become all of that sort of thing. And I just needed to debunk some of that. And I think that's the reason I've written them. Then once I start to write them as I would approach any other subject intellectually.
Does it make you mad when you see somebody, say, of a hard right-wing persuasion using you to further their own particular prejudices?
Well, there are so few opportunities for my ideas to get into print that I don't have the luxury of doing that. But it would bother me. I haven't seen much of that, actually. I haven't seen much of that.
Have you seen discrimination in your own life because of the views you take?
No, I would know about it. That whoever would discriminate against me would have the good sense to keep me from finding out.
Well, let me re-ask it. Do you find that the media would ignore what you have to say because of the views you take? Have you ever sensed that?
Oh, sometimes, although it's not so much being ignored as being distorted beyond recognition. A terrible thing happened some years ago on CBS Morning News when they tried to represent me as someone who believes that blacks are genetically inferior. And I had written, at least half a dozen articles attacking the thesis of Arthur Jensen. And so much so that the BBC had once wanted to arrange a debate between me and Jensen, and neither of us wanted to be bothered. But I was thinking, why is it that in London they understand what my position is, but in Washington they can't find out what it is? Particularly since it's been in print repeatedly and at enormous length. I conducted a large survey of IQs about 20 years ago. I collected about over 100,000 and wrote all this stuff up. So it's a matter of public record. And yet to lie like that, it's just too much.
What's the state of prejudice in the United States today compared to, earlier years in your life?
It depends on the base year, like most comparisons. If you take 30 years ago, greater. Certainly greater in the academic world. In the book that I wrote about colleges, I urged minority parents not to think that because they had a good experience on a particular college campus 30 years ago, that their children will have that good an experience today, because the racial tension is enormous on many campuses. The colleges themselves try to say that they're victims of the racism of the larger society. And in point of fact, the racism on the campuses is greater than that in the larger society, in many campuses. And what I worry about is that they're going to graduate into the general society blacks and whites alike, who hate each other's guts, and who can be the leaders of new racial strife for the future.
What's causing that on college campuses?
One of the factors is the preferential policies. But it's more than just that, because that in itself sets in motion a series of events which add to the original resentment over the preferential policies. That is, you put yourself in the position of a black kid who comes out of a ghetto school, and he's going through for 12 years with nothing but A's and B's without a great deal of effort. And now he finds himself for the first time in his life in a predominantly white environment. And he finds that when he works twice as hard as he's ever worked.
Let me, and this is back in, I think, like 1979 or something. This is quite some time ago, maybe even in the 80s. Yeah, this is 1990. Okay, I know this. Schools, like these top flight schools, they're not going to let you in. If you took, like, I don't know, art classes for 4 years in high school and made all A's, that 4.0 is not going to mean anything, really. They are going to be looking at AP courses. They're going to be looking at the type of math you took, depending on, what the school is. You don't just make all A's and go to school. And I don't, honestly, if that's 1990, it wasn't really that way. I don't know that it was that way even when I was in school. I went to college in the 80s. You don't just go to a school just because you make all A's these days. They're going to be looking at extracurriculars. They're going to be looking at service. Like, did you do any like community service type stuff? Some high schools even require it, some school systems. You don't just waltz into these schools. And then they're going to be looking at your SATs as well. A lot of these folks, that argument about, oh, blacks aren't prepared to go to this, that, or the other college, I don't know that that's actually true these days. And I know this from personal experience. For instance, my son took AP calculus, but he got a 3 on the test. He didn't get a 4. Georgia Tech, like, nope, they were like, 3 is passing. So he passed the AP final exam for calculus, but it wasn't good enough for Georgia Tech. Nope, you're going to take calculus over. So he had to take it because Georgia Tech and some of these engineering schools, they want it taught a certain way. And also back when I was in school, Georgia Tech specifically was famous for washing people out with their calculus classes. So I still hear that argument about, black students not being matched up to the right school. I would have to see statistics on that. I don't know that it's like that anymore. In the AP test, these AP exams are the great level set. Okay, everybody's taking the same AP exam. It doesn't matter what school or who your teacher is. It's a standardized test.
All he gets back for his work is a D. And that there is also a minority establishment. This is true not only of blacks but of minorities in general. Establishment which tells him, yes, this is the racism on this campus. That the white power structure is trying to keep you down, and it has to have a certain plausibility to it. It would have had a certain plausibility to me had I come along in that era. Now, I was fortunate enough in one sense that having grown up in the South and then transferred to New York, I was shifted between different levels of education. And so I was a top student in my class in North Carolina. And then I was immediately the bottom student in my class in Harlem. And I was way behind whoever was next to the bottom because the educational differences were just that great. Very painful period of adjustment. But there was no racial issue involved since all the other kids who were ahead of me were all black. And so I got through that. And then for a second time in my life, I'd gone out on my own when I was 17, and I didn't return to college full time until I was about 25. For the second time in my life, I went into an environment that was very difficult compared to what I'd been used to. And once again, I was way behind. I was in danger of flunking out of school the first semester.
Where were you then?
Harvard. It's really incredible For the first time in your life, in 10 years, you're a full-time student, and you're a full-time student at Harvard without a high school diploma. So there were little difficulties.
And studying what?
At that stage, I was studying just general things, but I majored in economics, and all my degrees are in economics. And again, an enormous adjustment to make, but there was no one there to tell me, all these white professors have it in for you, and that's why you're doing badly. Because first of all, I had done badly in Harlem, and I'd overcome it. I was doing badly there, and I overcame it. But
what happened at take that Harvard experience through? How long did you stay at Harvard?
Well, I graduated.
Graduated from Harvard. I'm sorry,
Harvard.
I thought you said earlier you went to Howard.
I went there for a year and a half, and then I transferred to Harvard.
Oh, okay.
See, but I was going to Howard in the evening while working full-time during the day. So when I went to Harvard, I was a full-time student for the first time in 10 years. And so that was...
And what years did you go to Harvard? Remember?
I graduated class of 58. So that you can understand how the student would find this plausible. I talked to a black man recently, a lawyer, who said when he was in law school, he was told when he first got there that Professor X never gives black students more than a C. And he got a B+. But there was great consternation because one of the myths had fallen. But it's truly criminal what goes on in terms of using and manipulating the students to serve all kinds of external purposes.
Can you give us an idea of the kind of external purposes you're talking about?
Oh, political purposes. I just a couple of days ago was told by someone from Wellesley that there's a divestment campaign at Wellesley, demonstrations, the whole thing. But those black girls who did not want to participate in that were threatened with violence. And that's not unique. At Stanford, the Hispanic students, some Hispanic students have complained that the Hispanic establishment has threatened them if they don't want to go along with what's being said and done. And they claim that only 15% of the Hispanic students at Stanford have ever attended a single event sponsored by the Hispanic establishment, which speaks boldly in their name. And so you have this kind of thing going on at these schools across the country. Again, notice that once you let in the students who cannot meet the academic standards, you're going to end up having to let in professors who can't meet the academic standards. You're going to have to create courses that don't meet the academic standards.
Correct me on the names and everything. Derek Bell?
Yes.
Harvard Law School, black man.
Yes.
Threatened the law school if they didn't hire a black woman.
Yes.
He's leaving.
Well, no, he's taking, if I understand it correctly, he's taking unpaid leave until such time as they hire a woman of color, as he says. But he's also said that by black, he does not mean skin color. He means those who are really black, not those who think white and look black. And so what he's really saying is he wants ideological conformity in the people that are hired to fill this position. That's not uncommon either. I know a black woman, for example, who she has a PhD. She's had a book published. She's has a contract on another book. She's taught at a couple of very nice places. She has a devil of a time getting a job, not a job in a prestigious institution, a job teaching at a college. And the reason is that she gets shot down, blackballed, whatever, by people who don't like her ideology. That's happening not only racially, it's also happening even to where race is not an issue. Law school, I learned recently, there was a woman who was being considered for a 10-year position, and all voted for her and all the women voted against her because she does not follow radical feminism. And so you're getting these ideological tests so that at the very time that there's all this mouthing of the word diversity, there is this extremely narrow ideological conformity that's being enforced wherever people have the power to enforce it.
What did you think of Derek Bell's whole plan?
Well, his chances of success will depend upon whether or not he's overestimated his importance to the Harvard Law School. I think it would be a tragedy if they caved in. And I was very pleased to see that they seem to show some backbone, which is quite rare among academics.
Now, what do you think of the press treatment of him?
been quite gentle.
I mean, is he a hero?
To me?
No, basically, I mean, from the press coverage you've seen, is he a hero to the...
Well, he's looked at as an idealist who was self-sacrificing and so on. I suppose one could have, if one wanted to look at it that way, seen Hitler that way in his early days. It's just a question of where that kind of idealism leads. He has launched a despicable attack on a young black professor at the law school who doesn't go along with this. A young man named Randall Kennedy, written a very thoughtful, intelligent article last June in the Harvard Law Review, questioning some of the assumptions that people are making, people like Derek Bell, and doing it in a very gentlemanly as well as a very logical way, empirical way. And that's not what they want. They want the conclusion to be that they want him to march in lockstep, and he won't do it. And they're doing their best to make life impossible for him.
What do you think Harvard will do?
I've heard that Kennedy, and I don't know this, I've heard that he has tenure, and so I think that he may be all right.
But I mean, what do you think they'll do with
Derek Bell?
Yes.
I hope that they will resist it, and since it's gotten so much publicity, I'm not sure they could stand to case.
Well, let me tell you what happened to Derek Bell. He did quit. He wound up going to the University of Oregon. Then somehow or another, he wound up coming back to Harvard. And I think in the very end, he wound up retiring or something like that from NYU School of Law. So he was fine.
Into it. I was very pleased to see that Alan Dershowitz at Harvard had criticized this, and then he picked up on the fact that what Bell is really asking for is not only that people be hired by race, but they be hired to fit Derek Bell's ideology.
What would happen if...
And see, of course, Thomas Sowell is going to take that line. Derek, and I happen to have read this quite a while ago, but Derek Bell basically felt that it was a matter of representation. You may want to, hiring by race, that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is let's be representative. There were black law students who were a little annoyed that, they weren't, some of their viewpoints weren't being dealt with adequately, and they felt that representation was important. You can make an argument against representation. What does it matter? But that bullshit about, I just saw a news story. Alabama has 2 black voting districts, and all of a sudden, the Supreme Court just approved today that Alabama can redraw its map, and they're going to eliminate one of 2 black voting districts. So there will be people who will lose representation. Representation is important, and the BS about colorblind and all that's just rhetoric. And Thomas Sowell bought into this sort of stuff for decades, mainly because he is kind of a misfit. The reason he is so glad about not having to teach is because he literally lets students drive him out of UCLA. Same thing with Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas has always been a little bit of a fish out of water, and it is reflected in his jurisprudence. And not to say that every decision he makes is wrong, but he is a bit of a fish out of water.
If this was going on at Stanford Law School,
they were caved in long ago.
Stanford Law School would have.
Yes, I think so. It's a judgment call, but that's my judgment.
Why would they do it so quickly?
Just looking at their track record. They have perfected the technique of preemptive surrender.
Now, given let me ask you about your politics. You talked about the race issue, and what are your politics outside of the race issue? How would you describe your...
Well, I always say that my political bias is that I'm biased against politics. And I haven't been a registered member of any political party since 1972. And I really am quite disenchanted with politics of all sorts.
Why?
I guess mainly just by following what they do and how they do it. That they're really quite clever at things they do, but the things they do really don't benefit the public very much. And that's not just race issues, all issues in general.
What's it? Has this changed over the years since you've been watching this whole thing?
If it's changed, it's been for the worse. I see some hopeful signs. People are trying to talk about limiting the terms of congressmen. I would like to see it limited to one term. In other words, if you're going to allow a member of the House of Representatives, for example, to spend 4 years in Washington, I would rather that they change that to 1 4-year term rather than 2 2-year terms, because the problem is reelection. And as long as they have to be reelected and have to raise all that money, then they're going to sell out the public interest to get the money. It's really quite simple. You know, for example, an industry like the sugar industry can contribute money to Congress, and Congress will appropriate enough money to the sugar industry, subsidies, to pay them back $1,000 on every dollar. Now, you can't get that kind of return on your investment many places. And so there's no sign that they're going to stop doing that. That either they're going to stop offering the money or that the Congress is going to stop giving the money.
We were looking at the cover of your book, Preferential Policies, an International Perspective, published by Morrow. Thomas Sowell is our guest, and we have about 20 minutes left in our discussion. In history, who are your favorite, not politicians necessarily, but who are your favorite people in history?
Oh, my. Do you mean historic figures, or do you mean people whom I sort of looked up to when I was growing up?
Who do you follow? I mean, over the years, who have you followed? You know, the Winston Churchill types in the world.
Well, I think Winston Churchill was the greatest man of the 20th century. And I find it horrifying that most American high school students do not know who Winston Churchill is.
What's so great about him?
One thing alone, I think that he probably, if any one man could be said to have saved Western democracy, that one man would be Winston Churchill. But he saw the enormous dangers that led to World War II.
That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Dude, Winston Churchill gave some good speeches and stuff, but if he was so great, he didn't even survive politics once World War II was over. Okay, I'm not saying Winston Churchill wasn't a great man. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was who saved. Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Stalin were the two people who basically saved World War II. Where is he getting this from? Winston Churchill didn't do shit. I mean, he was great for his people. He was a stalwart, but no. Eisenhower fought his war for him.
Warned against him. If he had been heated in time, there might have been people who wouldn't have lost their lives. But even being heated at the 11th hour, it was enough for him to pull Britain through. Had Britain not pulled through, it's very doubtful that the United States would have pulled through. And in that case, it's highly unlikely that I would be sitting here alive.
Who's your favorite American president?
Oh, my heavens. That's a tough, well, Abraham Lincoln, I guess. But it's a shame that one has to go all the way back to Abraham Lincoln to find a president that one really can admire in an unqualified way. I think among the modern people, in different respects, I would say FDR, John F. Kennedy, and Ronald Reagan. And even though domestically Reagan and FDR are at opposite poles, that they recognized an international danger and saved the life of this country, which without which all the other issues wouldn't matter.
Do you have an ideology, if not a political party?
Oh, I suppose, yeah. I'm a great believer in maximum freedom.
Civil libertarian?
I certainly not in the sense in which the American Civil Liberties Union is. I don't believe that hoodlums should be kept in school because of some strange reading of the Constitution. Because I think people have to recognize that all people owe their lives to the surrounding society, and that they cannot simply demolish it because it is unjust, because everything human has always been unjust. And that what you're going to do to make it better will have to be within that context. So that my tendency is to want more freedom for the individual and less. I don't want people making decisions who don't pay the price of their decisions. And that's what politics is all about. You don't pay the price of the decision. As I point out earlier in the book, one of the reasons we had a Jim Crow era in this country was because the politicians didn't pay the price of that. That was enormously costly to the white as well as the black population. But the politicians who put that in didn't pay any cost for that. They drew their full salary irrespective of all that. And I want someone who discriminates to have to lose money discriminating, because for the examples I gave in the book, people tend to back off when they start losing big money. Harlem was an all-white community. It became a black community despite organized efforts to keep blacks out, because people were losing money trying to keep it a white community. And I think people in the civil rights area have missed a bet by not trying to promote more free markets, because that makes discrimination the most costly it can be.
One of the most interesting sentences here in the book is about India, where you say that they are the most diverse country in the world with 180 different languages and 500 different dialects. Are they more of a melting pot than the United States is?
Good heavens, no, they don't melt in the slightest. They're polarized. In fact, I think one of the tragedies is we have organized groups in the United States trying to balkanize the United States, to create in the United States the enormous handicaps under which India is laboring, under which many parts of sub-Saharan Africa are laboring, due to all kinds of historical and geographical reasons. And now the United States, having escaped all that, having been blessed with having one language and culture over a distance that in Europe would go from Madrid to Moscow, having had that blessing, we're now going to pour that down the drain, and we're going to go for balkanization, not being aware apparently of what has happened in the history of the Balkans, or aware of what happens when you have people who speak different languages and have radically different beliefs trying to be in the same society.
Go back to the campus. You said that the racial relations are bad on the campus. If this keeps up, what's going to happen?
Oh, they'll get worse and worse. There are already skinheads recruiting on some college campuses. There are already white students' unions being formed. There are already harassments of minority students on a scale unseen 20 or 30 years ago. And of course, then there's the reaction on both sides. It escalates because what you do is give a lot of leverage to the crazier elements in all the different groups. That is, you pick an international example. In Israel, someone said on the radio, on the television, that because this Israeli man has killed these, 6 or 7 Arabs, that any thought right now of any rapprochement between the Arabs and the Jews has to be put aside. So you're saying that one man has the leverage to prevent millions of people on both sides from working out some kind of livable arrangement between the two of them. And of course, once you get this racial hype, you put that power into the hands of demagogues and hoodlums to prevent vast numbers of people who may be decently disposed not to be able to do anything because they are polarized by the relative handful of crazies or whatever.
Go back to the campus again. What is creating the prejudice, other than the elites that you talk about that have their own? What is it among people that creates the differences that they don't get along?
Well, the differences have always been there, but they got along before. Blacks and whites were different at Harvard when I was there, but you didn't find all the black students huddled together at lunchtime at the end of some table, the way you do on many campuses today. All the black students I knew had white roommates. And I would say that the ones that I knew were all popular other than me. But that's not the situation today.
So what's causing it?
The fact that you do have those little elites who have their agenda. It's the fact that the black students are forced to come out and do the demonstrations and the whatnot. The fact that you have students there who are tremendously alienated because they suddenly find themselves in this situation where academically it's all they can do to keep their noses above the water, if they can do that. And then there's someone there to tell them that this is all due to the white power structure. And then there are the white students who are sick of hearing that. And they say, if you can't hack it, that's your problem. Don't give us this junk. And then that's called insensitivity. It's self-reinforcing. There are some reactions that are self-equilibrating, but there's some that keep feeding each other. Let's say an ugly racial incident happens on campus at one of the elite colleges. invariably, the first thing that will be said is we must have now a larger quota of minority students, a larger quota of minority faculty, and we must now subject the white students to these sensitivity courses or ethnic courses or what have you, courses that they've rejected taking, otherwise they wouldn't be necessary to force them. That is not going to make things better. That's going to make them worse. But as they get worse, then you keep doing that. And so it's just an upward spiral. And I just don't know where that spiral is going to end. I don't see anybody with the courage to end it. And I see it leading only to bad things.
What would you do if you were an administrator at a college or at a university?
Well, you see, you're bringing me in now 20 years after they've gone into this mess. 20 years ago, I said, don't do it. 20 years ago, I said, if you do it, this will be the consequence. And I wasn't the only one. And people simply did not want to hear it. And so I am very unsympathetic to the administrators. I said, you made this mess, you get out of it. Now, fortunately for me, nobody wants to hear what I have to say about it now. And so there's not another live issue for me. Some gentleman wrote me from Princeton. I think he's associated with the university in some way. That would I come to Princeton and confer with this or that person? And I said, no. No one has ever asked me in all these years to come to a university and do this. I don't think there's the slightest interest at Princeton or anywhere else in what I have to say about these matters, because the ideologues feel they have the word, the truth, and the light, and they don't want me confusing the issue. And the others are afraid of the ideologues. And so there's no point in my making an unnecessary trip across the country just to chit-chat with people at Princeton.
Let me ask you, it may not be any of our business, but normally someone who's spent as long as you have at a university deals with a thing called tenure. You don't teach. You're a senior fellow. Do you have tenure?
No, we do not have tenure. In fact, I use that very often. People tell me that you need to have tenure in order to have academic freedom. I said, nobody has tenure at Hoover. That's why we're so cautious in what we say.
So you're actually associated with Hoover, not with Stanford.
Well, but Hoover, but my paycheck is from Stanford University because it's in some peculiar legal relationship. But no, I think tenure does not produce people who speak their mind. That timid people are disproportionately attracted to jobs that have ironclad tenure. And so as in the civil service, that's not where you get your bold new ideas out of the career civil servants. Because if you attract timid people, you're going to have conformity no matter how much freedom they have.
Okay, I don't know that Thomas Sowell is the best person to be talking about other people's timidity. Again, he wound up at the Hoover Institute because he couldn't handle the rigor of late 1960s UCLA. The other thing is that the civil service is not there for innovation. They're there for stability. They're there for corporate knowledge. So if you're looking for innovation from the civil service, you can't be that bright.
Given what you've said to us about universities not caring what you have to say, let's say, for instance, that all of a sudden you wanted to go to work at another university as a professor in this country. Would you be accepted? Not because of your race, but because of your views. Would you have a hard time getting a job in the major universities just based on your views?
I don't know. I've never seriously thought about it. I do get feelers from various places at various times, and I was, oh my goodness, back in '72, I was offered 72. I was offered a visiting professorship at Harvard, and then around this, I guess really the same year, also it's a visiting professorship at Stanford, and I turned both of those down. So I guess it's, unless I'm so much better known now than I was in 1972, that they would never dream of making the same offer.
Back to the book, you say in the beginning of the book that this is just the beginning of, this book is just the start of a longer study.
No, there's a longer study in progress, and this book is a spinoff from it. The longer study is a study called Race and Culture, a Worldview, and it's about 1,200 pages in manuscript at this time.
Did you write it?
Yes. And I in fact put that aside to do this because the policy implications of this seem to me to merit moving this ahead in the schedule.
What are you going to do with a full study?
Hopefully publish it if I find someone who wants to publish it.
And then what do you hope will happen as a result of all this work?
I hope that people will start to re-examine.
Look, look, dirty dude. It actually doesn't surprise me that one black man, a whole group of black people, Thomas Sowell, and people like Clarence Thomas, there are way more of them, like, oddly enough, in the hood, I would imagine, than you would actually believe. Um, One of the things that attracted, like rappers, for instance, like Lil Wayne to Donald Trump is the shit he talks. And you know what? That's that. Anybody who actually wants good politics done is not going to vote for Donald Trump. You're going to vote for Donald Trump because you like the swagger. You like the shit talk. Um, so there are plenty black men, like the whole black manosphere. Like I can't think of anybody of that angry man, um of that ilk, who would vote for Kamala Harris or any woman for that matter. And to be honest, the one or two people who do shows that say they were Kamala fans, I don't believe they voted for her either. I think they would not vote for a woman because they don't think women make good leaders. So it's simply not surprising to me.
Some of the dogmas about race that have been unthinkingly repeated for a very long time by people who compliment themselves for being thinking people. The very notion that you would expect groups to be evenly represented is staggering when you realize the tremendous difference in backgrounds from which all groups come. When you realize that cultures tend to endure over a period of time beyond a single generation. And so there's no reason to think that groups who come from Germany and Ireland to the United States are going to be all the same in a generation or two, because they're not. And still less people who come from more distant cultures, from Asia, from Africa, from other parts of the world. That's nonsense. Correspondingly, the notion that the individual or the group is a function of the immediate surroundings is nonsense. I'll give you an example. The Japanese in the United States during World War II, as you know, were interned. They were treated very badly prior to that time. In Brazil, the Japanese were treated much better, and very few of them were interned. In the United States, the Japanese remained steadfastly loyal despite the bad treatment. In Brazil, the Japanese were loyal to Japan right on through to past the end of the war, despite the good treatment. You cannot explain this by what happened in the United States or in Brazil. You can only explain it if you understand that those two groups of Japanese were different before they ever got on the boat in Japan, and that difference persisted in the countries they went to. There are other groups like that where you see differences. The Scots, for example, that most Scots in the United States have been prosperous, and yet the biggest pocket of white poverty in the United States have been the Scots and the Appalachians. And the question is, was that because of the environment or immediately in the Appalachians, or how they were treated, or anything of that sort? Well, you can't explain it that way. But if you trace the history of these groups, you realize those groups were very different before they ever left Scotland, or in the other case, Ireland, from Ulster County.
When you look at the other countries you looked at, Sri Lanka and India and Nigeria and Malaysia and the United States, how does the United States do when it comes to prejudice compared to the others?
Oh, that's a hard one, since you're trying to quantify something that's inherently non-quantifiable. I would say that compared to India, I think the worst prejudice against blacks of, say, 50 years ago was not as bad as what is currently existing against the untouchables of India in the rural areas. That there are Indian people who are attacked and sometimes killed for such things as daring to draw water from the village well. There are, I mentioned in the book that back in the 1930s, when blacks were supposed to sit in the back of the bus in the South, in Ceylon, the untouchables were not supposed to sit anywhere. They were supposed to stand in the back of the bus or squat on the floor in the back of the bus. But they were not to sit anywhere. And so I think the untouchables would be among the most persecuted people in the world today.
What's left on your agenda?
I'm thinking of writing a book about intellectuals.
Now, there just was a book written about intellectuals.
By Paul Johnson.
Right.
Yes.
What would be different about yours?
Mine would not be as generous as his.
You don't like intellectuals.
Oh, I think they're funny in some ways. But I think that the intellectuals have a set of attitudes and beliefs which simply will not stand up under scrutiny and which have been enormously damaging to the society around them. In other words, if they had a few crazy ideas of their own and it was between themselves, who would care? But that's many of these ideas. And I think the preferential policies thing is just one of those ideas. I think environmentalism is one of the others. That an enormous sacrifice of the resources, of the well-being of other members of society and so forth are made in order that a little handful of people can feel especially noble and especially wise.
We haven't got much time. This may be an unfair last question, but how do you define an intellectual?
Oh, I take it as an occupational description, as people who make their living with words. And so therefore there's nothing qualitative about it. I do not assume, for example, that the average sociologist is smarter than the average auto repair man. So there's not an honorific term. It's simply a job description where you would describe an accountant.
Okay, once again, these broad generalizations, I would imagine that sociologist would probably be smarter on sociology. Again, these just broad comparisons that these anti-black blacks love to do.
Or a policeman or anything else.
This is what the book looks like. It's called Preferential Policies, an International Perspective by Thomas Sowell. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's see here. This is something that 12th Man sent me a few minutes ago. I've literally never watched. I know about the Black Alpha Network, but I've never watched it. It just doesn't seem like something I'd be interested in. But for some reason, 12th Man thinks I might be interested in this. So there's no video, it's audio. But let's see what he's got to say. This is titled Black Americans Are Fed Up with the Democrats' Circus After This. So let's hear it.
They don't want to be saved. Don't save Dems. They don't want to be saved. Hell no. Family, if you have not, will not, and are not voting for the Democrats, then smash that like button because we got a block party up in here today. Yes, indeed. Man, we ain't dealing with these fake pastors, fake deacons, fake reverends jumping up on stage, fake afros. Everything about them is just fake. Mr. Beep got a fake neck, got a real stomach though. And like I know, the days is numbered for them. We ain't going with the civil rights cosplaying anymore. Fam, we can tell them, but we can show them even better. If they think that they're going to have a march to Selma, they're going to have a fake preacher. They think they're going to have a fake Southern Baptist accent, and that's going to get the reparations generation to go out and cast votes for them. Then they got another thing coming. And the certified foundational Black American grassroots, we ain't going for it. Y'all see this Justin Pearson guy who we exposed a long time ago? Y'all see this man in the church running around doing the Jesus walks, doing the moon walks, thinking that he's some type of nowadays Martin Luther King, thinking he's some type of nowadays Jesse Jackson. He may be messy, but he ain't Jesse. How about that one? And just like with Jesse, we ain't going for it and we ain't hearing it. Fam, the old civil rights Negroes ain't working. What makes them think that the cosplaying, phony, counterfeit, new civil rights folks is going to work? It ain't. It's not. Ain't happening. The Democrats got these people out in Tennessee jumping on tables. They never do that for Black folks. They got them out there burning things at the Capitol State Building. Never do that for Black folks. They got them running up on politicians. Never do that to Black folks. And do you know why the Democrats never do that for Black folks? It's because the Democrats are the ones who sponsor laws that go against Black Americans. That's why. The reason why you don't see the Democrats out there having all that energy they have for illegals, having all that energy they got for refugees and migrants. The reason why you see them got all that energy for them and none for us is because they agree with us not getting nothing. They agree with us having our hands empty. They agree with no tangibles for Black Americans. Because if they did support us, they would have the same energy. And since they got the same energy that the Republicans have, then we giving the Democrats and the Republicans the same energy that they showed us. And that's FU2. Told you, family, you got two middle fingers. Raise them both up in the sky and let them both know something. And since that's the energy that they showing us, then we gonna give them the same energy right back. Matching energy, y'all. Love it. Feel good, too. And the very fact that in the 2000s, a political party has to go back and cosplay the 1960s, doesn't that let you know where they've stayed at? Black folks started voting for the Democratic Party in the 1960s at 90%, and neither one of them have ever left. They both still sitting there thinking all that stuff's gonna work. Fam, they don't even cosplay the 70s. They don't cosplay the 80s. They don't cosplay the 90s. They don't cosplay the early 2000s. They don't cosplay the 2000 teens. They are literally 40, 50, 60 years behind on cosplaying. But let me tell you what's up to date. What's up to date is this G-checking. What's up to date is this regulating. What's up to date is this pull-up. Pull-ups, regulating, and G-checking is the only thing they know about the future because we giving it to them live and in living color. It used to be F around and find out. Now it's F around and found out because the message has been delivered, the message has been received, and we done dropped that regulating right there on their doorstep. Ain't no fake preacher gonna save you. No fake afro gonna save you. Ain't no fake politician gonna save you. Because let's make this clear. This ain't got nothing to do with Black Americans and voter rights. This ain't got nothing to do with Black folks and Jim Crow. This got everything to do with you getting a pink slip, getting evicted, and getting fired. Now we put them in a position to where it's not them trying to get us to go fight for the illegals. Now we got them trying to get us to go fight to save their jobs. I told you FBA was running the yard. I told you this is the most thorough certified generation ever. I told you that we lapping everybody. I told you we making history every day. Folks gonna start listening to Black Alpha. You gonna start listening to Black Alpha because everything Black Alpha says comes true. It went from last summer, them trying to get us to save illegals, to this summer, the Democrats are trying to get us to save them. And they only need us to save them if foundational Black Americans said, hell to the no. What does that tell you about the FBA Renaissance? We got the same political party that's never done nothing for us coming to us, begging us to save them from the unemployment line. And family, that unemployment line started off with 50, 70, 80, 100, 200, 300, 400. Next thing you know, that thing is down the block, around the corner, up the street, across the street from Publix. And it's in public that FBA pulling up because they're afraid they're about to lose their jobs. Clyburn is about to get redistricted. All them folks in Tennessee jumping on tables, fam, they doing that because they're about to not have no food on the table. Let me say that one more time, double up and bring it back. The reason why Democrats are in Tennessee jumping on tables because they know they're about to not have any food on the table. Ain't gonna be no fried chicken. Ain't gonna be no collard greens. Ain't gonna be no pig feet. Ain't gonna be no hog maws. It's just gonna.
I'm not going to get messy over this. It's just, look, it's just a rant. Nothing that I need take seriously. Just so he knows, Pearson, Representative Pearson, he's a Tennessee House of Representatives member. He's one of the three people, two younger Black men and one kind of middle-aged white woman who wound up getting bounced out of the Tennessee legislature, but they got reelected right back into it. Well, they've pretty much taken care of business there. They have gotten rid of that Democratic majority Black district that's right around Memphis. They've already legislated that out of or gerrymandered it out of existence. So Pearson won't be there. He won't be there after November unless something magical happens.
Be the 3 butter biscuit crumbs that you got left. I told y'all, when foundational Black Americans regulate and stand on business, we turn them all into BWOBs, bums without a biscuit. Access denied, deposit rejected, because you better respect it, because you damn sure can't check it. The days of the Democrats in disguise are over. That's what it's always been, family. I want you to remember these terms. It is the hostile Democrat, the dictator Democrat, and the Democrat in disguise. These people are pro-Democrat and pro-black camouflage. These people are pro-Democrat disguised as pro-black. That's all they've ever done. That's all they've ever been. And all of us is putting it on the line, putting a spotlight on them. Summer Jam screen is jamming. We've highlighted who they are. We've highlighted the hustle. We've highlighted the con games. And you know one thing about this FBA Renaissance, you can't get nothing past us, because their number one job has always been to forge W liberal policies onto the Black American community. That's how the Democrat in disguise works. That's their only job. If it wasn't for them forging W liberal policies on Black Americans, they wouldn't even have a job. That's the only use that the Democratic Party has for them, is to take what the W's want and somehow trick and convince Black folks it's our problem. If a W woman wants to have 15 abortions, then the Democrat in disguise goes to Black women and tells us how it's a Black issue. If the W liberal wants to bring in 50 million illegals, then the Democrat in disguise tells Black folks how it's a Black issue and we're going to get deported. If the W liberal wants us to unarm ourselves so we're innocent victims out here, then the Democrat in disguise comes out there and they start talking about GUN control. Put your power tools away. You name it. If they want a punk alert to go into the same restroom as you, then the Democrat in disguise comes and says how it's a Black American community issue and we need to get behind that as well. You name it, y'all. They only are there to serve the W liberals, and they're only there to forge W liberal policies on Black Americans, and we reject it, we reject it, we reject it. How do you spot a Democrat in disguise? These are the three aspects that you always see. One, they never support issues that Black Americans support. Never. We don't support any of those crazy ideas, but they do. They always go overboard with the Black American cosplaying. They use our phrases. They try to talk like us. They try to cloak everything they do in Blackness. Half of them try to act like they Black, get home and drive straight to their Miracle Whip wife or their Miracle Whip husband. I mean, it's crazy. They got a whole Miracle Whip matrimony. The men got husbands, the women got husbands. The women got wives, the men got wives. And then they try to turn around and tell us what's best for the Black community. Kamala Harris, Miracle Whip husband. Don Lemon, Miracle Whip husband. They both got husbands. Van Jones, Miracle Whip wife. Ketanji Brown Jackson, Miracle Whip husband. AOC, Miracle Whip husband. Lori Lightfoot, Miracle Whip wife. I mean, fam, it's just mixing and matching all damn day. They're living in Mayo matrimony. And half of them ain't Black. So you got non-Black folks with non-Black folks trying to tell Black Americans what we need to do. Those are tethercrats. You mix in some tethercrats with some DOCs, some domestic off-code COONs, and then you have the Democratic Party. But let me tell you what all of them have in common. They all standing right in front of each other at that unemployment line, and foundational Black Americans, certifieds, put them there. And every day it's getting bigger because we ain't saving no Dems. Oh, they mad. They sending out all they shields. That ain't working. They using all they fear tactics. That ain't working. Fear mongering. That ain't working. And soon they won't be working. Man, ain't it poetic, family? Foundational Black Americans sat on the couch, and now all the Democrats are about to be on the couch. Foundational Black Americans told them no check, no vote, and now they're not about to get a paycheck because we didn't vote for them. Foundational Black Americans stood on business, and now they about to be out of business. Fam, we got bars for days. We could drop a whole mixtape on how we regulating these Democrats because the game belongs to us. I mean, damn. They thought they had a blue wave, and we shut all that down in 2 days. There you go. And speaking of these people running around here, man, if that Justin Pearson don't sit down, this man is the joke of the police.
Dude, who is this we shut it down he's talking about? Someone help me. Is he talking about like him and his MAGA friends? Look, see what these anti-black black MAGA, or I'm sorry, MAGA blacks. What they don't understand is the same argument they're leveling against Democrats and white liberals. They're open to the same thing with MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses. Okay, who's running the MAGA? Who's running the MAGA movement? It's not MAGA blacks. So how are they really any different? I don't see a difference. It's just they're less articulate and more awful.
Political world, the social world, nobody takes them serious, as if the Democrats weren't already in bad position. You got this fake pastor, he's jumping up, he's trying to catch the Holy Ghost, speaking in a fake accent, and ain't nobody buying it. And that's only making it worse for them. And when you see this guy, how he talks normally, this man talks like Spencer from the suburbs. He talks like he from Laguna Beach. And out of nowhere, he adopts this accent. But he ain't the first one. Y'all remember Hillary Clinton in the hot sauce? Remember AOC running around here trying to talk with a Black American vernacular? These people try to talk like Black Americans, but don't want to do nothing for Black Americans. So Black Americans ain't doing nothing for them. And here's the difference. When they don't do nothing for us, we still win. Look around you. When we don't do nothing for them, they lose. They lose elections, they lose money, and now they're losing their seats, which means they're losing their jobs. His ass went from, "Hi, my name is Justin. I'm running for the House of Representatives, and I have 2 great parents at home." Oh, and he had about 5 boyfriends on his phone. Now he running around here talking about some, "I thought all hope was lost that day till I done fucked around and found out from FBA. I thought I reached the top of the Democratic hill until I found out I'm just a Democratic shield. I thought I lived on the Democratic plantation. Now our asses is getting fired all across the nation. I thought all the new biscuits was done till I found out I'm just a bum without a crumb." Damn right. And we're going to keep it that way, and it's going to stay that way because we made it that way. Foundational Black Americans is certified, and you did it to yourself because ain't nobody else like us. We know the hustle. We know the con game. We done shut it down, and we done caught it before it even happened. You can thank us later. FBA, I want you right now, applaud yourself because you are the main character. You are the main star. You are the one everybody wants to come to see. And apparently all the power that they thought that they was going to.
Yeah, listen to this clown. Like he and his buddies in the Tennessee, the Tennessee legislature. What was he, the deciding vote to get rid of the Memphis centered voting district? This guy's whistling Dixie. FBA didn't do shit. The Tennessee, the good rednecks in the Tennessee legislature did the dirty work for him. He didn't do anything.
Convince us we didn't have. Now we know we got it. Now we flexing our muscle. FBA done shut everything down because FBA knows that we hold the crown. That's why they've been trying to keep us powerless, because they know we got all the power. This is why they always try to keep us voiceless, because they know that we got the loudest voice. And as I just showed you, they singing all them Negro spirituals and can't get an amen because all we do is win. And it's only getting stronger. Every single day, a new certified is born. And the certifieds who are already here, we putting in further work. Y'all know I'm crazy, by the way. Leo. And y'all know when we get all of us together in the same place at the same time on the same accord, things get done. And that's why it's happening, y'all. This is why everybody shook. This is why we got them afraid. Oh, the pull-ups is one thing, but the political power is another thing. See, when we pull up to these individuals and we put them in their place, oh, they petrified of that. But when foundational Black Americans know when to hold them and when to fold them, know when we say no reparations, no vote, it's no reparations, no vote. But they thought we was joking. Fam, now they finding out we ain't joking. Now you're starting to see all the after effects of no reparations, no vote. Cut the check. And that shows up in the ballot box because we told them no vote. So no vote means we ain't saving you. And when we ain't saving you, you see what's happening. It's a full crash out right now. A full crash out, a full meltdown. Never in your life have you seen a political party out in the streets causing all this ruckus. The way I'm looking at it right now is the Democrats are the only ones out there in the streets crying, literally. The Democrats are the only ones out in the street upset, hurt personally. So y'all losing that battle. And guess what? We don't give a damn about neither one of you. And here's my $1 million question. Where's the Black and brown folks? Because y'all notice every time they tell us that they're going to take away our voter rights, they always include black and brown, then why aren't the brown people out there saving you? Yeah, we've been calling them bluff for a long time, family, a long time. Whenever they make statements, they say they're trying to take back black and brown communities. They want to strip away voter rights from black and brown communities. The Supreme Court just harmed black and brown communities, but they only go into the black communities to come save them. You can go to...
Okay, see, this is all talk and no knowledge. The point is that they said that black and brown communities would be hurt. And by the way, the brown part, maybe in Texas, but there aren't enough of a brown community in states outside of Texas and Florida to really worry about. But the point is black people were hurt. Okay, if you have two majority black voting districts with two black representatives in the U.S. Congress, and you lose one of them, you have lost representation, and therefore you have been hurt. Okay, I know it all sounds good, and I know he's fascinated with his alliteration and his rhyming and shit. He should have just wrote a beat for it, but this is just all bluster. No, it's all mouth and no thoughts feeding that mouth.
Julio, Romero, and Gonzalez, they can come save you. You put Ann Brown in all your statements, then how come Ann Brown ain't out there in the streets marching, protesting, rallying with you? That's because Ann Brown wants to be Ann White. And Ann Brown is going to vote Ann MAGA. And if Ann Brown votes for Ann MAGA, and certified black society don't vote for you, then that means your vote blue no matter who is through. Got folks out here speaking in black sense. Y'all about to be speaking in a broke sense. Broke as in your money gone. You better go on another book tour. If folks will listen to you, because Kamala done went to a book tour. I was there personally and seen about 7 people in the seats. They was giving away tickets with peanuts. I seen a local high school fill up a theater more than she did. What you think gonna happen to Jasmine Crockett? Y'all gonna see them at a book signing at McDonald's. They're gonna be signing Happy Meals, but they ain't gonna be too happy. Because the only people happy right now are foundational black Americans. We out here, we shining, we watching the Michael Jackson movie, we doing the damn moonwalk on these people. We say we big steppers, right? Well, we stepping on the family, 2-stepping on them. Barbecue, cookouts, family reunions. That's what we doing, because it's well known nothing makes people more upset than black American happiness. Well, black Americans are happy, and that's why everybody else is crashing out. You better go get a refund, Mr. Minority. You better go get a refund, Blacks and Browns No Elition. You better go get a refund, Punk Alert. You better go get a refund, Democratic Shield, because you're about to get fired and you can't pay your bills. Reparations over everything. Dollar bills, y'all. Certified salute.
Yeah, I was just looking at Ryan's point here, where he says, what did you say, Ryan? You said that oh yeah, he's saying that I'm losing. I assume he means Democrats are losing. Well, the interesting thing is go to the gas pump. You're paying the same prices as Democrats are paying. There is no special privilege. There is no special privilege to being a MAGA black. Okay, you're going to vote Trump and pay through the nose for your gas, just like the Democrats will. So, yeah, you might want to think through some of this bluster, because people like me take all that bluster and just kind of deconstruct it and throw it right back at you. You're paying too much for gas after this stupid war that Trump started, just like me, son. All righty. So this is another one that I've been meaning to play since I'm going through the junk drawer here. This is Dr. Jawanza Kunjifu, To Be Popular or Smart. And I bet CKJ3's probably seen this before, but let's play it. This is from 1988.
The following workshop is presented by National Educational Consultant Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu.
Are you going to accept Mrs. Jones's offer to be in honor classes?
Are you kidding? I can see it right now. All of my friends talking about me and calling me a nerd.
I know the feeling. They still call me stuck up because of the grades I get and the way I talk. That's why I dropped out of honors classes.
I think it's harder on the brothers myself. If you can't fight, play ball, or get high, you're just not with it.
Well, I'm not trying to compare, but sisters are vicious.
Listen, why don't we cut ninth period geometry? You want to go to the park?
Word, let's get out of here right now.
All right, let's go.
I'm a consultant across the country in a program titled Closing the Gap between white and black students. The average white European child in our California test is scoring at the 60th percentile. The average black African American child is scoring at the 30th percentile. Now, we believe there are 5 major reasons for this gap. One reason has to deal with teacher expectations. There are many teachers who lower expectations for black students. Another reason for this gap lies in parental involvement. There are some parents that are not involved and supportive of their children's education. Another reason has to deal with student self-esteem. There are many children that do not feel good about themselves, that do not like the way they look. Another reason for this gap lies in the curriculum. It's not motivating, it's not relevant, and also learning style. Children learn in different ways, and many teachers give left brain lesson plans for large numbers of right brain thinking students. But the major reason, or one of the reasons we're going to look at today for this gap, lies in peer pressure. There are 5 major reasons for this gap: teacher expectations, parental involvement, student self-esteem, the curriculum, and peer pressure. And we wanted you to be with us today because we want to look at the impact of peer pressure on academic achievement. What we're getting at is that it's very possible for parents to be doing their job, for teachers to be doing their job, and it all go for naught because the black peer group is more concerned about what kind of gym shoes or sneakers they wear, what kind of clothes they wear, how well they dance, fight, and play basketball. Is there anyone in this audience that has had a negative encounter with peer pressure, a situation where your peer group was not reinforcing academic achievement? Can anyone give some example of how their peer group was not encouraging them to do a good job in school? Anyone?
Yeah.
Judy?
I have an incident like in our class we have free bells, which is like a study hall. And some people who have study hall will ask other students who drive to school, like instead of studying for a test, to take them somewhere to get something to eat or whatever. If they say no, then they'll say, well, you're a nerd for staying to study. You don't have to study. I mean, study tomorrow when you get home, or, you know.
And again, the person that had the study hall had the car. And they were trying to get that person to leave study and go get them something to eat. Okay. Anybody else with an example where negative peer pressure did not reinforce academic achievement? Anyone else? An example like that? Where your friends did not encourage you to do a good job in school? Anyone else? With a situation where your peers did not reinforce academic achievement?
They do, but then they don't. So it's sort of like.
Well, that's good. You have some that do and some that don't.
Some that do and some that don't. But
describe those that don't.
They don't really. It's not that they tell you don't go to school or something like that. But I have people who say, well, why don't you come over to my house? And then we'll do so and so and so and so. And I'm like, well, I have to go to class because I have already missed so many days out of class. And it's like, well, you can miss one more day. No, I can't. So I go to school anyway. But and then some, you should really come to class because you're missing out on so much.
Okay, a little later on, we're going to talk about which way do you side, with those that reinforce or those that don't. In my latest book titled, To Be Popular or Smart, we also interviewed students across the country, those that had good friends and those that had bad friends. And I just want to share with you an excerpt, one of the brothers named Lamont, who was one of the ones influenced by the negative peer group. This is what Lamont had to say. I can get an A on any test I want. It doesn't matter whether it's biology, algebra, English, history, drafting, or gym. In some of my classes, there have been 5 tests, and I've gotten 5 different grades. I've gotten A, B, C, D, and F. It's hard being serious the entire year. I got too many distractions to be in honors classes, but I don't want my partners to tease me and call me a fag. I usually sit in the back of the class and clown, and sometimes I don't go to class at all. I'm tight with my friends, and the women love me. I don't see the guys respecting the nerds or the women chasing after them. I would like to get A's or B's. It would really get my parents off my back, but I can't be serious for 40 straight weeks. Plus, I'd rather be down with my partners. Has anybody experienced something like that, where you've got an A, a B, a C, a D, and an F? In other words, you can turn it on when you want to turn it on. You can turn it off when you want to turn it off. But many of us have a real difficult time being serious the entire year, and we have to work on that. I want to look at some questions. I want to ask this group, how do you act white? See, there's a rumor going around Cincinnati. There's a rumor going around that when black youth are doing a good job in school, they get teased. When the brothers are doing a good job in school, they're called a chump or a nerd or a fag. And I've even heard in some cases that when black youth are doing a good job in school, you're acting white. Now that's deep. If being smart is acting white, what does being black mean? I now want to first of all ask this group, how do you act white? And then we'll go into how do you act black? How do you act white?
Well, from my experience, a lot of people that I've talked to say that, I may act white or whatever because of the way that I speak, because I don't use a lot of slang a lot of times unless I'm just joking around. And when I want to get something done or be assertive or serious, I speak, proper English. Or it might be the way that you act or the way that you carry yourself.
So when you speak proper English, they say you're acting white? Yeah. Okay, and what else are you saying? You're saying when you act a certain kind of way? How do you act a certain way that causes people to call you acting white?
If you're not like using slang or, walking a certain way or doing certain things that the stereotypical black person would do, then you're acting white.
Okay, and remember, if we know what acting white is, we have to also know what acting black is. How do you act black? If acting white is speaking proper English and walking a certain kind of way, how do you act black? Does anyone know how to act black? Okay, anything else? Have you heard that comment that to be smart is to act white? Okay, so when you act black, what does that mean? I mean, if acting smart is acting white, then how does that relate to grades for acting black? Is that right?
I guess, yeah. That's what it's saying. If you're smart, you must be white. If you're black, then you must be dumb. Because white people say we don't know anything anyway.
Okay. And what is a nerd? Does anybody know what a nerd is? I understand that we don't want to be called a nerd. I mean, that's the worst thing to ever be called. What is a nerd?
In their books, who's always worried about getting their grades and getting A's and has a less social life.
Now, would acting like a nerd make you popular with your students, with your friends?
Your other nerdy friends, but not the in crowd, not the people who are popular and are worried about how their hair looks or what's happening at the football game. You could
the in crowd is into what? The hair, how your hair looks?
Social life, and the nerdy people are more into their books and trying to achieve something for themselves.
And in most schools, are there more nerds or more people in the in crowd?
More people in the in crowd.
In the in crowd. Okay, and we need to work on that. I want to now ask, which group, or in terms of Asians, why do Asian Americans do a very good job in school? Why do Asian Americans do a very good job in school? Okay, so they study more. To reinforce your point, Kevin, on the SAT, the average Asian on the SAT is scoring 920. And the average white European student is scoring 908. And the average black African-American student is only scoring 700. Now, you gave one reason for this gap, and that is the average Asian studies 12 hours a week. The average white student studies 8 hours a week. And we only study 5 hours a week and watch more TV than anybody else in America. Any other reasons why Asians do a very good job in school?
Parents kind of emphasize schoolwork a lot.
Okay, so their parents reinforce academic achievement, and you think that sometimes their parents may reinforce achieving more than African American parents? Okay, don't worry. I know that's not the case with your parents. But let's go on to the second part of the question. Why do African Americans do such a good job in sports? In the NBA, 86% of the NBA basketball starters are Black, except in Boston. But only 1% of the engineers and doctors in this country are Black. Why is it that Black students, Black people, do a better job in sports and music than they do in other areas? Is it ability? What is it?
They concentrate more on sports and like just saying like in school, since they were young, their peer pressure influenced them to, go with the in crowd in sports and dance. So therefore they emphasize that more. So now when they get older, they still emphasize that.
Okay, so you're saying the Black in crowd is reinforcing the sports and music, and the Asian in crowd is reinforcing the study? Okay. Yeah, Charlotte?
Expectations. Now, again, I want to point this out. This is 1988. So just bear this in mind. I don't know. Has it gotten better? I went to school. As a matter of fact, one of my best friends in high school was from Hong Kong. So I don't know that you gain or lose anything from going to school with Asians.
If someone expects that you are naturally inclined in this area, that's certainly where you get groomed.
Okay.
And if someone naturally expects that you are not academically sound, then you will be groomed away from that.
So you're saying when adults see our students in the school and they see an Asian student, they automatically assume this person may be well-versed academically? And when they see a Black student, this person may be well-versed in...
From what I've gathered, at least reading Amy Chua, Jewel, it's the battle hymn of the tiger mom, not the tiger dad. So I think it might be the mothers that are it's the mothers that are the terrors, apparently.
Sports and music. Okay, so we have to work on the issue of expectations. And that's a serious issue that we have to look at. We want to also look at some characteristics of lower achievers and higher achievers. And I just want to find out, do some of these things apply to you? We want to look at the underachievers, those students that were not doing well in school. And these are some of the things that they did. And I want to find out, do you do some of those things? The underachievers, remember, these students are very smart. They just don't want to do well. They're very smart. They just do not want to do well. Some of them cut class. I'll make it even easier. We won't say you. Do you know any of your friends who are pretty good in school in terms of ability, but sometimes cut class? Do you know anyone like that? Okay. We also notice that some of them don't even attend class at all. I mean, they miss school altogether. I mean, they left home. Their parents think they went to school, but they never showed up for division. Anyone you know that's acted like that? What about sitting in the back of the class? You know any of your friends that sit in the back of the class? I'm gonna make this more at home. Do any of us sit in the back of the class? Okay. We've also noticed that some of the underachievers don't ask questions. That it's not cool to ask questions. Do you know anyone that sits in the back of the class and doesn't ask questions? Do you ask questions? Or do you sit in the back of the class? Which one do you do? You do? In the front of the class or the back of the class? In the middle. Okay, you're in the middle. Okay. We've also noticed that some of the underachievers, they take easy courses. In schools where you only have to take maybe 1 hour class in math or 2 in science, once they get finished with that, they don't take any more. They do not take trig, they do not take calculus or college algebra. Do you know anyone who takes easy courses in high school? Do you all take easy courses in high school? You all taking all the courses? 4 years of math, 4 years of science. Okay, let's go on. This group also doesn't believe in studying. Okay, they're afraid their peer group is going to call them a nerd. Do you know anyone like that? That also wants to avoid studying? And then lastly, this group does not want to be called a nerd, a brainiac, an Oreo. What's an Oreo? What is an Oreo?
A person who's black on the outside but is white on the inside.
Black on the outside, but white on the inside. Now, elaborate. I mean, how do you do that?
You're black, you know, you're black, but on the inside you perceive yourself as being white. You do your work and you hang around a lot of white people and you act white.
Okay. And remember, this group surely would not want to be called an Oreo. And last but not least, this group does not speak standard English. They would never go to a museum, and they always listen to black music. They don't listen to classical music or anything else. They have to listen to a certain kind of music. And that's the underachievers. But we also have some higher achievers. Is there anyone in this audience who's a higher achiever? Higher achiever. They can tell their peer group no. If you can tell your peer group no, raise your hands. Okay, now we will find out right now if you fit into the higher achiever category. Now, this group, though, also wants to be part of the in crowd. In other words, they decided, I'm going to find a way to be smart and still be part of the in crowd. Some of the things they've done is become an athlete. William, as you well know, you can still be a down brother if you can also play basketball. So you're okay if you're on the honor roll. If you also, you can okay in terms of playing basketball if you're also on the honor roll. So you can do both. Or the class clown. Does anyone in the audience know how to be the class clown? You get A's in school, but you tell good jokes. And because you tell good jokes, then you're part of the crowd. Is there anyone in this audience who knows how to be the class clown? Okay, you all tell good jokes? Good jokes, okay. Another one is they're never caught studying in public. They get good grades, but no one never sees them studying. Anybody fall into that category? Well, you study, you fall in that category? So you get good grades, but no one knows how you got them, right? So you study by yourself. Or another one is they're very independent. How many of you are independent? You're strong, you feel good about yourselves, you're independent, very good. Also, some people that have done well in this situation are good fighters. In other words, they're able to tell their peer group, if you don't like what I'm doing, we can go down. Now, your first name in the green is? Right here, you're right. Yeah. Your first name? Ruben. Now, have you noticed that if you can fight, you can also be accepted by your peer group? Because many brothers don't respect how well you can do academically, but they do respect how well you can fight. Is that right? Okay. Some other ones that we heard were the better students, they also tutor the bullies. In other words, you can be accepted by your peer group if you tutor the bullies. And then the last one that we saw was they act raceless. Like you just mentioned about acting like an Oreo. They are black, they are white. They try to walk a fine line in the middle. And it's real hard to look black and then act white, quote unquote. So your black friends don't like you and your white friends don't like you. That's called being raceless. And that's real hard, where your black friends don't like you and your white friends don't like you. And you end up raceless. I know what you're going through. I'm also in this book as well. I was a 9th grader in high school and I was in honors classes. And my friends teased me so much, I flunked the whole marking period intentionally, trying to get kicked out of school while in honors classes. Had not been for my father then kicked my butt, I'd had some real serious problems. But the compromise was I got a chance to run track and be involved in martial arts. My friends like that, running track and being involved in martial arts. But it's real tough dealing with the peer group, and we have to work on that. But what I want to now do is to look at black excellence. You see, I was real concerned about if you thought that being white was being smart, then that means that being black is being what? Okay, and I won't even put dumb on the board. That's embarrassing. But I have a real concern with if being white is being smart, then what does being black mean? You see, before 1954, we didn't.
I think that's one of the advantages of being in integrated schools. Believe me, I knew plenty of dumb whites. So I was never that enamored with, automatically associating being smart with being white or vice versa. Plenty shit. I've known dumb Asians. So that's one advantage of integrated schools.
Act this way. Being black meant being the best. And we need to redefine again what it means to be black. See, I'm from the old school. See, I was taught that Hippocrates was not the first doctor, that the first doctor's name was Imhotep. What I'm getting at is, whether we're talking about science In every area that we've been allowed to participate in, we've always been the best. All we've ever needed was the opportunity. So in science, was Imhotep or Granville Woods or Lewis Latimer or George Washington Carver or Walter Massey or Sister Jemison, our first Black female astronaut, you name the area. All we've ever needed was the opportunity. We're talking about Black excellence because it used to be being Black meant being the best. If it's in business, we have strong men and women there as well. Reginald Lewis, who now owns a large company that he just acquired, or John Johnson at Ebony Magazine, or Ed Gardner at Soft Sheen. All we've ever needed was the opportunity. In writing, can you all name me a very good writer? Rather than me just giving you all the names. Can you name me a Black writer that you think is very, very good? Yes. Nikki Giovanni, any others?
Richard Wright.
Richard Wright, Toni Morrison, Alice Walker, Gwendolyn Brooks, Alex Haley. In education, Carter G. Woodson, Benjamin Mays, and Mary Petrell, the current president of education. Strong Black men and women. In television, who has the best show on television right now? Bill Cosby. And the best newscaster in terms of the talk shows, there's two. Actually, they're both in the morning. Who are they? Morning talk show hosts. Brian Gumbel, and who's the other one? The female. And Oprah Winfrey. You name the area, we've been good at it. What about in the movies? Who has the greatest box office attraction in the movies? Eddie Murphy. And then you add on people beside Eddie Murphy, Cicely Tyson, and Jones, and Lou Gossett. You name the area, we've been good at it. Let's move to music. Name some top stars in music. Michael Jackson, who else? Anita Baker, Luther Vandross, Stevie Wonder, Aretha Franklin. What about sports? Who's the best basketball player? Michael Jordan. Who has rushed for more yards in football in the history of the sport? Rushed for more yards. Just retired from Chicago. Walter Payton. Okay. And who hit more home runs than anybody in baseball, including more than Babe Ruth? Initials H.A. Hank Aaron. Okay. So again, you name the area, we've been good at it. Nor are we lazy. Think about it. The rumor is we're lazy. If we're lazy, why'd they bring us to work America? If we were lazy, they could have kept using their servants. We are the world's greatest workers. We're not lazy. In addition to that, we raise their children. We're good at nurturing as well. Also, who received the Nobel Peace Prize? And he lives in South Africa, Zania, right now. Matter of fact, one is living, one died. The Nobel Peace Prize. One lived in America, one lived in South Africa. One is dead, one is alive. Nobel Peace Prize. The one in America was Martin Luther King. And who's the other one? He lives in South Africa right now. Bishop Tutu. Okay. So again, and also, who received more votes with less money? He didn't win, but he had the best run campaign, Jesse Jackson. What I'm getting at is whatever the area is, science, business, writing, music, TV, movies, you name the area. All we've ever needed was the opportunity. All we've ever needed was the opportunity. What I want you to understand is to be Black means to be the best. When you go to your schools with white and Asian students, you represent the race. You represent Imhotep. You represent Marcus Garvey. You represent King Akhenaten. You represent Nikki Giovanni. You represent Bill Cosby. To be Black means to be the best. And we have to work on this. We have to work on redefining what it means to be Black. But because many of us have this kind of definition, now we have to find ways to deprogram it. We deprogram our students right now. See, on a plantation, Abraham Lincoln figured out you have 300 slaves, you have one master. That's a lot of work to watch that many slaves. Why don't you let them go? But don't teach them who they are. Don't give them their story. Notice the word his story. That's all history is. Don't give them their story. Don't make them feel good about themselves. Then you won't have to watch it. They will even say in 1988, 89, 90, 91, they will even say to be white is to be smart. To be Black is to be what? To be dumb. That's what will happen when you brainwash students. So we have to work on this. And so since this happened between 1619 and 1865, what we're going to do in about 5 minutes, we're going to find ways to deprogram our students. We have to deprogram about 200 years of brainwashing. But remember, the first step is you need to know who you are. You are an African-American people. Your history did not begin in 1619. It began 4 million years ago. And when you start talking about good hair and pretty eyes, your hair is good hair and your eyes are pretty eyes. You are beautiful just the way you are. But let's go on in this deprogramming process. There are only 4 ways to attribute your success and or your failure. When you do well in school or when you do poorly in school, there are only 4 ways to attribute it. You can attribute it to your ability. You can attribute it to effort. You can attribute it to luck. And you can attribute it to the nature of the task. It was either easy or hard. Now understand, students, what we're going through. Anything you do in life, your success or your failure, you will attribute it to either one of these areas, to your ability, to effort, to luck, or the nature of the task. For example, if you think you're good in math, if you got 100 on a math test, you would probably say, I'm good in math, and that's why I got 100. And if you got a 40 on the math test, you would probably say, I didn't study hard enough. You would never question your ability because you believe you're good in math. So if you got 100, you attribute it to your ability. If you got a 40, you probably say, I didn't work hard enough, which means the next time you take a test, you will study harder. But if you feel I'm not good in math, I'm not good in science, if you got 100 on a test, you'll probably say it was luck. Or you would say it was easy. And if you got a 40 on the math test, you would probably say, well, I never was good in math. What happens is when you do not feel good about yourself, you won't work harder the next time because you attribute the bad grade to your ability. I want you to ask yourself in all your subjects, do you attribute your success to the ability, or do you attribute it to luck and how easy the test was? I want you to attribute your success to your ability. And if you do a bad job, if you did not do well on a particular test, attribute it to effort. My sister tried 4 times to pass the CPA exam, and she did not pass. But she never questioned her ability. She always believed she didn't try hard enough. It's a real good feeling when you never give up on yourself, when you always believe in yourself. You see, many of us are afraid to try. We give up because we doubt our ability. It's called a psychology of performance. And I want you from this point on to work on attributing your success to your ability and your failure to effort. I want you to always stay at level 1 and 2. When you're not doing a good job, you always drop down to 3 and 4. Well, I did good on the test because there was luck or the test was easy. I wish we had time to go around the room and ask you, where do you attribute your success? Where do you attribute your failure? Your success, the ability. Your failure, the effort. Never question your ability. Always believe you didn't work hard enough. Another model we want to give to you is called the box. Those things that are for you and those things that are not for you. See, to be part of the in crowd, a lot of times they put you in boxes. When I went to Illinois State, my friends told me that debate was not for me. They told me that running track was for me. See, I had a track scholarship, and it was blind. I was part of the in crowd to run track. My friends liked that. But when I chose to debate, they said that was not for me. The blind students don't do that. I want to now ask this group some questions with regards to what things are for them and what things are not for them. Being a freshman at a black college, is that for you or not for you? Do you envision that, going to a black college? Could that be for you or not for you? What about playing rap music? What about being editor of the yearbook? The winner of a spelling contest? Gangbanging? You said for you. Okay, you nod. I mean, be honest. Be honest on television. Score 21 or better on ACT. Kind of weak on that. Is that for you or not for you? I mean, do you envision that you could score 21 or 23 on the ACT? See, in order to do anything, you have to see it first. You have to see it before you can be it. Or what about 1200 on the SAT? Is that for you or not for you? What about getting high? sure? We got a dead audience today. All the nerds are here today. What about being a member of the National Honor Society? Judy? You sure? What about playing basketball? What about getting pregnant? You sure now, aren't you? Not for you? At least not right now, right? What about a D grade point average? You sure? What about driving a taxi when you're 25 years of age? You sure? What about working at McDonald's at 25 years of age? Being an engineer?
Yeah.
For you? Okay. What about selling drugs? Hey, big money selling drugs. You sure that's not for you? What about being a teacher? For you? I like the way your eyes sparkle. We need more teachers. We're losing a lot of good black teachers. On welfare? You sure?
Yeah.
Owning your own business?
For you.
Okay, very good group. We have to work on this because what we've noticed is many of the peer group, they want to put you in boxes. Those things that are for you, those things that are not for you. Can you imagine if I had listened to my friends back in 1970 and chosen not to debate, I wouldn't be here today. My public career as a speaker probably began when I became a debater. But my friends said, that's acting white. They thought that running track was acting black. They thought that debating was acting white. We have to really work on this. Those things that are for you, those things that are not for you. And you know what's interesting? There's this theory called a crab theory. A theory that says many of us try to pull somebody down. See, there's only two ways to be somebody. Either uplift yourself, which requires work, or tear somebody else down, which requires talk. What's interesting is the in crowd, they don't pull down the athlete, but they pull down the scholar. See, if they were jealous, they should also be jealous of the athlete too. But maybe the real issue is because they believe that black people can do this. That's okay. But when someone like you all do a good job in academics, shows they too could do a good job. And they don't want anyone to know that black folks can also do well academically. So they pull this group down. If the crab theory was legitimate, both groups should be pulled down. But most peer groups pull down the scholar, not the athlete. They praise the athlete. They don't praise the scholar. We have to work on that. But let's spread this around. Beyond the issue of students and the issue of deprogramming, I want to also move to the parents. We want to look at some ideas from the parents as well, because many parents also have children that may be affected by peer pressure. First of all, I believe that good parents know who their children's friends are. Secondly, good parents invite their children's friends over to get to know them better. And many times they program their child's peer group to make sure they run with the right group. My parents made so sure I didn't run into a gang in Chicago. They enrolled me on a track team. I had to run cross country, indoor track, outdoor track, had me running around a track rather than running around a street. First of all, good parents know who their children's friends are. They invite them over to get to know them better. And third, they program their child's peer group. Are there any parents in the audience that want to share some experiences they've had where their children have also had some encounters with peer pressure? Any comments from the parents?
I've had some experiences where the children have had negative peer pressure, but it's been sort of difficult. I sometimes always like to use Bill Cosby's TV show as examples of some things that parents can do, because if you step in too far and too hard, then your children will certainly go in the direction of that negative peer pressure. So you sort of have to just sit back, be aware of it, and watch it and see if it really is dangerous or not. Sometimes we perceive it as being dangerous when it really isn't.
Okay, so you're recommending parents need to be sensitive and stay close.
Stay close.
Okay, and keep the lines of communication open.
If possible.
Okay, yes, Charlotte?
Who the friends are, but to know the parents of those friends so that
Oh,
you're
that's
all
excellent.
communicating.
So you're saying not only know who your children's friends are, but also know their parents. That's very good.
I personally feel like when I send him to you, you have the same values that I have.
Okay.
And so we know we are reinforcing one another when your child comes to me or my child comes to you.
Now, young people, how would you feel if your mother, you said you wanted to go over someone's house, and your mother said, well, let me call, his or her parents and talk to them. How do you feel about that? Oh, mama, why you got to do all this? How do you all feel about that when the parents want your friends' phone numbers to talk to their parents to see if everything's on the up and up? How do you feel about that? Yes.
I think it's unnecessary because I think that your parents should trust you and trust that you will not go out and find bad kids. I guess you call them bad kids, because I personally hate it for my mother to do that.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Child, what do you think about that? We have a young person here that says she thinks it's unnecessary. You should trust me.
I sort of have a situation where I knew all the boys, the crowd of boys, and they were all good guys as far as I was concerned. But yeah, they sort of got steered off into the wrong direction. I don't know who in the group, might have thought, well, hey, let's try this. Some of the other guys are doing it. But basically, good kids can get themselves into an awful lot of trouble. And then we look back and look at the damage,
Especially niggas hanging out. What do you feel about this? If you say you're going over Teresa's house, do you feel it's okay for you to at least leave the phone number for Teresa? And is it okay for your parents, if they want to verify that you really are over Teresa's house? Is that okay?
Yes, I guess.
Guess.
Yeah, it's okay, but I think it's, well, I'm a kid, but I think it's bad for parents to, question you about, well, are you really going over Teresa's house? Well, here, give me your telephone number just so I can find out that you're really going over. Why would I lie?
Yeah, true. So you feel because of your integrity that you should be trusted. Okay. And of course, that's okay as long as every time you say you're going to do something, you did it. Now, you do agree when you do not tell the truth, then trust becomes limited, right? Okay. For example, if at some point I really did call Teresa and you weren't there, you would not expect me to trust you the next time, right? You'd have to earn the trust over again. You okay with that? The trust has to be earned. Okay. Okay. Yes.
I think the older you get, your parents should let you go. Because some people are just like too tied to their kids. And I think at a certain point in your life, you have to let go. It's just like when you go away to college, you're gonna be calling down there every day, what you doing, who your friends are, who's in your room with you.
What do you think that age should be then?
I think it should be about 16, 17, something around there, because 18, you're considered an adult. So you can do what you want to do.
But you don't think it should be 18?
Well, no.
I think you shouldn't start calling your friend's parent. I mean, you're 17 years old. You're practically grown.
Right.
I don't think you should be calling your kids' parents and asking them, well, what's so-and-so over there and so-and-so over there. And just like I had a friend who was going somewhere he wasn't supposed to be going. He ended up in a car accident. That's his fault. He should have went where he was supposed to be going. He should have got back. But see, I think it depends on how strong your family, how strong your family is. If they tell you, if they've been teaching you since you've been young to do, and if I say you can't do it and you do it anyway and you mess up, then that's your fault.
And then thirdly?
One situation that happens a lot of times with children, not that, to comment on her, not that you don't trust the child, it's just that you want to be sure that since this child lives at home with his parent, that it's okay with his parent to have this child come over. So therefore, when we call to check, we're not calling to check to say, is so-and-so at the house? We're calling to say, so-and-so have the permission to have company. Then a lot of times you will find that you trust the children. And the children, if they're going to do something that you are not in accord with them doing, they will have so-and-so being their friend answer that phone. And therefore, you will be talking to so-and-so's big sister or somebody and thinking you're talking to the person giving you permission. The child can still get around doing what they're supposed to be doing if they're trying to get around it.
I think the key, though, is that knowing who the friends are and the communication with the parents is something that should happen when the children are very young, so it becomes a ritual and everybody understands that this is what's going to happen. By the time the child is 16, 17, and 18 years old, hopefully that foundation of expectations on both ends has already been set, and then the trust could then begin to build even more at that point.
True, and reinforce that point. A lot of times what good parents also do is they have check back every so often. There's nothing worse than a child going out at Saturday at 1 o'clock in the summertime, and you don't see them until 9 or 10 o'clock. All kind of things can happen. So good parents say, why don't you check back around 3 o'clock? And then check back at 5 o'clock, and then at 7 o'clock, and then at 9 o'clock. We're not saying you still can't get involved in negativity, but you only had 2 hours to do it before you had to check back and, check in again. So that's important because many of our youth simply hang out too much. But beyond the issue of this one, I also want parents to begin to ask their students about what it means to be Black. The session we just went through, we want all the parents to ask their students, what does it mean to be Black and what does it mean to be white? See, a lot of times this could be going on right inside your house and you didn't even know. You didn't know that your children had this negative image of being Black and this very positive image of being white. We want all parents to have a dialogue with their students about what it means to be Black. And we also want you to begin to teach more Black history in your homes. And not just Black history, term, Black future, Black present. Many of our youth are talking about the old greats, way back when. Are there any contemporary Black men and women that are also doing something well? Teach that also in your house as well. But to put you all back together, I now want to ask the students and the adults, what is a friend? Young people first. What is a friend?
Someone who you can rely on and who is trustworthy, who respects you.
Okay, so a friend is someone trustworthy and dependable and you can rely on.
A true friend.
A true friend. Wait. Now we get these code words, true friend. Okay, I just said friend. You mean you can have some other kind of friends?
Yes.
Okay, so let's use your vernacular. We have true friends. What other kind of friends can you have?
You have acquaintances.
Acquaintances, okay.
Or you can have just social people that you hang around,
So like associates?
Right.
Okay. What's an associate, Quayla?
Person that you just with when you ain't got nobody else to be with.
Okay, so they're not really your friend, but someone you can sort of hang with when there's no one else to hang with. Okay, yeah.
A friend is someone who will accept you for who you are and not for what you do, what you wear, or who you hang with. A friend is someone who accepts you no matter if you're not in the in crowd.
So you can depend on them, they're reliable, and it's unconditional. Let me ask you this. Would a true friend do something negative to you? No. Would a true friend encourage you?
Not intentionally.
Not intentionally. Would a true friend encourage you to do something negative?
No.
Would a true friend gossip about you?
No.
I want you to ask yourself, do you really have a friend? Okay. Because some of the people that have steered you some negative directions, they are not your friends. They are not friends. If you have someone who encouraged you to cut class, is that your friend? If you had someone that wanted you to steal something from a store, is that your friend? I believe some of you have had some people that you really did call your friends who really did encourage you to cut class. Don't lie to me on television. You've had some friends that you call friends that encourage you to cut class. And I even believe some of you might encourage them to cut class. I won't say this one, even though I think some of us have.
Hey, Speak Radio. Years ago, there was a movie called The Fisher King that had Robin Williams in it. That's what that picture reminds me of. Somebody who's like living in the sewers.
Also been involved in stealing from time to time too. We have some people that say they're friends that encourage us to do this. And you have to watch that because they are not your friends. Now I want to ask you, for people that encourage you to do negative, why would you still want to be with them? And if it's harder talking about you, we'll talk about other people. Why do you think some people have people that they call friends who encourage them to do this?
They want to be part of the in crowd. They want to be able to fit in.
Okay, so typical situation of the in crowd. You have 9 people. You have 5 people that are being negative. You have 3 people being positive. Now it's your vote. Now, you have 5 being negative, 3 being positive. You have to decide which way you're going to go. Many of us, of course, choose to fall in right here because they outnumber this one. Simple majority, party in crowd. Another one I think I hear a lot of times is those are my parents' rules. Many young people do not like following their parents' rules. Anybody want to testify on that? Just simply break rules because it's their parents' rules. I just want to be me, and whatever they say, I'm going to do the exact opposite. Have you ever known anyone like that? If my parents say yes, I'm going to say no. If they say 10 o'clock, I'm going to say 11 o'clock. Is that you, Quayle? I'm glad you said I sure didn't want to mention your name, girl. Quayle, testify. What is it sometimes about, I just don't want to do what they say? What makes you feel good about that sometimes?
No, you just don't want to do it because you're sick of hearing it.
You sick of hearing it?
Yeah.
Do you think do you think about whether it's right or wrong? Okay, it's just their rule, right? And you want what, your own?
You just want to do what you want to do.
You want to do your own, you want to have your own rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to do that.
You're going to do that. Anybody else like that? Judy, testify, girl.
I feel like when Carmen was saying, you get to a certain age, you feel, I'm a senior this year. Next year, I feel like I'll be in college. And like she said, your parents not going to be there at all times. So it's like, she'll tell you to be here at a certain time, but you feel as though, well, next year, nobody's going to be there to tell you, come and have study, do this, do that. So you feel as though you have to learn on your own, because since no one's going to be there to tell you that, you're going to be like, my mom's not here to tell me, so I can go do it on my own. But if you do it now while you're in high school, you'll learn the hard way. I think it's better for you to learn the hard way than somebody telling you. Okay. And I think it's better to learn while you're in high school than when you get into college and it's too late.
Now, Judy, you don't mind learning the hard way? See, your parents love it. See, what do parents always say to this, to that kind of comment? What do they say? I've been through it before.
I know what's going
now,
on.
do you believe they've been through it back in 1920? Go through what you went through.
They've been through it, but you have responsibilities, and if they want you not to go through what they have gone through, or they want you to go through what they did go through, then they should be able to say, okay, you can learn from your own mistakes, and you should be able to do this, because when you reach a certain age, you should have more responsibilities upon yourself.
So you feel parents are wrong denying you the opportunity to learn the hard way?
I mean, like okay, said they tell you the first time.
This is heavy. Y'all don't mind being hurt, right?
Not saying they're really wrong, but saying that you should have, there's only a certain extent to where your parents can say, you can't do this. And if you're going to be 18 next year, which is considered an adult age, and right now when you're 17, getting ready to turn 18 or a senior in high school, they're saying they can't stay out past 12, then, it's kind of, especially on prom or something special.
Probably they'll do it on prom now.
I do.
Yes, they would. Judy, I'm just like, Thunder.
I think, though, that the youth don't really understand that the parents know the magnitude of the consequences that you might have to suffer. And what parents are trying to do is to protect you from some types of consequences that might be irreversible, like a baby, or like flunking out of school, or drug abuse that might take 3 or 4 years to overcome, if you do overcome that. So it's really just more of a protection, because you don't understand all of the things that might be happening after 12 o'clock midnight, and pitfalls that you could fall into that might take the rest of your life to overcome.
But how did they find out? They had to find out the hard way.
Well, hold on, but to reinforce Timmy's point, there are 329,000 brothers in prison right now that in many cases were simply hanging out. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And many times the police, they don't care who they get. Somebody robs somebody, they just want to find one person that they can just catch very quickly and put them in jail. Timmy's point about teenage pregnancy. Last year, there were 1.2 million white, black, and brown girls that were pregnant. And you all keep saying, but it ain't going to happen to me. Right? It's not going to happen to you? Not this early? And the same thing with dropout. I mean, we have a national dropout rate of 23%. In most large cities, it's 50%. That's not going to happen to you either, right? You all got it all under control. Like Theo. I got it under control. Everything is always under control. Okay, Judy?
I mean, we understand the consequences, but it's like we've been living with them for 17 years, I feel as though if they enforce their rules, they enforce what's good and bad, and then, you come to a point where it's up to you to decide. I mean, they know it's wrong, it's wrong, but until you find out for yourself. Not saying that you're going to go out and get pregnant. It's just like certain things that your parents should, have enough trust in you that you wouldn't do that. Okay. Because if not, if you're not going to do it with their permission, then, that gives you even more reason to want to go and do it. because we
So
don't have
I think all of you all are saying that as you all get older, from 13 to 17, you want to renegotiate the room, and you want more and more rope, right? Okay, you want a regular negotiation, because all you all are saying, when I go to college, I'm totally free. And so you want a gradual movement to that point.
But when you
okay?
go to college, you're free to a certain extent, but you're always gonna call home and say, "Mom, I need this. Mom, I need that. Can you please help me?" But we're just saying that we need, more responsibilities laid on us so that we can understand what they went through or what they did not go through, and maybe that we can get a better perspective on ourselves.
Okay, and I agree. Right quick before time runs out, when I went to Illinois State, there were 1,000 black students that went there with me. 4 years later, only 254 graduated. At college, in a dormitory, by themselves, no parents. How come only this few graduated and the rest of them didn't? It wasn't ability. The other group, the other 746, stayed in the cafeteria, stayed in the dormitories room, kept shooting the breeze, playing. They lacked discipline. And so some of us say we want responsibility, but really can't handle it. We have to work on that. But let's go on before time runs out. I want to look at the competition of peer esteem, and that's self-esteem. The only way to win against peer esteem is to have self-esteem. In other words, I believe you make silly mistakes.
Let me make one statement here, because sometimes it's hard for me to know whether people are joking or actually serious. But this statement here from King Pix about telling these mammies to lose weight and wear their real hair, they take it as you hating on them. Well, where are you telling women to do this? Is it? I bet it's not your woman you're saying this to. If you have a woman, dude, getting up on a YouTube panel and saying this to women you don't know, of course they're going to take it as you hating on them. You have no clue who they are. They have no clue who you are. People need to understand that, you get up on some YouTube panel and start wilding out like this, especially with people you don't know. Yeah, they're not going to take it. They're not going to take it, very well. So, and if you're thinking just because you're a man, you can just say anything to a woman. Well, welcome to 2026 from your 1956 basement. You can't be doing shit like that. So hopefully you're joking, because I want to be in the audience when you do this on a panel.
You have nothing to lose. Why not get high? Why not get pregnant? Why not drop out of school? You have nothing to lose. What is it that you value so much you would not want to lose it? Is it a belief in God? Is it unconditional love from your parents? Is it high expectations from teachers? Is it feeling good about your race? Is it knowing where your talents are? Is it knowing you're going to college, that you have a career down the road? I have studied to say that little girls do not get pregnant when they know they're going to college. See, the real issue is you have to be able to tell your friends no. But you can't tell your friends no if you are not strong. And I believe one way to be strong is to improve your self-esteem and also to have goals. You see, when you have goals in your life, when you know you want to be an engineer, you don't cut class. When you know you want to be a doctor, you don't get pregnant at 16 or 17 years of age. I want you to begin to ask yourself two questions. One, why are you here? I don't mean today. Why are you here in life? First one. And the second one, what is it that you want so much? You live for it, you'll die for it, you dream about it, you think about it, all your waking moments are on it. If you can't answer those two questions quickly throughout your entire life, you're liable to succumb to peer pressure. Why are you here? And what do you want more than anything else? See, when you really want to be a doctor, you can tell your friends no. Maybe the real issue is our self-esteem is not as strong as we think it is. And second,
hey, Moxie, I'm 61 and I know better than to talk to women like that.
we aren't clear on what our goals are. But beyond the issue of students, beyond the issue of parents, I want to also move now to the teachers. I want to talk about cooperative learning. Here's a typical situation in a classroom. You have 30 students in a classroom and many teachers grade on the curve. Now, one student scored a 98. The next highest student scored a 79. Everyone else was below them. Now, young people, if you had a situation like this, where there were students in a class, and one person scored a 98, and the next highest grade was 79, of course, they got the A, this one probably got a B, and everybody else got C's and F's. How would you all feel about this student? Be mad, okay? Well, that's what happens when you have I more important than we. But in cooperative learning, rather than an individual grade, we're gonna have a team grade. We're gonna have the Lakers, we're gonna have the Bengals, we're gonna have the Ashanti, we're gonna have 6 teams of 5 players. And so therefore, the one that scored a 98 and the one that scored a 39 are gonna be on the same team. Now, in this situation, rather than being mad at each other, the one that got the low grade is gonna be encouraging him to get even a better grade. And this one is gonna be encouraging this one to get a better grade. We're now going to study together. We're not gonna reinforce each other. In cooperative learning, if you had a group of 5 students, you would give them 5 different assignments. And they then would have to work with each other to teach each other what was learned. What we found out is sometimes the students can present the idea better to each other than even the teachers can. They can break down Marcus Garvey or an algebraic equation sometimes better than the students can, or better than the teachers can. And so cooperative learning works. And what else I like about this is in cooperative learning, you no longer have teachers saying, sit down, be quiet, get back to work. Because in this situation, they're working together. And I think this is a better way to deal with peer pressure. We may never be able to reduce the impact of peer pressure. But what we can do is infiltrate the peer group and get them to work with each other to reinforce academic achievement. If we can do that, then maybe we can turn some of this around. Cooperative learning works, and we've got to find ways to look at this. Some other ideas with regards to peer pressure is the community. And before I do that, one other quick point on the classroom, on schools. In your schools, is more glory given to the athlete or to the scholar? More trophies, awards given to the athlete or the scholar? More pep rallies to the scholar or the athlete? We have to work on that. We want more schools giving pep rallies and trophies and medals to the scholars. I can understand the NBA giving more glory to the athlete, but not schools. I also want schools to quit dealing with tracking, where you have the advanced placement, the honor classes, the regular classes. We want all students working together, because when they work together, they can reinforce each other. See, in a class where one child got 100 and another child got 40, there should be no happiness here. The one that got 100 should be helping the other child that received 40. What Jesus said, what you do to the least of these, you also do unto me. See, the Asians study together. Black folks need to study together. We always study by ourselves. We need to start studying together and reinforce each other. And then lastly, for the community. In the Black community, are there more programs that work with Black youth in sports and in music, or are there more programs helping Black youth in math and in science and in language arts? Which one? Sports and music. So you see, adults, we are giving our youth negative messages. Not only do schools give more glory to sports and music, but so does the community. There are all kinds of programs in Cincinnati, LA, Baltimore, Detroit to reinforce sports and music. But where are the academic programs for math and science and language arts? NAACP has one. It's called AXA. Upward Bound is another very good one. We need more programs that reinforce academic achievement. And you know what's interesting? The rumor is we have a shortage of Black men. There's not a shortage of Black men to be Little League baseball coaches, to be basketball coaches, but where are the Black men in math and in science and in language arts? I don't believe it's our young people's fault. I believe the reason why we have figures like this, remember I gave this figure in terms of the MBA and engineers, I believe it's because the Black community reinforces this. We have a lot more programs in sports and music than we do in math and science. And we have to begin to work on these kinds of issues. Are there any questions or closing comments from the group with regards to how we can monitor peer pressure? We've tried to, first of all, look at its impact, and then look at what students can do, what parents can do, what teachers can do. And we also want more community activists to design programs in math and science and language arts. Any closing comments from the group? Yes.
You made a statement earlier that if you're strong, you could, turn the pressure away if you're positive about yourself. And I believe that it all starts, when you're young at home with the parental relationship. And as you all grow, with your parents and stuff, and you have trust and you do good in school, your parents monitor you or whatever, that it'll grow and you'll be more confident in yourself. And so when that pressure comes, you'll be able to turn it away. Or maybe.
So you recommend parents to become involved very early.
Yes.
And you want more programs in the classroom and the community that start working with peer pressure at a very early age. Yes. Okay. Any other closing comments, both adults and young people?
I think that we could begin by looking at ourselves, because we individually are part of that peer group that we're talking about. And if we decide among ourselves that we're going to elevate some things, for example, like engineering and math, etc.
You know what? I have literally never been a part of a study group. I've tried it like maybe once, and it just drove me crazy. I need quiet when I study. And some people, I don't know whether I just learn differently or just what, but I think that people, I just don't, I can't study with other people.
Then we become a peer group, and then we can dictate.
Right. And in closing, remember, to be smart is to be black. Being black means black excellence. Now, remember at the beginning, we had a negative encounter between peer pressure. Now let's look at a positive interaction between a brother and a sister that handle peer pressure very well.
Quayle, we need to take this chemistry test seriously.
Yeah, you're right, Kevin. Why don't you take 3 chapters and I'll take the other 3 and we'll just study together?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me. Imperious, if you were talking about the Alabama decision or whatever it was, yeah, I saw it. I haven't seen any other Supreme Court news. Now, I do know Virginia's going to ask the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn their state Supreme Court. But those are the only 2 things I've seen today. Let's see, what else do we have? We might be at the end of this show because everything else I want to look at. You know what? This might be worth it. This is Keisha Lance Bottoms, who's running for Georgia governor. She used to be the mayor of Atlanta. This might be worth at least a few minutes. And I guess while this is deciding whether it wants to show or not,
that the mayor
let me
didn't
just
ask.
do the commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to this channel, come out of your 1956 basement and up into the 2026 living room and subscribe to the show. You might like it, you might not, but you never know till you try it. You know what? The Sovereign Beer Fund, it can be open if anyone wants to contribute to it. They're Imperious. But other than that, we'll watch a few minutes of this and then we'll wrap it up. And this is Keisha Lance Bottoms. As far as I know, at least preliminarily, she is the front runner for the Democratic nomination to run for governor. Looks like she's lost weight. She used to be a little thicker in the face, at least.
Right. Like, where does it end?
Yeah. I've been saying this. I had Jeff Johnson on he always come on and do 3 things that you need to know. And I was talking about the midterm election, and I said the same thing you just said. I'm not crazy. I study politics. As funny as I am on stage, there's no comedy, nothing on my television. It's all news, like all day since the 3rd, 4th grade, And I'm really afraid. United States Supreme Court, all 3 branches of government. what has happened to the Democrat Party, and what are your concerns about our party? Because why is it that Democrats always come off weak? And I don't, you know how you have like when Bush was president, and when the midterm elections came up, you could feel the energy from the Democrat Party or whatever. I don't feel that that energy, or am I overthinking?
I think that we live in a society now where decency is compared to weakness. So Democrats have been a decent party.
Right.
And you've got this man on the extreme who's the face of the Republican Party. And people want to see us fight more. They don't want us just to be decent. They want to see people out fighting and pushing back. And the reality is that, when you are fighting it out in the courts, that doesn't always come off as strength, but sometimes it's the only tool in the toolbox that you can have. The other thing that really concerns me is that people are giving up on us as a party. That they're saying, Democrats are weak. I don't want any parts of that. I don't want any parts of the Republican Party. They've gone off the rails. So I'm just not going to be a part of anything.
Right.
I'm not going to vote. It doesn't make a difference. And it is, again, this erosion of democracy, this erosion in a belief of law and order and systems and decency. And so it's not a simple answer, but we got to remember we aren't the first generation that's faced difficult times. You and I are post-civil rights movement babies. It's like just, generation before us.
Right.
And thankfully, people didn't give up. And I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is perfect. We're far from perfect. But I do believe in this moment, our best chance of turning things around are to stick with Democrats right now.
Right.
Because unfortunately, the Republican Party has been hijacked.
Yeah. Why are when you see the Congress, and I know I'm so happy to talk to you because I just want to, ask, have a conversation because I don't get an opportunity to talk about this on the air because our segment's only like a couple of minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, but it's so many questions that I have. So when the Republican congressmen and congresswomen go out to do town hall, what are the Republican constituents upset about? What are they concerned about? What are they, because it's been chaos. I've just been seeing a lot of pushback from constituents when Republicans go out. And now that they have control, now news, seems like the media is afraid to report certain things because they're afraid of the Trump administration.
What people need to recognize, in my opinion, is that this really isn't about party affiliation. The things that are happening coming out of this White House in DC impacts all of us. My husband was just telling me about a conversation he was having with someone who has been receiving for the past several years an experimental cancer drug. The funding has been pulled from this drug that has kept her alive, literally. That doesn't have anything to do with party affiliation.
Right.
When you're talking about taking away funding for vaccines and for cancer research, that doesn't have anything to do with party affiliation. When you are cutting health benefits to people, that's not party affiliation. When people are being laid off from their jobs, 30% of the federal workforce veterans. These people are being laid off, Democrats, Republicans alike. That doesn't have anything to do with party affiliation. I think we all want the same things.
Right.
We want to live in a country that's free. It's not perfect, but we have certain rights and liberties that we want to be able to experience in this country. We want our communities to be safe. We want access to good paying jobs. We want great schools for our kids. We want access to great health care. That doesn't have anything to do with party affiliation. And I think the danger that we have is that we are giving up on who we are as a country. Again, we're not perfect. We've never been perfect. It's always been this pursuit of happiness, this pursuit of perfection.
Right. And so you're running for a governor of Georgia. Let's talk about some of the reasons you're running for governor for the state of Georgia, and what concerns you most about about the state of Georgia, and what would you do, some of the things that you would do if elected.
So I woke up the day after the election in November, like so many people going, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
And what am I called to do in this moment? Past 4 years for me hadn't been an awful 4 years. I've written a book that's coming out next year, executive producer on a television show that's up on Netflix, Miss Governor.
Congratulations.
I worked at the White House, senior advisor to the president. I've done consulting, and I'm not sharing all that to brag, but just to say life has been lifing, personal things, but professionally, it hadn't been awful for me. But when I woke up in November, I had to ask myself, what am I going to do in this moment? What am I called to do in this moment? And for me, it's to get back into the ring and fight.
Right.
Because I was mayor for 3 of the 4 years that he was president of the United States. And I know what it took to stand up and fight in 2020 and how I had to go to bat for the people of Atlanta and the people of Georgia as a whole, because our governor wasn't making the most sound decisions at that time. So in running, I'm pushing back against all the craziness, him and all the things that he's pushing out. Medicaid expansion in Georgia, we don't have, even before this big ugly bill that just came out of Congress, we already had 300,000 people who didn't have health insurance. Alabama has Medicaid expansion. Louisiana has Medicaid expansion. We don't have it in Georgia. Making sure that affordable housing was a big cornerstone of my work as mayor. Making sure that people can live in dignity across this state, afford to live in this state. Also, jobs. People want well-paying jobs. So all of the things that we care about, these are things that I want to promote and do my part to make sure people are experiencing the best of who we are as a state, and to make sure that we have solid leadership in this crazy moment that we're all living in.
Now, when they purged, I have so many questions, but sitting here talking to you, I'm a political head because I'm not even I'm on a roll, because I'm just so excited about getting this information and having this conversation. What about when they purged the voting rolls in the state of Georgia, and the things that they did, I believe, to Stacey Abrams? How do you plan to fight against that? And I know it's going to be a fight and a challenge, just even in the primaries. But if you become the Democratic nominee, how do you plan to fight against everything that they would try to do to try to keep you from becoming the governor of the state of Georgia?
We got to run the numbers up so high that there's no question.
I agree.
That there's no margin of error. That we aren't counting the last 10 votes to try and figure out who won.
Right.
That we show up in such strong numbers that it's very clear that our yay has been our yay and our nay has been our nay. Donald Trump is already trying to put his thumb on the scale with this governor's race. He's endorsed a lieutenant governor who was an election denier, who tried to steal the airport from the city of Atlanta, who is self-funded candidate. So he's not having to answer to anybody. The only person he's answering to is Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has given his endorsement to him. So we gotta show up and vote. We can't give up. We cannot give up, because one election can make a difference. it will make a difference in this state. So you talk about this voter purge. When you go in and you vote for governor, also you're going to vote for a senator. Ossoff is back on the ballot. You're going to vote for the Secretary of State, who's controlling these voter rolls, this huge voter purge. And even on top of that, in Georgia, we have what we call motor voter registration. When you go and get your driver's license, you can say, I want to register to vote at my address. Do you know they turned that off?
Really?
And claimed it was a computer glitch, but it was turned off for over a year. So thousands of people who otherwise may have registered to vote.
What's up, man?
Any words for Keisha Lance Bottoms?
No, not at all. I mean, the people who want to participate can and will. They have to understand that in a lot of these southern states, me being from one of them, that this Voting Rights Act shit is what black people want. They wanted the ability to not participate in the process, to have Democrats overcompensate and try to fix everything. That's just what they want.
Oh, well, they certainly got what they want. Alabama's about to lose a district. Louisiana is going to lose a district. Tennessee got rid of its only district.
Yeah.
So
yes, I mean, because this is what they want, and it's like you should have seen the protests at these actual council meetings when they were doing this stuff. It's like, well, what about voting for Hillary Clinton? This is how we got a 6-3 Supreme Court, right? So it's like people are coming out at the wrong times, and it's like, dude, you gotta let these motherfuckers suffer the consequences.
Yeah,
you gotta let them suffer the consequences. And
that's what I mean. That's kind of the what comes around goes around. What did they think was going to happen? I mean, seriously.
Yes, and it's like
I don't want to.
Once they got the power. I mean, Stanley, think about it. They stopped the president of the United States from going to court over slam dunk cases, over BS. Look, you was in the military. What is the penalty of mishandling classified information? It's the jail time. It ain't, dude. Nobody cares about what kind of accident it was. If you make a mistake and you copy some classified information, you're going to prison.
Right.
And this dude signed affidavits saying he gave the stuff back, and they went into his house and the stuff was still there. That's instant jail time.
Well, the thing is, I mean, he's a little bit different in that he is actually the ultimate authority about what's classified and what's not. He can literally bless it on the spot. But the thing is, look, I'm used to white Americans historically being crazy. Okay. What I'm not used to is black people being crazy and not being able to figure out what is actually good for them and what's not. And all these people talking about tangibles and reparations. Well, guess what? You're damn sure not going to get them now.
Oh no! Oh no! Like whatever you thought was possible, you're 20 seats down for what you thought. And like I said, this is what these people wanted. This is what Tariq Nasheed wanted. This is what Yvette Carnell wanted. This is what Tone Talks wanted. This is what Dennis Sperling wants. This is what BGS wants. This is what all these people want. They want the Democratic Party to overcompensate and do everything. Phil from the Advice Show, this is all they wanted. Like, look, they want to live in liberal areas, and then they don't want to support the Liberal Party, and then they want to just go around rage baiting people and pretend like they don't understand what Black American history is with these white conservatives. And it's like, you know what? There's a great way of learning history, and it's called reintroduction. Now your ass is about to be reintroduced. In all these areas, all these liberal areas, you know who benefited? Whites benefited from all these liberal areas. And guess what? Once they start taking over these areas, they're going to Sam Brown back their entire state.
Oh yeah,
Stan
yeah,
Brown.
yeah. Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Dude, they could.
The
They
Brown
couldn't
backing
even
up their
afford.
state. Oh yeah.
They got rid of him quick.
But here's the thing: their education system did not recover
Yeah. Right.
because they
Yep.
got rid of him. Because now it's 100% Republican, and they don't want to raise taxes in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But the
Yep.
whites were sold that this was just going to affect Topeka and Kansas City, Kansas, and all these black areas, and it turned out the state that created the most astronauts can't create them anymore. Why? Because they thought they was going to hurt black people, and they end up hurting themselves.
And what this is Ryan out there saying, leave blats. Dude, you can't even spell black apparently. Who wants better alone? Okay, I need you to come up, Ryan. Hit the link. What exactly
Better from the
are
subtraction of the Voting Rights Act? Wow.
I'm
That's
trying to
something you
think
got to
of
explain.
better which blacks and which better. I have no clue what you're talking about. Now, see, what he's talking about is all esoterica. Like, blacks want a president with swagger and all this stuff. Well, they are learning. We are learning that, dude, we like I told Ryan earlier, you can talk all the shit you want about what blacks want better. Whites are paying just as much at the pump as I'm paying. So y'all get to suffer too in a lot of cases. You voted for this shit. It's not better, Ryan. Trump
Right.
is not making things better. In what way has he made life better? Okay, he threw out a couple bones with no
Yes.
tax on tips and no taxes on overtime.
Overtime.
Well, the funny
Yeah,
thing
crazy.
is, both of those have caps. They're not unlimited. Okay, and I'm guessing whatever you might get in tips, shit, a lot of those jobs are going away.
They are.
If you don't have a job, you're not going to be getting tips or overtime or anything else. So, welcome to better.
Let me give Ryan an example of my career field. Most white truck drivers work very seasonally. We're talking about 8-9 months a year. A lot of those people have went out of business is because they can't come back because like a lot of people drove locally for like these container outfits. Like all those jobs are gone, which made all of those people who wasn't doing containers anymore spill off into the dry van market, which drove the dry van prices down, which put a lot of white, mostly older truck drivers out of business, right? Because they're not going to work like I work, and they never had to work like I currently work. But I enjoy driving, so I just see it as just a waste of time, and I'm in another place, and I'm just going to go to another, auction of some type and pick up some land and turn around and sell it. So I'm in a bunch of different places I want to be at. But white, older truck drivers never had to work like that. They thought it was going to hurt immigrants with all this deportation nonsense. Turns out you hurt a bunch of white farmers with that. Not only was they able to not get fertilizer, because I usually do fertilizer this time around, but no one's getting fertilizer. And if no one's getting fertilizer, then those farms are going out of business. If those farms go out of business, then those local truck drivers who drive those local crops for the farms, they go out of business. And then those stores that actually have those gas stations, then they go out of business. So the whole ecosystem that was propped up by low gas prices and diesel prices has collapsed the entire economy in small town America, especially if it's tied to farming. There's no way that they're winning because this dude's in office. And you think it stops there? What about the housing payments? What about all these loss of
Yeah,
government
it's all
jobs?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's all gonna cascade.
Yes. And it's like, because if you look at Wyoming, Utah, Oregon, especially the rural part of Oregon, Montana, North and South Dakota, when those was taking those jobs away, a lot of those jobs were on military installations. The only job in town that would be able to pay anything. So when he quote unquote doged those people away, yeah, they lost their houses over that. Like, there ain't no way somebody's winning out of this who's not a billionaire.
Right.
So I'm just saying, whatever harm they think they're doing to blacks, they're doing triple fold to whites.
And then guess who's going over to China with Trump? The whole the billionaire boys club, Elon Musk, Tim Cook,
Oh yeah.
all these billionaires going over there to make more money while people over here are paying like high gas prices. Um, it is hard for me to believe that anybody can sit here and follow Trump closely like I do. I do, I'm pretty much keep up with where he's going and what he's doing on a daily basis, dude. Trump is acting like there's nothing wrong. He's literally acting like, hey, everything's okay. It'll be better. And people are in my chat talking about blacks wanting better.
Stanley,
It's amazing.
okay. My cost per truck revenue was anywhere from 9,500 to not even over 10.5. Because of Trump, I'm grossing $15,000 a week per truck just based off of diesel prices alone. Now, you think I would be happy with that, right? I'm not happy with that because I'm driving through these rural areas to which I mostly deliver. Hotels are closing down. Small restaurants are closing down. Small grocery stores are closing down. Next thing you know, more and more properties are on the market. Next thing you know, there's more and more estate sales. And these are not older people, right? These are people who, um, self-deleted and their stuff is up.
Right. Yeah.
Because they have to pay for funerals and everything. And it's like, dude, y'all did all this because you thought you was going to hurt one group of people over another. This is crazy talk.
Well, the other thing is they also thought, they were going to be, owning the libs? They were going to be owning coastal elites and stuff like that. Dude,
they get it.
Those little small towns like that, those one gas station type towns, a lot of times they're hanging on by a thread.
They always are. And the people who work there got cut rate hours, and you got all these people piling up in the trailers who never were forced to live together like that. I mean, a lot of things are happening here because if this is happening in rural white America, what the hell you think is happening in the rural black South? I'm like, nobody won with this.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the other thing. America's really weird like that because you can get all racial, but if you're rich and black, you're going to be fine. You're not going to, and the poor whites who live in the same small town with the poor blacks, they're all going to be suffering together.
They are right now.
Yeah.
Like my city, on both sides of Highway 82 now. People are starting to talk to each other that ain't never really talked to each other like ever. Because all the jobs are leaving, and they don't understand like the loss of funding for schools. Then the jobs are not going to want to come there, dude. This stuff cascades. It cascades, and it's going to be a brain drain from those areas too.
Yep. You know, I haven't been down
Wow.
to my father's hometown, right next door to Valdosta in Cook County. And the last time I was there, like some of the neighborhoods that were pretty decent, dude, they are literally, it looks like Soweto, some
Yeah.
of these houses. Um, so these small towns are not necessarily thriving, and the people who are always going to do well are going to do well because it's kind of funny how capitalism works. You literally do have to have money to make money sometimes.
You
And
do.
and what people don't seem to understand, all these dudes who are talking shit, on YouTube in these chats, I know they're whistling Dixie, a lot of them.
A lot of them have
They
disappeared. A lot of them have disappeared.
Yeah.
A
Yeah,
lot of them have
because they can't.
disappeared offline completely because they can't sit here while they suffer real world consequences trying to listen to PhDs who claim to be in the middle while they live in a liberal state that has tons of funding. And they live in a southern state that clearly doesn't have any of that. And that's
Exactly.
before they get rid of 20 plus seats. All right, man. Listen.
And that's the other thing, and I mentioned this earlier. If you think losing congressional districts, you're going to lose maybe half the representation, black representation, it trickles down to the states too. Okay.
Of course it does.
Oh my God. I can't even, I'm going to be interested to know what happens in Georgia. As far as losing representation in the state. Tennessee will probably not have any black representatives because their one district around Memphis, they literally carved it up. Now
Yes, they did.
there is no Democratic representation in the U.S. Congress after this November. They're gonna be 9 Republicans and 0 Democrats.
Yeah,
They're not gonna even.
but Stanley, how can you be a college educated person and make a 6-3 decision to claim something doesn't matter only for the exact thing that would happen if that wasn't in place to instantly happen once you make that decision?
Yep.
It's almost like saying, you know what? Armed robbery, no one does armed robbery anymore. We just need to get rid of armed robbery as a crime. And as soon as you do that, there's a bunch of armed robberies that happen. Like the second you get rid of it.
Look, I did a little rant about Alito today. I'm like, dude, you are insulated on that Supreme Court for starters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alito, Roberts.
He has always been insulated from what's actually going on. And it's insulting to hear someone like Samuel Alito go, things have changed. I'm like, yeah, the reason they changed is the law you just got rid of. And then Clarence Thomas, dude, he would have just been better just to go with the majority decision and not write his own.
And not say anything.
Like, yeah, dude, just don't say anything. Clarence Thomas is just kind of a weirdo, to be honest. But that Alito, what he said about things have changed. And then, but I would love to know what Alito thinks, like the very damn next day or the next business day. Louisiana's like, oh, hey, can you let us hurry up? We got an election coming up.
State of emergency? State of emergency. Stop the primary. And it's like, and this is why you have to call them up to testify about what happened immediately after.
Yeah.
No, call them up separately and have them testify. As soon as they take the House, they should call up the Supreme Court to actually have them come up and testify about the decision that they made. And Alito needs to actually, and okay, you plead the fifth, we're going to expand the Supreme Court to 600 people. Come up here and explain, or else we're going to expand it to a level that you're never going to be able to recover from. Because giving the president the ability to not be, checked in any way, shape, form, or fashion, that was a coup by itself, right?
Yeah.
That allowed him to be on the ballot. And then when he ended up winning, to go through all of these things that the conservatives have been wanting to do for years, and it's like you don't hear anything from the intellectual, like legal people coming up with arguments for it, because there is no legal argument for any of these things. There is no legal argument. Normally there's a liberal perspective, a conservative perspective, but there is no legal argument.
I did hear one, and she's a lawyer. Have you ever heard of Sarah Isgur?
Yes.
I watched their Remnant. They've got like a legal show, and then I watched Jonah Goldberg probably once or twice a week. She said, well, I wonder if that immunity decision wasn't really about protecting Joe Biden from prosecution after he got out of office.
Oh my!
I'm like, wow, really? So the immunity was for Biden.
Unbelievable.
So, Sarah Isgur and that whole Remnant crew, they, believe me, they are crying tears in their beer because Donald Trump is so awful that they can't really defend it. And Jonah Goldberg tries hard to keep bringing the left back into it. Yeah, well,
yes,
the left is horrible too.
Yeah.
But
both sides do it.
I'm like, dude, there is not. You can talk about the left all you want. They aren't even close to power. They aren't even close to power.
A guy who wrote the book called Liberal Fascism. I'm telling you, Jonah Goldberg.
Yeah, he's struggling. I can tell. I
mean, because once this is over with, they're cooked as a concept. Because, okay, let's say that you're Indiana, and I'm not sure if Indiana is redrawing their maps. I don't suggest they do, because the money that comes in with South Bend and Indianapolis literally floats the whole state for the conservatives, right? So they need Indianapolis and South Bend representation, so that way they can do everything they need to do in their state. That's normally how these red states work. They have a large, capital city liberal population that has the best education schools, has the best access to housing, access to training, access to everything, which pretty much float the conservatism for the entire state. Let's say you get rid of that, like in a Memphis or Jackson or a Little Rock or a Birmingham, Montgomery, Selma, Alabama, South Carolina, a couple of places. Okay, let's say you get rid of all that. You literally gave these people power to ruin and destroy what's left of their state. Unreal.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I'm going to deal with Bobby's comment here, and then I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to try and get out of here before the 6-hour mark so I don't have to do editing. But Bobby says the chickens are coming home to roost for Black Democrats in the South. Well, let me help you out, Bobby. It's coming for Black people in the South.
If
you think Blacks voting MAGA is going to save them from what's going to happen, if you think voting MAGA means that some of these white congressmen represent your interests, boy, you got another thing coming. Okay, again, it doesn't matter if you have no tax on tips or overtime when they cut your hours and you don't get overtime.
Yes.
Okay, your grocery prices were high Well, with high gas prices, they're going to go even higher. So please believe me, voting MAGA does not excuse you from what's going to happen to black people in the South. Okay,
They
you
just
will
want
be
to punish
losing.
Democrats. They just want to
Yeah,
punish Democrats.
I don't get that. I literally don't get it. I could see it if there was some benefit for a black man voting MAGA, other than pride and getting on a YouTube panel and bragging about it. They keep talking about tangibles. What tangible do you get for having Trump in office right now? Higher prices? Yeah, you
I
got
have
no tax on tips, but dude, all that money's gonna go for groceries and gas.
Yeah, and you need an actual collaborative economy in order for anything economic to make a difference. And
Right.
you really think these corporations like General Mills and that they're not gonna just keep raising prices on everything? You're wrong. You're
Oh yeah,
wrong.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're not going to raise prices. We're not going to raise prices so people can keep their no tax on tips and bank it. Hell no. They know you. They know you can afford the price hike.
Yeah.
They know you can afford an extra 50 cents on that box of Fruit Loops.
And look, those rent rates are going up in the South because they know no one's going to be able to fight against, the raising of rent down there. Like rents went up like another 15% month over month, and they're about to just start hammering people down there. They know you ain't got no choice. They know you ain't got no place to stay. They know, unless you live in an apartment, you're gonna be fine. But everyone else, if you rent, like they're renting houses out for $1,100 and $1,200 a month in Mississippi with leaking roofs and overflowing toilets, and you gotta fix up damn near everything in the house to even stay there. These slumlords are getting over big time. And this is before they run everything. Oh, man. There been a lot of people want to punish Democrats, though.
CKJ3, who are you talking about? And usually CKJ3 is like both sides are bad. Well, you know what? The one interesting thing about American politics in this current moment is you can't do both sidism. You're gonna have to choose one side or the other. Okay,
Yeah,
if you want to sit there and couch vote and say both parties are bad, that's not gonna help. It's not gonna help anymore. Look, like I said, this is not, American politics doesn't work in a straightforward, if you do this, that is going to happen. These things build up over years. Okay. And people like Alito and John Roberts have been looking to overturn like civil rights type bills for damn near 40, 50 years. Okay. And they played a long game, and black people let them do it. Okay. Black people are not absolutely powerless in American politics. I think we have a lot of black people who are not good at politics. Okay. And that, I don't know whether it's schooling. I don't know whether it's that. I don't know what it is, but blacks should have gotten, should have been talking shit probably 20 years ago in holding Democrats to account. Well, it's too late now, but all I can say is you can talk about Democrats getting, their due, or the people who vote Democrat deserve this. My question is, what did voting MAGA get you other than bragging rights? You're gonna pay the same price as a black MAGA voter as I do. So there really is no black Democrats are getting it worse than black MAGA voters. Nope. You're gonna pay more at the pump too. You're gonna be paying the same grocery prices I'm paying. So you voted I guess for bragging rights, but you didn't vote well.
Okay, so they
So
get rid of the St. Louis the St. Louis, Missouri seat. They get rid of the Kansas City, Missouri seat. Do you know what that's going to do to that entire state? Turning it completely red? But it's going to destroy that place.
yeah.
Yeah,
They didn't.
but
You mean they didn't?
that's
They
still
didn't learn. Kansas didn't learn from the first time.
no, I didn't learn.
Shit,
And
I thought they were going to run Brown back out on a rail.
they wanted to. I don't think Kansas has a recall kind of setup system. I don't think they have one. Or they didn't exercise it. They definitely didn't exercise it. But
And Bobby. Okay, black Democrats just found out that the Democrats isn't on their side. No, what we found out is
the Republicans are not on your side.
it wasn't Democrats who dealt a blow to the Voting Rights Act. It wasn't Democrats who did that, Bobby. What are you talking about? I think black MAGA folks and black people in general, it just got confirmed that Trump is not your friend either, son. You literally are losing representation in Congress. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you're black MAGA. Please stop pretending that someone like a Marjorie Taylor Greene represents you in Congress or represented you in Congress. The hell? Yeah, what the hell are y'all thinking? Y'all actually think that Marjorie Taylor Greene or some of these MAGA Congress people like represent you? Wow. Again, it's hey, the black Democrats are learning. The black Democrats are getting their due. So are you.
Like, what they don't understand is that they somehow think that black people are affected, but they're not affected. Like, they somehow exist outside of. I'm trying to understand too, like how they kind of exist outside of blackness.
Oh yeah. That's like a weird ontological, like what would you call it? It's an ontological.
Man, I don't know.
I don't know. You're just out there in limbo. So you vote MAGA, therefore you're not black? How does that work? I don't know how that magic trick works, but let me put it to you this way.
Like they're but maybe they think they're like you know how on like the any type of government form there's white Hispanic and then there's regular Hispanic. Maybe they think they're just black MAGA. There's a black MAGA check mark.
What was somebody telling me earlier that Donald Trump shook hands with like black prisoners, therefore he's not racist? Like, see, this is the other thing. And, I really should have shown the reason I didn't show this podcast is it doesn't have video, but it kind of talks about people not understanding. People still think that race in America works like it did back in like the days when they were fire hosing and releasing the dogs and stuff. Dude, that shit has gone underground. Okay, race in America does not work how it did. And better yet, it's really not so much personal day-to-day racism, it's the system. Okay.
Yeah.
What the Supreme Court did with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, where, hey, as long as they don't say race, it's not racist. Oh, that is textbook. That is textbook systemic racism. Okay. Exactly. If you don't say hey, I said Democrat, not black. I can't be racist, dude. It is just that is how it works these days. Okay, you can,
but you have to call them up there. You have to call them up there and you have to make them answer for it. And when they cannot answer for it, like there needs to be checks and balances on all these laws that's been passed by the Supreme Court, because it's a political court. And look, there's no challenge that's going to be able to stand up to scrutiny. What did they do immediately after this stuff was passed? They did exactly what the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act stopped them from doing. They did it immediately. They did it immediately.
Dude, they didn't even wait till after the next election.
No. They forced it during this election, but here's the thing that they don't understand. You can have more seats, but if you're down 30 points across the United States, that doesn't mean that you're still going to get control over the House. People are not dumb. People are not stupid. They understand that these capital cities are important to the South holding their actual conservatism. And if you get rid of those liberal areas like Nashville and, Memphis, I mean, Nashville's kind of like a very conservative Democrat, but like Memphis itself, and you get rid of all black representation in like majority black areas, like it doesn't make any sense. And I'm just saying that people are putting their safety at harm and at risk by celebrating this. I'm just saying you're putting yourself at humongous risk. I wouldn't be out here smiling and cheesing in people's faces. People died over these rights. People died over these rights that we have for these new people. And I'm just amazed. My grandfather did his job. My dad did his job. I'm doing my job. What long line of Delta Novembers were these people hatched from where they don't understand the history of the country to which they live in? Like, how did people do all this in my family? Rural Mississippi, we had nothing to look forward to outside of our mayor and Benny Thompson, pretty much staple of, the only representation in Mississippi. Like, how do people go from just going to just pile everything up on the Democrat, and they, rather than a scapegoat, they wanted a scapedonkey?
Well, Bobby's asking, does the Supreme Court ruling affect black Republicans getting elected? Name me a black Republican outside of.
I don't think they understand the actual point of the actual conversation.
Well, I don't. Look, there are a handful, maybe two handfuls of black Republicans, and they are all they're all elected from mainly white districts.
They're like
Byron Donalds. He's not. What black interest does Byron Donalds represent? He doesn't. What black interest, other than, unless it's like totally egregious racism, what black interest does Tim Scott represent?
None.
Yeah, so who cares about the black Republicans that I'm aware of aren't elected? They weren't representing black people anyway. So I need your help, Bobby. These black Republicans were representing non-black interests. So of course they're not going to be affected. They aren't representing black districts or majority black districts. So they're going to be fine because their districts aren't getting losing representation. But I also want to point out that Donald Trump, Byron Donalds didn't get shit from Donald Trump. Both he and Tim Scott were professing their love for Donald Trump, and they didn't get shit.
No cabinet positions, no nothing.
Shit. It's kind of sad, to be honest.
I mean, but it's very eye-opening.
Well, it's eye-opening to the wrong people. The people whose eyes are open, they've been open for quite some time. I'm still trying to figure out that the Supreme Court didn't affect black Republicans, I don't even understand why that's a question.
Who would say like the thing is that when you don't understand context or the situation, you just say stupid shit so that way we can try to explain these knots and circles. I just said there ain't no real reason.
Well, there was a black Democrat who ran in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, and he did well, considering the
Make up
district
a
he was
district.
running in. But he was a black Democrat veteran, really good reputation, really good resume, and he didn't get elected. So in the South, white people aren't generally going to elect black representatives. It's just the way it works. Byron Donalds is an exception.
And he's going to lose because he's not going to be able to galvanize those whites and those minorities in those areas like a white Republican would be able to. He's not going to be able to.
Yeah. Isn't he running for governor or something? I thought, or
Yes,
is he
he
going to
is.
do both?
Yeah,
like he's going to wind up governor of Florida. That's hilarious. So what are you going to do, Bobby, when the black Republicans start losing too? You do know that they're no longer useful.
Yes.
They don't need, Tim Scott will probably be okay because where he's from, he'll probably be okay. But I can tell you right now, they have no more use for Byron Donalds and who's the other guy from Texas? I can't think of his name.
Oh, Colonel West?
Oh, no, not he, because he's still, I think he's still chairman of the Republican Party out there. I know someone who knows him actually. No, he is, I think he's from Texas. I think he's former military. Anyway, all I'm saying is that I don't think there are 10 black Republicans on a national level in the United States, in the U.S. Congress. So they're not going to be affected because they weren't representing black districts. At least I can't think of any that were. So they'll be fine. You'll still have your 10. They were ineffectual to begin with. Now they're going to be as ineffectual as black Democrats, I guess. If you think black Democrats were ineffectual, powerless, black Republicans are just as powerless.
They really don't need them no more. They don't need them.
Yeah, and Bobby, I don't know where Bobby lives, but I'm willing to bet that, well, I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying that other than bragging rights, black Republicans can't do nothing for you either. Black people don't have power, that kind of political power. And if you think black Republicans have political power, then you are sadly mistaken. Because if they did, we would see a lot more representation in Trump's cabinet. You would see a lot more black Republican representation in Congress, and you don't.
They literally fought for less representation.
Yeah,
they literally fought for less black representation, and the only reason why they wanted those black people in there was to be an actual buffer for the actual black Democrats. And now they don't need those people anymore. They don't need them.
Yeah. But, at least at this point, I can do a lot of I told you so's. You can talk all the smack you want about black Democrats, but black Republicans are no more powerful. Those black districts affected by the Supreme Court ruling will be okay. Well, black people have always been okay in the United States. For better or for worse, black people have always been able to figure it out. And will they be okay? I don't think you can say that for sure. America is a fundamentally racist country, Bobby.
Again.
And you will always have Ahmaud Arbery's. You will always have Fernando Castile
Yes, you will.
People who are following the law, they're not breaking any laws and still wind up dead. Um, those things should not
And
happen.
nobody wind
Okay.
up punished because of it.
Well, the three the three Ahmaud Arbery guys, they did
Yeah,
you know, they got,
They
but
did.
the
But anything that
prosecutor,
happened in Ohio, yeah.
hey, it was so egregious. They almost got away with it. The only reason they even got caught is one of those racists got bold and put the video up on
On
Facebook or
tape.
somewhere.
On
Yeah.
tape.
If he hadn't done that, they'd have gotten away scot-free.
Yes, they would have. Because it would have been 3 words against one dead guy.
Yep.
And they just would have put the dead guy on the stand like they always do, say a bunch of crazy stuff and get him off. The same way they did with Trayvon Martin.
Oh, yeah. Well, Bobby says black people have always lived with racism. Black people will be okay. Okay, well, Bobby, that sounds like you're resigned, or do you think it's
wow?
Do you think it's okay for black people to always live with racism? Is that what you're implying? Because I've
I
known
don't
you
know
for
what
a while. Surely you don't think black people should live with racism. That's the point. We should not be living with racism in 2026. Whether we have or whether we can is besides the point. It's whether we should. And if this is truly a colorblind constitution, why are we still having to deal with this sort of stuff after 400 years still? Okay, that's what you need to be thinking about. Who cares if we can?
But Stanley, how is it that people far before Roberts and Alito was far more forward thinking than Roberts and Alito on race and representation?
Look,
how is that possible?
Well, there's a whole strain of people like Donald Trump who think having to share power is losing power. Look, people like Alito and Roberts, they think it's a white man's country. Okay, it was founded by whites for whites, and they still think that. I heard someone like Be Brave. You may not know who Be Brave is, but dude, he literally said, well, hey, you know what? We're white people like him, I guess, are okay with black people as long as black people know their place. He literally said that. Nope, black people can stay, get rid of all the foreigners, but black people have been here for quite some time, as long as they know their place. So that's pretty much what a Roberts, now maybe at some elite level, maybe it's a little bit more nuanced with him. It's okay to have 1 or 2 tokens, okay, but we're not going to have a whole neighborhood of Clarence Thomases. We don't want that. Just one Clarence Thomas is enough.
Yeah, I mean, I had people try to talk to me about it. I'm like, hey man, now is the time for new allies. Your family members have been up to this stuff for I don't know how long, and it's too late now. Like, y'all gonna suffer a hell of a lot worse than we ever can. All right.
Yeah, Bobby, I'm saying black Americans should not have to. Again, we are strong enough, but why should we have to be strong enough is the point. We shouldn't have to deal with it. And saying it'll be okay, shit, people have been saying it'll be okay for 400 years. I'm not of the Booker T. Washington mind where, hey, if you go and you work hard, eventually white people will recognize it and reward you. You know what? Booker T. Washington might have maybe kinda thought he had a point, but that's like 100 and some years ago. Okay. So you're telling me the wait and see and work hard and all that stuff that Booker T. Washington said over 100 years ago, you mean we have to wait longer? Hell no.
I mean, that's people who literally said that racism would have solved itself in the South. There was no need for a civil war. You literally have people who say that.
Right. Dude, I think the last week has disproven that. You know, if the Supreme Court had ruled the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments unconstitutional and struck them out, I guarantee you they would have reinstituted slavery. So I don't have that kind of faith in the United States government and and U.S. citizens. I guarantee you, probably Alito and Roberts over a beer were talking about, hey, what if we just joked that we got rid of the 13th Amendment? What do you think would happen?
Yeah.
Bobby, you and me would be shaking hands in a coffle. they'd be marching us out to somewhere to pick cotton.
Yeah.
So let's see, Stanley, maybe we can appeal to elite white men to give us our voting rights back. You know what, Bobby? I
Trolling at this point. Yeah.
I hope you're joking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at Imperius. He's already got his down payment. Really? Yeah, I figured you'd appreciate a joke like that. Your down payment. All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. I actually do have to go eat dinner. And Bobby, just so you know, it's gonna be ham, it's gonna be macaroni and cheese and broccoli. And then I made some fresh bread also. So that'll be for dinner. And I will see everyone probably around 3:30 or so tomorrow. I do actually want to talk about there was an interesting talk or interview that Speak of the Devil Jonah Goldberg had with some political science professor at the University of Alabama about conservatism. And funny enough, this political science scholar, he didn't have great things to say about MAGA. So I'm definitely looking forward to hearing him.
Yeah. All right, cool, man. Thanks for having me on, man.
Okay, yeah, no, I enjoyed it.
All right, cool,
maybe we'll
man.
even finish up Keisha Lance Bottoms. I thought she was cuter when her face was a little fuller, to be honest. But
lost a lot of weight or something?
I think she has. She was. You're old enough to remember the Go-Go's, right?
Yes.
Well, you remember what's her name? Belinda Carlisle was a little pudgy. She was a little full-figured, and then she lost all this weight, so she looked like Barbie doll skinny. I thought she was way prettier, way more attractive, just a little chubby. And
you know who else was that way? And they don't remember. Angelina Jolie used to be a lot bigger than what she was before she became famous. And I thought she was a lot better looking at that point.
Yeah.
Than what happened when she stick figured out. I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't.
Yeah. But, she's married and has kids. It's really none of my business. I really shouldn't even be talking like this, to be honest. So I will see everybody. Thanks, Imperius. It's usually, probably more political than a lot of people really appreciate, but I enjoy it. So I'm glad you did too. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Moxie, Bobby, Imperius, Yeti, Brian, all the usual suspects, CKJ3, all the usual suspects, Ryan Bardwell. So King Picks, Who else was in here? Megabyte. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Jewel, see y'all tomorrow. And you get to hear the long outro song as well.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Crow.
own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
Smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know what it was, but the thing is
talking a
that
crowd.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and you
proving
kind of
he
read
looked
these
back
people's
down, Nick in
biographies,
his head, fear in his shoes, library brave.
the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
Old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And